Hello and welcome everyone to the LPL promotion tournament here for the end of the summer 2015 season. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining with me is Zach Rusty Pie. We're going to take you through our first semi-final and see which of the two teams are going to get next year's LPL spots as 2144 Dunmu Gaming take on Royal Never Give Up.
Crunch time for both of these teams. As you said, we'll find out from this best of 5 series who actually qualifies into the LPL yet again. If you lose, you're out. No second chances in this tournament.
And it's sort of been the trend for a lot of these tournaments. Certainly the last time we did it is that the LPL teams are the teams that just seem to be a cut above, a bit more experience, a bit more talent, and they've traditionally dominated promotion. And those, because remember, 2 teams get auto-qualified from LSPL. So those are your really top-tier teams, and they've done quite well. Yeah. Think about Xiaogu last season. Even UP, who are still potentially not relegated, kind of fighting in the next semi-final there. But I have to say, in this particular matchup, I might pick the LSPL team here. Dunmu Gaming have looked very strong in their quarterfinal.
Yeah, look, it's going to be super close as to who actually qualifies from this one. RNG have a track record of playing solo queue-esque, we'll say, is that they just want to lane and they want to get through laning phase ahead. Win lane, win game is the style of play that they have. But 2144 Dunmu, they like team fighting. They've got a freak in the top lane. He is a just complete force of nature.
Yeah.
And if they can get unlocked, if they get through that laning phase, which is perfectly fine for them, then they will be able to out-team fight.
Yeah, they can look good. The bottom lane has also been quite impressive, so watching those carries come through, and again, build up to the same sort of thing. Let the top half farm up, get your AD carry going, position well in team fights, and 5v5, I agree. 2GD have had a really strong run.
Yeah, and it's going to be very difficult for RNG, of course, coming into this best of 5 series to actually compete with that. If they don't win laning phase, we saw last time they played when it was King against 2144 Dunmu. Laning phase goes well for King, they win the game. Laning phase goes bad for King or even, they lost that game fairly convincingly, in fact.
Yeah, and King are kind of also a solo queue-esque team. Like, they've got lots of talent, but they couldn't mesh their roster together in time to get enough experience and have those 5v5s. Like, King, I think, have slightly more experience in 5v5s, whereas RNG are very much sitting in the win lane, win game, let's play standard lanes, and just outskill you in a lot of ways. Yeah. So this matchup's really interesting. It's very polarizing, because like you said, you look at the RNG side, and it's just crazy how much work these guys can do 1v1. Let me especially, you mentioned Sky there, the top laner for Dunmu. Let me's performances, especially on Na in their long best of 5 quarterfinal matchup, was just incredible.
It was insane to think he was 100 odd CS ahead, and they basically subbed out their top laner.
Yeah, poor
because
save.
Let me destroyed him to the point where he no longer wanted to play, it seems like. So they swapped him out, they gave it another go, but whenever Let me got Na, it was an insanely good game for him, and he was a hard carry for his team. And again, this comes back to winning lane and winning the game, and this is why it's such a dynamic matchup that we've got between these two, because there is set win conditions for both, is that if they do well early game RNG, they usually snowball the rest of the game. But if Dunmu Gaming can actually get through that, whether that's Storm, the early pressure that, of course, Whoosh loves to put down as an example, Xiaohu meditates for 15 minutes in that middle lane before he comes out reinvigorated and kills everybody. If they can weather that storm, then they'll be perfectly fine.
They will. And that starts with the junglers, of course. MLXG, he was the defining player of that team in the LPL, and he has had a surprisingly poor showing in this particular promotion tournament. Not bad by any stretch of the imagination. He's still a strong player. And you know what? Let's delve a little deeper in some of these lineups here. Looks like we'll be starting with RNG. There they are on your screen. Had a tough series in their quarterfinal, went the distance here, but this man was a standout. Let me in the top side, back to carry mode, despite all the tank preferences.
Yeah, you can see those 2 Na games were his big standout performances, and the Nautilus not so much, but he's definitely the rock of that team.
He really is, and MLXG, usually the man to get it all going, couldn't quite find the pressure in the games he did. They looked a lot better. Lots of Echo, lots of Gragas, even the Rek'Sai and stuff as well, wanting to get that pressure going, but Xiaohu, I think the last 3 Victor games say it all. That's his champion right now.
It certainly is. And the Lulu game definitely did not feel like Xiaohu, so don't put him on these control mages. Put him on that hyper carry and he will perform.
Same deal with Whoosh there as well. Good Draven game, good Kog'Maw game, and a couple of Kalista games with Jinx sort of scattered in there. Definitely a player that can get going in carry, but needs the support of this man right here, who has been playing exceptionally well for the last month or so. Lamb's looked really good on Braum, on Janna. He can play both styles of support, but looks to be most comfortable, at least as far as his team's concerned, when he is playing more of the engage. Sort of thresh Braum more than the likes of Janna.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that's super torn because he wants to protect Whoosh with all of his being, but he needs to be the engage tool, or at least part of that engage tool for his team to get the team fights going. So you can see one Janna game in there was a defeat, but the rest of them, the Braum, a lot of success.
And he tried really hard in that Janna game. We actually remember.
He played so well.
Yeah, played excellently well, and then you could see it on his face when they lost that game. It was a close one. Did not look happy. Whoosh, just looking like Whoosh, kind of staring blankly off into his screen there. And Lei, as I said, did not look good after that game 4. Managed to pull it out in the end for his team, who went off on Alistar, if I recall correctly. Almost went Super Saiyan there in that one. So RNG, they've got a lot to play for here. Certainly look for their early game to get them ahead of the late game team. But let's have a look at the other side now. 21-45 Danmu Gaming. Quite a mouthful, but the team has been really strong. We start on the top side with this man, Sky. My God.
The heart and soul of the team, the Korean player Sky. He has been massive for this team in all of their victories. He hard carries. It's just what they look for in a player.
Yeah, you can see the jungler now as well. AU?
AU.
There we go. Bit of Nunu, bit of Rek'Sai, bit of Gragas. Likes to control junglers.
Certainly does. A lot of early pressures. Dear Satan, you don't really have much to say about him. I almost called him diverse before we saw him play last time.
And then Victor.
And then Victor came around and ruined all of that.
That's the Wushin playoff special. Only one champion for 5 games. Victor there. We'll see if that's going to be contentious, certainly, between the two players. We look over here now, the other Korean player, their AD carry. Been looking good as well. Definitely better on the late game carries. More of as a team style thing, and you can kind of see the same thing from Muyi there. Lots of disengaged supports in his arsenal.
Yeah, Muyi playing primarily that disengage, get Yin going, and there's a couple games that you have to mention from this bottom lane where King kind of ran them around. Name went off and just destroyed them, but they came back the next game. They stepped up to what was another echelon that we did not know they could go to and dumpstered Name.
Yeah, really. Poor Name.
Yeah.
Every relegation tournament's a rough one.
I know.
I'm sure we'll see him next year. But yeah, 21-44 had a good run. They're only one series away now, one best of 5 from getting themselves into the LPL. But it's tough here. We talked about this tournament sort of at the top of it when we started early in the week. Best of 5 single elim is a real rough tournament format here, and you only get this shot to get into LPL next year, realistically.
It is do or die. As we said, crunch time. This is very important. Not only was the last one do or die, it is again. So every single time that these teams play against each other, it is all going to come down to the wire. But this chance right now, they make the LPL if they win.
Yep.
Coming into this first game, it is so very important to actually find momentum and get yourself moving forward with your best foot forward to really display your skill.
Yeah, and there's a lot of pressure on 21-44 as well. They're the only LSPL team left in the top 4, I believe, with UP and World Elite playing tomorrow.
Yep.
For the next spot there. So they'll determine the second spot, but they're already LPL teams. So that'll be, much more familiar, I guess, for those two teams. But here for RNG, we sort of mentioned it before, can be tough when you don't know your opponent that well. But if RNG just stick to their one style and execute well, it doesn't really matter who they're playing because they always want to play the same way.
Definitely. RNG, they have that very set play style. They just want to do well in laning phase. And another thing worth noting, 100% win rate on blue side for RNG here, and for both teams when they played against each other. So as the blue side who got that first pick actually won in the 5th game.
Yeah, and let's delve a little deeper into that. Blue side's been very important, it feels like, in this metagame. And why is it, Rusty, that sides, because it was red side, it felt like, for about the middle of the LPL season this year. Oh, sorry, in summer. And now it seems like blue side's sort of back to top form.
Yeah, it heavily comes down to the meta and what champions are being prioritized, whether there are 3 champions, whether there are 1, or whether there are many like we have right now. It comes down to what is the priority for the first pick. And people who like red side, they like getting that last pick so they can counterpick their lane. But if they're counterpicking a lane that already has a really strong first pick, then it's irrelevant.
Yeah, and we saw this a lot from Xiaogu, actually, in the regular season for summer. They were a team that had a crazy good blue side win rate, and they drew a lot in the LPL, finishing strong there in second, if I recall correctly.
100% win rate for a very long time there on blue side.
And it was just because of what you said. They would take their first pick, they would get a priority, and then build the rest of their draft around it, play around that player, and then it was all good. And you know what? We're into the draft now. RNG going to start off on the blue side, 2GD over on the right. And we've got Aurelia and Victor the first few bans as Echo and Na the next 2 for Danmu.
Yeah, the Aurelia taken off the map, and Victor in particular particular, something that we thought would be very contentious between both of these teams, instead completely banned, taken off the map. RNG have another idea for their first pick. We look at the flip side though. Echo very strong at the moment. MLXG has had it banned away from him many times, and when it wasn't, he did pick it, and to success.
And we've said this a lot about drafts as well. As Rise actually gets banned, that's a respect ban to Sky.
It is.
Because no one else is playing it except him, but he went off in that game.
Yeah, there's a couple people that have tried to play it top, tried to play it mid, but Sky found a whole lot of success on that champion. Defaults to tanks generally when the Rise is not available, and of course the Aurelia ban taking another possibility away from him. Might see the Shen come out of him, but he's got a lot of options.
Yeah, plenty of options here. As Thresh is actually the last ban from Danmu, so RNG can consider a bunch of different first picks here. Like you've said, that priority pick on blue side is very important. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's the other thing about this patch that's really fun, is that Kallista's just dropping through again. Oh, well, we're done.
Yeah, Callista, just throw Callista out the window. Never mind, Elise is available. Might want to pick that champion first. Kind of a big deal.
Would be very surprised to not see RNG pick it up. I don't think I've ever seen MLXG play it. There's been a lot of bans, but it feels like a champion that suits his style. High pressure, high ganking, lots of good damage, can carry. But this is sort of the other consideration. They do lock in Azir. With Victor banned, both these mid laners have to diversify a bit. And Shao, who's one of his weaknesses, has been champion pool this year.
Yeah, and that also means that they sacrifice a potentially strong first pick. Like it matters based on what's been responded
Never mind. Hecarim Kog'Maw, you mentioned the late game for Danmu. Welcome to late game.
Need you say any more? Really, they just need facilitators to get them through the early game stages. Now maybe that Gragas in the jungle perhaps, get them through to a stage where the Kog'Maw can go off. May even consider the Nunu again, given they have a Kog'Maw. But Azir has been taken from them.
Yeah, it has. And I like the Azir pick here, but this does open up a lot just in general. I think I like these picks from Danmu because it sort of signals to you how they like to play, like we've already highlighted. Sky wants to farm. Their bottom lane's really strong in team fights. Yeah. So that's what we're going to do. Let's get a scaling top lane and a scaling AD carry.
And this plays really well into Sky's hands because he's so impactful with his teleport ganks. Now he's going to be able to be a Hecarim with home guards and able to use that teleport to flank people and carry his team with very strong engages. Sky on Hecarim's a very scary proposition.
Yeah, as we do see RNG select their next two picks, they consider something else, but do swap over Elise Kalista are the next two picks. Two very strong picks on this patch. Elise in particular going second pick for RNG is quite surprising.
It is very surprising, but Danmu Gaming definitely prioritizing the Kog'Maw over that Kalista. Interesting they didn't go for the Elise though. AU maybe not confident on that champion. They still get it picked up in second rotation, but the fact that Danmu didn't ban that away, they banned the Echo and the Thresh in particular, the big question mark in their drafting right now.
I mean, clearly singling out Lei as a player that does get his team going, and his Thresh is good, but not sure if it's worth the ban over the Elise. I guess we'll find out.
I like the Thresh ban, don't get me wrong. Yeah. It's just that they didn't ban Kalista or Elise.
Yep.
And they've been freely given over to RNG.
Yeah, and now Danmu going to pick up Nami. That's a good lane there for the bottom side. But again, very defensive out from Muyi. And Rek'Sai there as well for AU. Going to have a nice, decent control jungler there with a bit of pressure in there as well. But it's nothing like Elise.
Yeah, that's right. Again, they were picking their next two champions to bridge the gap of that late game scaling. They're going to look for their mid laner as the last pick. Get a look at the entire team comp of RNG. Before they make that decision, they pull the trigger on what they want to be. Of course, a Victor banned away. Haven't seen anything else from Dear Satan.
Yeah, so we will today. Something different will be popping up here as RNG. 20 seconds left to pick their last few champions. You can see Lei sort of flicking through a couple of supports. It seems like he wants a hard engage for that Kog'Maw, which seems reasonable. And Shen has been left open. Na was banned, so not an option there for Let Me, but you can kind of take anything into a Hecarim. It's usually a farm lane.
Surprised Braum isn't being focused right now from RNG as well. A lot of things left completely open in this drafting phase, and Lei very suited to having that engaged style, but always wants a hint of disengage to ensure Woosh is safe. But they're looking for that Kalista-Alistar combo.
Yep.
Really just decimate team fights by throwing in an Alistar and taking everyone down.
So kind of changing it up there as a result, but Shen, Alistar are their last picks. That will be Let Me on Shen. I like the Lulu pick. That's what we'd expect.
Yeah.
Dear Satan is going to switch it up. He goes completely 180 from Victor only to Lulu now. But this team comp is insane from Danmu. If they get to late game, goodbye RNG.
Yeah, honestly, just look at their team comp. Don't even look at RNG and you would say 30 minutes is their win condition. They want to take this game late. They want to survive as long as possible. Rek'Sai needs to put down a lot of pressure, and Dunmu need to control their lanes. But if they can do so, very, very difficult to deal with. Dear Satan has two options for this Lulu. Can speed up the Hecarim, can augment the Kog'Maw and have a really big frontline Kog'Maw. Such a well-rounded team comp. Even Kog'Maw Nami is a disgustingly strong lane phase.
Yeah. And that's tricky to say into Kalista, plus anyone. It's Kalista Alistar this time around. But things set up here nicely for 2DG. I even like the fact that Sky has Smite there in the top lane. He's not looking for the Ignite kind of Assassin Trinity Force rush. He's going straight for the farm. He knows he's a late game player, and he's going to try and get there. Let me on the Shen versus that Hecarim. Going to be a very important matchup in the top.
Certainly is. Not a whole lot of lane pressure from his Shen, so they're able to just go for that Hecarim with Smite, scale it through. Definitely looking for late game.
Yeah, and MLXG there, he's going to have a big game one. He's on at least a big power pick on this patch up against AU's Rek'Sai, but we know MLXG is aggressive. He gets to be that on this champion.
Yeah, he's the man to look for in this game. If he can make things happen for his team, then he's very good at snowballing, but he loves to take kills for himself.
He does, but that's not too bad on at least. We'll see how that goes as Xiaohu's Azir's going to see another play versus that Lulu there for Dear Satan. Wish on Kalista versus Yin there on Kog'Maw. Kind of another matchup that we expect here, just simply because RNG want to win the lane and Dunmu want to take it late. And that's sort of the theme of this game, and especially this draft as our last matchup here. Lay on the Alistar for a bit more engagement with Kalista especially. And Mugi on Nami, a disengaged classic.
Yeah, and again, this signals the exact team comps and play styles of both of these teams. RNG looking to engage, win their lanes, translate that into a game victory overall, whereas Dunmu looking to survive their laning phase, come out with some strong team fights, get those teleport engages from Sky, going to be on Hecarim this time, and really impact the later stages and just carry from around the 30-minute mark.
And it feels like both teams got exactly what they wanted in this draft, which is great because we get to set a lot of pace and a lot of momentum here for game one. Like, both these teams got ideal comps. It's just a matter of who's going to execute here in game one.
Yeah, so the big question is always going to be, they did get both of their comps, but RNG's team comp has a lot of champions you would otherwise usually see banned. Kalista had that 89% ban rate up until this patch. Is still very good, just needs a little bit more attack speed than otherwise would have had. And then Elise, definitely worth banning at the moment, but has been picked up in second rotation here for MLXG. They've both got team comps they want. RNG's team comp, though, arguably a little bit stronger based off the patch meta.
And I know you're a fan, Rusty, of saying don't sleep on Xiaohu. He's not a sleeper champion for him. He's Azir. He played it once in the quarterfinals, and then got banned every single game because of how insanely off he went on that champion.
Yeah, and of course, Xiaohu does meditate for a little while, sits in that middle lane, farms those minions up until he has a big first item, and then you see him everywhere, destroying the map. Azir very good for that, can make those plays, has the engage and disengage options for his team, and really, you said it yourself, don't sleep on him. He's always scary.
He is. He's always there hibernating, waiting.
That's it.
Ready to awaken in the mid-game team fights, and that's sort of the mid-lane meta right now. So Xiaohu playing that style definitely suits him. Azir's running around. He's very happy to have that guy, that's for sure.
Certainly is, of course. One of the better scaling champions, provides a lot for their team in terms of team fighting capabilities. It's always going to come down to Whoosh, though.
It is.
Always going to come down to that Kalista. What can he really do? He's got an Alistar, going to be able to engage for them. Doesn't really mean that they're going to be able to team fight too well because of that, when Whoosh usually finds himself in the front line.
Yes, Whoosh does like to go a little melee mode sometimes here. We do have a pause to start the game, by the way, so waiting for one last player to load in. Fingers crossed not too much longer. But Whoosh is definitely an interesting player in all facets of the word. He's very polarizing to me. Sometimes he'll have insanely good games, and we definitely saw him get better and better as the long best of 5 series dragged on in their quarterfinal. Even his Kalista, like, he was trying so hard to win those games with his support. So he can do it, but he does let his aggression get the better of him sometimes. That might be good in this matchup with the bottom lane because they want to pick on the late game scaling team, but it feels like Whoosh is his own worst enemy sometimes. He'll either go absolutely insane and carry a hard carry game or be a liability. And that's tricky for a player in a team that are so based on winning lane to get themselves into strong positions.
Yeah, it makes sense for what the team wants to do, but realistically isn't that ideal. And if there was one word I could use to describe Whoosh, it would be confident.
Yep.
He plays with this air of confidence, even if he's behind, where he tries to make these plays, tries to just carry team fights. Whether he can or not is a very interesting question, but he certainly acts like he can at all stages. And This is where Layem runs around frantically chasing after his AD carry opponent.
Yep.
Trying to keep him alive.
I don't see how much running Lay does today. Let's get ourselves under the rift for game number 1. And here we are. Xiao Hui moving out on his Azir. Very important pick for him, but
everyone's suddenly bigger, it feels
yeah.
like. Cause
pace is set for this first game here. It's a best of 5. It could be a long one here. We've had a lot of back and forth games in the promotion tournament. And both these teams are only one best of 5
there
away.
We go. I was going to say, jumbo-sized League of Legends. Back to fun size.
Early level 1 Elixir of Iron. Can't bite till level 9. That's pretty good. Somehow they broke the game as Whoosh. Moving out there, just getting a bit of vision around the Tri-Brush area. Dear Satan hanging out in the mid lane with one of the best IDs I'll probably ever cast. And MLXG going to have a little hello there to Rek'Sai being played by AU.
A little bit sad Sky didn't play against Sky here from RNG.
I'm really happy Sky didn't play against Sky, and glad you highlighted him because Sky did actually swap away that smite. He's gone Ignite now, so it is going to be a bit more of the aggressive style.
Yeah, that indicates the early Trinity Force. Of course, we mentioned Shen. Let Me doesn't have a whole lot of early pressure on Shen. You're looking for a Barmy Cinder to actually match the wave clear that a Hecarim can put before you start to really impact everywhere around the map, not just your own lane where you struggle to deal with being stuck under your tower, whereas the Ignite will augment that even further in the early game. You can rush damage, push Let Me back out of the lane pretty much consistently, and just try and rotate around the map once you get the Trinity Force. It just augments that early kill pressure where Smite does nothing.
Does it feel like maybe like just a strategic choice as well for like bridging to late game as well? Because we know that's where Dummy want to be.
Yeah, it gives Sky an earlier spike in terms of power because that means you do go for the Trinity Force earlier opposed to going Cinderhulk Trinity Force. So definitely gives them a power spike earlier than they otherwise would have. Lulu doesn't necessarily power spike herself, and Kog'Maw wants 2 or 3 items to be relevant. So they've now got a spike in terms of champion power at 1, 2, and 3 with Hecarim, Lulu, and Kog'Maw respectively.
Yep, so nice little comp built up there. We'll see how that develops for Dunmu as we have broken out into standard lanes, but Sky's doing a lot of jungling. Actually hit level 2. He's going to go over to the Wolves now. Does see his lane opponent there, but he wants to commit to these camps.
Very interesting decision here. He'll be able to get a whole lot of wards, maybe even a cloth armor for his troubles. Fair bit of jungle that he's just taken. Yeah, 420 gold. We'll see what he wants to do. Maybe boots, actually. I'll take that back.
Maybe. He's got a crystalline flask.
He's a Hecarim. They always want boots.
Prophet Rusty.
Or just nothing.
Well, what? There we go.
Okay, Doran's Blade.
That was cute.
The YOLO option.
Buys it mid-teleport. It is a Doran's Blade, and that is aggressive.
Yeah. Pretty much sums up the I want to win lane strategy here against Let Me. Gave him a free level 2, though.
He's actually still ahead in experience, though. Sky was 2.5 when he finished those Wolves, and Let Me only just got past it. Yeah, you can see now.
Yeah, he'll get the devastating charge pretty much immediately. We'll be able to pressure Let Me a fair bit. And it is a cute decision. It doesn't really benefit him at all.
Yeah.
Going for a Doran's Blade, it just gives him that extra pressure that he already had in laning phase.
Curious to see how that works out for Sky, but nice to see him being very creative again. A big player for this team. Easily the star player from what we've seen, at least in the quarterfinals. But MLXG takes the Scuttle Crab. He is on Elise. He's looking to impact early, and he's going to give bottom lane a go by the looks of things. Oh, no, never mind. Sentinel's on his team. It's okay.
He's just playing with so much pressure. Full health right now and has only used 1 pot.
Yep,
Elise, so good at jungling.
Yeah, really strong champion, as it turns out. If Spirit's playing her on 5-13, Elise is probably pretty good in her buff form.
Spirit ahead of the meta.
As AU, yeah. Takes out the Grump there. I think that's what MLXG was looking for. Doesn't find the enemy jungler. Might find a gank here, but Yin playing back pretty far in this lane.
And I do like the use of the Sentinels while we touch on them and how they're going to impact the jungle pathing of AU. They will be able to spot him if they are timed right. It's just very unfortunate that they weren't. Bot lane.
Yeah, actually going for it now. Muyu in trouble as Yin's the target for Woosh, but they're going to go onto the Nami. Do they have enough damage? The Ren does a lot. MLXG repels out of the way. Good pressure in the bot lane.
Yeah, and one of the strengths of the Elise, MLXG, able to actually tank another turret shot and use the repel to avoid it, which just gives that one extra auto attack that he otherwise would not have had. And whilst it doesn't mean a whole lot, there was no direct kill from that. It just goes to show the presence that the Elise can have in a gank, whereas the Rek'Sai, they had complete control of that jungle. They knew the Gromp was going to be the plan of attack. They had about a 15-second window And conveniently, he went for the Wolves as well, so it was even longer, and they found the gank in that time.
Let's see Woosh nice and aggressive. It's going to get bubbled there by Muyu. AU's come down here as well, and Woosh is trying to hop away. Lei, good headbutt to disengage, but the flash is going to come in for the Umbaro. Lei's taking damage. The heal is popped. He's got Pulverize left. They're going to try and do a bit more here. They need some as MLXG is going to come back, and now Woosh is coming in. The port's good. The Cocoon's better. Hits the stun there onto Rek'Sai. Let me coming down. Takes out Nami. There's first blood. Make it second, and Yin looking to make it a triple here in the bottom side. Let me flash us forward, and he's going to get the double.
Shen finding himself a double kill, and that was just really well counter-engaged by this RNG team. They recognized the fact that they were going to continue to chase Kog'Maw, having that Nami E on top of him, able to slow people down consistently, and they were just about to overcommit themselves. And as they did, the Elise comes back, the teleport comes out from the Shen. The taunt doesn't even need to connect because they had enough damage already. And RNG, they can now translate that further into the Dragon. And a fantastic early engage as Lei gets very low.
Just barely survives the Dragon there, but they will secure it. No smite needed. MLXG just going to queue it up there on Elise. First Dragon, the first 3 kills, all go to RNG. We said it needed to go well early. It's starting to go well.
Could not have gone better, especially for this Shen who's able to come back to his lane now with a Chain Vest and a Barmy Cinder. Not going to be able to completely keep this Hecarim down, who's got 50 CS to 25. It actually almost evens out the gold discrepancy between the two. We're going to see this again. So AU actually flashed forwards, and Yin looking for that extra last auto attack to secure the Alistar. Woosh still auto attacking, and this is where they turn it around. That auto attack really unlucky because it hit Yin. Didn't connect to Muyu, so Let Me has to use the taunt to catch up. But meanwhile in the backline, the overcommitted Rek'Sai with no flash, he goes down, and then the Kog'Maw gets dove.
Yeah, and just a well-executed 4v3 there from RNG. Gets them ahead where they need to be, especially in the bottom lane. So aggression looking good there as Xiaohu having a run of this lane so far. Lulu pressed up against that tower, but pretty even in CS. And like we said, just expecting a lot of early farming from the mid laners.
Yeah, definitely just going to be a lot of farm for the roughly about 15 minutes. Xiaohu likes to be unlocked after that. Dear Satan is a Lulu, so he's never going to have too much lane pressure on that champion. And it kind of gives Xiaohu run of the lane a bit, as you can see.
I like the little brush camp there, just hoping Dear Satan moves.
It was actually super clever because he waited for him to use spells on the minion wave before putting down free damage. And he was tanking the minion wave to boot. So Dear Satan, losing himself the laning phase by trying to control the minions to recall, is now going to be forced to do so and maybe even miss more.
Yeah, he's going to get the blue buff here. That might help out a little bit, but Xiaohu going to go get his as well. So not looking too good as Lulu gets a cannon creep before taking the blue. Kind of cute there. Dear Satan will get it. Xiaohu's got his as well. MLXG finishes that off, and Xiaohu going to continue trying to dominate this lane.
But again, in terms of blue buff efficiency, it may be wasted here by Dear Satan just because he's already at half health. He's going to be stuck under his turret. This unlocks Xiaohu with that blue buff to push him in, roam if he would please, or even just put some damage down on the turret. You can see, gets the blue buff, does a wave, and now has to recall. Not very efficient.
No, not at all here. So Xiaohu looking good. Going to keep pushing here on the old Azir. Very experienced on this champion. So certainly a good one for him to be picking up and playing again. I'm just checking out the other lanes now as well. We've got a Phage up for Sky, so kind of going towards that early Trinity Force like you mentioned earlier. But 20 CS ahead, sorry, still. Although Let Me catching up with the Cinder and the Chain Vest. Things looking just fine for both top laners.
Yeah, and of course, having those 2 kills, the gold would still be in favor of this Shen by a sizable amount. Working towards that Sunfire Cape, you can see the kills, basically 1 kill the difference between them right now. And not only is that kill the difference, it's affecting other lanes. And the Kalista and the Alistar definitely putting in work here. 600 gold ahead themselves.
Yeah, Woosh looking good. Has that Bilgewater Cutlass going to be going for that Blade of the Ruined King first again. This is something that Woosh loves on his Kalista. He's not a big Bloodthirster fan from what we've seen on the champion. Much prefers that early Blade.
Danmu knew that the Elise is bottom. And Elise is even respecting the brush in front of him, assuming there was a ward there. But that was a blind ping.
Yeah.
That was really well played from Danmu. They're sitting back, assuming that he was there, and they were absolutely correct.
And that's just, yeah, you need those instincts if you're going to be the scaling team, though. So nice little bit of intel there, as MLXG might be lining up a dive, but this is actually warded this time around.
Still avoiding wards very well in terms of his positioning. They have no idea he's there, and Xiaohu's making his way down for a potential dive.
Now they know. Cocoon lands though. Teleport down from Sky. They're going to go all in. Lei gets a good combo there. Ying going to get, goes in, and Alistar gets Fates called out for the triple knockup. They'll dive in. He's popped the ulti. Repel to reset aggro as Xiaohu. He's come down as well. Lei actually the one now tanking it up. Has to flash the Hecarim ulti. Sky though. No mana gets ulted out by Xiaohu. MLXG will die to Dear Satan as Sky still getting chased down. But a flash ulti there. She's going to maybe keep Hecarim alive. They'll keep chasing down. Needs a couple more autos as Xiaohu starting to get harassed, but let me another Q there. It's not enough to finish it, and now Woosh turns his attention back on. He wants Dear Satan. He's going to try and take him out, but no one else is going to die.
They did really well to not get the Hecarim to die. Of course, Lulu using that flash wild growth to ensure he gets out, slowing down the priority targets, not Let Me in that front line to ensure no one else could actually catch him. And I mean, Let Me's flash was about 5 seconds off being available whilst chasing that Hecarim, so super close. But you look at this RNG side, they did still get a kill, and they have a filthy dive composition. Alistar is able to dive so effectively with an Elise. Kalista pulls him out of the aggro. Elise then repels out of the aggro, and Alistar flings himself back into the aggro, then ults. They can dive for 10 seconds at level 6.
Yep, and we've seen that before then as well.
Yeah.
Let Me even joining with his ulti. So lots of dive potential there. Xiaohu, I like that roam as well. He's actually gone Morello Nomicon, so quick early power here for him. Gonna get that regen and cooldown reduction going.
And it's funny that Azir roam all came down to how they worked around the blue buff. Like such a small, subtle thing translates into complete lane control for about 2 to 3 extra waves. And then he can come bottom and dive. They're left reacting here as Dear Satan did manage to save his teammate. But that was all he was there for.
Got a kill as well, actually killed Elise, so has a bit of extra gold. Yeah, he's got the only kill.
Oh, done well.
But he's going for Chalice, I think. You're going to get ulted here. Oh, Cocoon, sorry. Pierce misses. They're going to go back all in. The Fates Call's popped again. Cogwell's got no hope, unfortunately.
Cogwell's super dead. They rode the wave as they still killed him anyway. It did not impede their movements whatsoever. RNG, they're on a rampage in this bottom lane. And there's no better lane to give those kills to.
Yeah, the only thing they might be wishing is Woosh is saying, hey, where are my kills? Yeah. He's got 3 assists playing support AD carry this time.
Welcome to MLXG. I'm sure he's used to it, of course. Going for that Rune Glaive Elise as well with mobility boots as the choice. Not going for magic penetration.
That is so aggressive.
Yeah, something a lot of Elises do want to do now. The Spiderlings deal magic damage is to go for maybe the Sork Shoes, the Haunting Guys style of build.
There's a Ruby Crystal. Could be anything.
Could be the Haunting Guys.
Could be a Sidestone.
It should be a Sidestone.
Could be a Haunting Guys as well.
Yeah, the fact he has Moby boost, I think he might just stick for exclusively the Rune Glaive in terms of damage. Just augment that further with some tanky stats. Of course, a percentage-based chance. It does enough damage anyway.
If you're going to play that aggressive, I don't mind the early damage pickup as AU going to clear out the Scuttle Crab around the Dragon. It is back up. RNG did get the first one, so options here again for the team to try and take number 2, but Blue Buff's up here for both teams. That does favor Damu on this side of the map.
Doesn't. Lulu's about to get that blue buff. They are aware of it going down. Mid lane is getting their own respective blue buffs at the exact same time, 2 times in a row now, so they know there's no roams going on. They don't need to place any deep vision. Yeah. Wave clearing's fun in the mid lane, isn't it?
It is. For these two, sure. Like you said, lots of hibernating, I think you call it. Just sort of chill out, farm up as MLXG walks past the pink wood. Yeah, meditate.
It's a better word.
That's very suitable for AP mages. Yeah.
They're not online just yet. They're still charging.
Yeah, got like half a Dragon Ball Z episode in there. Charging up. We'll be back next episode, 20 minutes time, see what happens. As Woosh has finished his Blade of the Ruined King as well. But he's quite strong here. Poor Kog'Maw still trying to like catch up. And look at Lei. Even 2v2 now, they're starting to get aggressive.
Yeah, and they're very able to do so because even if Lei overextends, Woosh can pull him back. It's just a very strong combo. And of course, Kalista, something we haven't seen much of. Almost too strong at the moment, but so many other champions taking priority in that ban phase that she's a free pick now.
You can really see why they favored Alistar as well over something that maybe a little more suitable for Lei.
Yeah, they could have gone for the Braum option, maybe change it up completely, but instead, as you said, they do go for that Alistar, just gives them direct engage.
Top lane now, AU diving in onto Let Me. Tom will keep him safe. Sky's going to dive. Puts the Ignite down. They want the kill. I think they're going to get it here. Let Me has his flash, but it's not enough. One more tower hit. Won't kill him. Rek'Sai stays alive, but Dragon Control is seeded to to RNG.
Rek'Sai's passive actually keeping her alive right there as she dove and regained health whilst running away the entire time. Very well played here from Danmu to actually find a successful dive onto a Shen with a Sunfire cape and now armor boots and a health crystal. I don't think they'll find another one of those anytime soon, but take it while you can.
Yep.
Snowball Sky on this Hecarim because he's the one you need fed.
And he's starting to get fed as well. He's got 1 kill, 1 assist, 30 CS ahead, and he just finished his Trinity Force. Barely in time to contest. Barely not in time, sorry, to contest for that potential dragon. So a lot going on there. Sky getting stronger. He only gets better from here.
Yeah.
And like we've said, he's the late game man for Danmu.
Yeah, Trinity Force is a dueling item, as I would like to describe it. As a lot of people think that it's a big power spike for team fighting, but it's only a big power spike for team fighting if you can get a teleport flank in. Otherwise, he's now going to be able to control Let Me on the Shen more so with his capabilities of a 1v1.
Xiaohu level 11 now. Needlessly large rod. Probably going Zhonya's Rabadons? He's done a lot of different builds actually.
Could be a
Xiaohu.
Rylai's,
But
remember?
he does, yeah.
Change
He does
items.
also love his Rylai's. Ooh, tunnel. Still gets Cocoon there. We'll create some distance here as
levels
MLXG
behind.
getting aggressive. Actually smites down. Gonna keep fighting because the rest of his lane is coming up. Muyu's gonna come in to help Rek'Sai. That was pretty gross.
MLXG is down 2 levels onto AU on this Rek'Sai, and they're still not capable of fighting MLXG. That's how far ahead he feels.
Yeah.
He's got that Rune Glaive, so again, a very good dueling item. Has gone for the Giant's belt build, so maybe even a Rylai's again, who knows? Let's just see what he does.
Yeah, let's just see what MLXG does. Distortion Boots up for lane now as well. So very aggressive itemization for most of the bottom half of this map. Sun Tower goes down in mid lane, but RNG going to work on the bottom outer. They'll get that as well. Go up 2-1 in turrets now. Starting to snowball the game a little bit further. Tower goes down, and they're up about 2,500 gold.
Yeah, and this turret going down on the back of the fact that, whoa, there's a teleport.
Yep, Sky's
Sky
in here
is
now
charging.
as well. He's waiting, he's buying time. Wooch gets ulted. Really smart from RNG. They take out Hecarim. Dear Satan can't get there in time to ulti, but Wooch is in trouble. Lay going to get Fate's call for the knock up there to peel away. And Callista just hopping out. MLXG soloing the AD carry. Doesn't quite get it as Dear Satan gets the kill, but Rek'Sai is dead. RNG's Letme's going to come down as well as Dear Satan will be the next victim. And that goes horribly wrong. Turns around 4-for-1 RNG.
RNG playing that fight so well, kiting back and instantly killing the Hecarim. Now again, we said the only time that he can teleport in and be relevant with that Trinity Force is when he goes for that home guard, but he prioritized the item for split pushing over the early home guards. They turn it on him, he dies immediately, and Woosh just kites back. He just plays that super kiting freak that Callista is. Pulls Alistar back to ensure that he's helping him. And again, they find another kill. Zhao, who makes his way down later than Dear Satan, but it didn't matter because the fight was pretty much won.
I feel like that fight really exemplifies Lei's style as a player. He wants to be aggressive. He can make plays for his team, but his number one job, protect his best buddy, Woosh.
Well, the best part about Callista is whether he likes it or not, he's going to be pulled back by Woosh, and Woosh is going to say, it's your job to protect me. Make it happen.
And it's working
Dear
out so
Engager.
far. 3-0-5 now on this Callista. Runed's Hurricane already completed now as well. At 18 minutes, this Callista is crazy strong. As Xiaohu riding in for something. Once the ulti gets a slowdown there. Flash Cocoon lands.
him.
Wild Growth out. Rek'Sai's coming in, but I don't know if she can make enough of a difference. Xiaohu gets the first kill. Lei gonna try and line up another one.
No.
Oh, he moves out. They get vision with the Sand Soldiers. Combos on top of it as well. As Sky's run in there now with Muyu in support. Xiaohu somehow lives. No, doesn't quite the ignite. Takes him out. 2-for-1 trade.
They caught them out of position here, and then the flank came through from this Rek'Sai. Did not have the tunnel available, used it to get over the wall. The flash was no longer there, but they headbutted him to safety.
Yeah.
Had to use everything to get back over to that side of the wall, and Xiaohu couldn't follow. So Sky gets the flank onto Xiaohu. He goes down, and a little bit of a mistake there from RNG as they used everything to get over the wall to secure a member, and they leave their Azir to the horse.
Good response time though. MLXG dives in onto Sky, quickly reconsiders. Pinging for help here as Miyu is actually in reserve. Woosh working on his outer turret. The Yin is in trouble. Don't
Sky
stay
can
there.
kill him, but he doesn't have anything up.
No ulti there, but now Lei's going to try and kill Yin. Woosh going to ride in, hops around the tower. Pierce out there as well, and it's already done. Woosh going to hop away from the explosion. Actually hopping towards the enemy. That's not good times. The explosion goes down. Ayu's getting in there, but Woosh is so strong. Hops around the tidal wave there as well. He's just playing hopscotch as Sky going to try and chase him down, but he doesn't have an ulti. Hits the E there for the damage. Woosh almost made it happen.
Whoosh is just so very big right now, has got those 2 completed items, the Hurricane and the Blade of the Ruined King, has his boots completed, and he is just unbelievably massive. There is no reason that Ian should be at that turret, and RNG dive him. Very astutely, they make it work, and then they overstayed their welcome. Of course, diving the Kog'Maw put Whoosh in a position to take the entirety of Danmu's team, just running at him. He almost made it work. If he had another item by this stage, of course they would have died, but he's so very fed. As we're actually going to see how Xiaohu died here, I believe, as Dear Satan, they get put on. Xiaohu uses that Q over the wall to find AU, I believe. Yeah, look, the Emperor's Divide divided himself and the rest of his team. He goes down, tries to actually get back to safety, uses that flash, and look, he kind of signed his own death wish.
Yeah, Sky did a lot of damage there, but Xiaohu, maybe shouldn't have ulted him over the wall. Whoosh going to get red buff though. Pickaxe now, after his little adventure in the top lane, means that he's gotten just a bit stronger. And you were not wrong, Rusty. There is a Rylai's on MLXG. There is also one on Xiaohu.
Got both of them correct.
Double Rylai's.
That's definitely a lot of kiting. And it's going to be an accelerated build from MLXG in terms of damage output and utility. Not looking for that magic penetration Elise build that a lot of people are a fan of now that the Spiderlings deal magic damage because the magic penetration affects them. Instead, wants that utility. The Rylai's on both of these guys, and of course the Azir Sand Soldier, something that everyone's fondly afraid of, provides that maximum slow percentage from an auto attack. Not a fun time for enemies.
No, great time for Xiaohu though, as RNG 5,000 gold up. Going to try and shove the tier 2 turret in mid lane. Lemmi's even tanking some shots. Maybe trying to line up a dive. Arise there onto the turret, gets chunked to about 60% health. It's 21-44, swoop in to defend with their Luden's Echo, Athene's Lulu.
Yeah, looking for wave clear, I believe, to try and match that of this Azir. He's able to push, he's able to roam, but if you can match it, you can at the very least be there when he's trying to dive. Use that wild growth and save someone's life, potentially, or just diffuse the situation in its entirety. These two have found each other.
Oh, Shen coming out as well. Cocoon does hit.
Hit.
Letmi's down as well. The taunt's in Sky. He's going to eat a whole host of damage. No flash. The heal there from Yin might save him. Never mind. MLXG collects the kill.
And you can see how much of a pester that slow is from the Rylai's. Let me able to hit the taunt. And something I just really want to touch on after actually seeing that successful dive, coming to the realization that this itemization choice from all of RNG, going for multiple Rylai's, is actually a direct counter to the Danmu comp. They rely a lot on Lulu giving people speed buffs. They've got a Hecarim who relies on being super fast, and a Kog'Maw who will have that whimsy from the Lulu and try and be in the front line being super fast. But one Rylai's proc connects, all out the window. Their entire strategy from two select items being countered.
Smart stuff there from RNG, as it is haunting guys now for MLXG. He's going all out aggressive on this build.
Abyssal next, I hope.
Probably.
Sell his Mobies, get some Sork shoes.
Really sour about the Silk shoes.
I know! It's not even that the Mobies is a bad selection.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see a magic penetration.
Well, he was almost 1v1ing the jungler 2
Yeah.
levels down. He almost soloed the carry in the last little exchange.
And that was without them.
And he did a lot of damage to Sky. MLXG is not messing around.
Now, he means business, and I do like that he's adapted to being that Elise, because when he gets the kills on champions such as the Rek'Sai, the Gragas, all he can do is go tank. So now he's got the option of being that carry in the jungle, going for the AP Elise build, and I mean, he's got the team to back him up still. The great choice of going for that Alistar and the Shen. Allow him to be that tank because they've got the Shen ultimate, the Alistar ultimate to make tanks out of people that otherwise aren't.
Plenty of front line there as AU's going to try and start something here. Going to get kited away. He's just not tanky enough. Good headbutt out there from Lei to split the team up. Whoosh, though, going to get exhausted as Sky dives in, but Lei gets Fates called out for it. The heal's down as well. Sky will get Whoosh there with the ulti, and now Lei trying to clean people up, but he's 1v3 here in the bottom side of the map. He actually does get the kill. Miyu's going to roll around to Sky.
As a triple.
In and amongst all that, gets a triple.
They're still looking to fight here. Very threatening from Sky.
Xiaohu wants it, but Kog'Maw's W's up. He's doing good damage. Let me lining up the taunt. He gets the first one, but Sky's positioning really good in this situation. Has to run away, though. Xiaohu a little too strong.
Yeah, and you might be questioning why Sky with no mobility summoners was on the other side of that blue wall, but he can jump over and catch Xiaohu if Xiaohu was trying to put down damage.
They
So
still want it. They only
he's
need
got
one
it.
auto. They get the first kill. Sky going to roam back around, but he's
Ooh.
pro slowed now as well. Shenot wasted though. Let me. We'll lose a bit of chase time, and Sky's going to get away.
The multiple threats of RNG end up at the very least evening out that fight. They don't go down too badly, but all things considered, 2DG play that fight perfectly. They take down Whoosh pretty much immediately, even though the engage was not that ideal from AU on this Rex side, but they've just straight started this Baron.
They're forcing this. Let me auto to ward and then stop hitting him to hit the Baron. It does go down to Xiaohu as MLXG miscalculates the smite, but they will get it.
The numbers advantage, though, playing to the strengths of RNG. They had a lot of damage for that, as the blue buff just doesn't want to be in his pit anymore. They take it down very handily right there, and a smart decision in this mid to late game stage. And we're going to watch this team fight again. Of course, AU, the engage was not great, but Sky comes in from the flank. Whoosh exhausted with no flash available because he tried to dodge the bubble, and now he's just a sitting duck for death. Sky takes him down, gets a double, follows it up for layers. He does get a kill down, but meanwhile on the top side of the map, the Azir's taken down so many people. Doesn't quite get the Nami, but Let Me comes in, and then it's just a tank battle.
Yeah, eventually kills the Nami, so I think even there, the 3-for-3 is Sky is the one to get the triple, might be a worry for RNG. But an aggressive Baron call for Royal Never Give Up pays off well. Even if that had gone wrong and the steal had happened, which was unlikely but possible, I just love how confident that call was.
Yeah, super confident. They said, we can do this, and they just straight did it. They just disregarded wards existing in that pit, even though they had a pink ward to reveal it. So, I mean, they've got the Baron right now. They've got a lot of pressure, but Whoosh being on Kalista up against the Hecarim, and the Hecarim being the one with most of the kills of this team, very rough situation to be in as a carry of RNG, but in saying that, you can see how confident they are with their decision making. It feels like a whole new side.
It does.
Than what we otherwise saw.
Yeah, and we saw this from them in the first game of the quarters as well. Win your lanes, get ahead. They're actually up almost 9,000 gold at this point, with Dragon 4 coming up in 25 seconds. But it's just so much smoother than I maybe have ever seen this team really play. They seem very together, very focused, and everything they're doing is clean. It's not like they're going crazy. They're still aggressive, which is how they play. But every time they do something, they've actually gotten an objective after it.
Yeah, they've actually played this really consistently well. Given the fact that they won their lanes, though, you can see it reflects in their play style immediately after. Whoosh being ahead, Lei being ahead, and MLXG then has the confidence to invade the jungle of Danmu Gaming as they're looking for Let Me. Yeah. They're not just looking.
Hasn't spotted him. They're going to go for the kill. Kog'Maw's coming out now, but Let Me, fairly tanky, does have his flash, might be able to escape here. Flashes out, the ward's down, but it's a little late, and Let Me will get to safety.
Let Me gets out. They do lose the dragon here, Danmu, for their troubles trying to kill him, but the Kog'Maw, something I really wanted to touch on is his lack thereof items at all. They have 8 kills here on Danmu Gaming. None of them are on that 80 carry. In fact, he's 0, 4, and 5 with 2 core items, but he hasn't even upgraded his boots yet.
Nope.
He can't chase people at all without that Lulu W. And, I mean, she's too busy trying to help Sky kill down the Whoosh.
Yep, and we see more items coming now for RNG. Could have pushed bottom side after Dragon 4, but decided to spend money instead. A Bloodthirst has been finished for this Kalista, so that joins the pickaxe there for Whoosh, who's crazy strong. And Leandri's Torment, actually, for MLXG. Going to continue on the damage front.
One of the more efficient AP items now does give an extra 20 AP than what it otherwise did. Actually, it might have been 30 now. And just the fact that it deals that extra damage on a percentage-based champion like Elise, who does percentage of missing health with her spider form. Such a strong itemization choice. In fact, with that Runeblade and the Rylai's, I don't think anyone this map can 1v1 Elise.
Got the combo there. Rylai's Leandris as Whoosh. Going to tear through this turret. Actually, Lei might go in. He's popped the right to score. He might get Muyi for the pick there. He's caught out of position. Gets 100 to 0 there by the Elise and the Kalista. A wet noodle battle there in the bottom. But RNG have got the pick.
Yeah, they made the pick. Lei not even needing to use summoners, just straight walking at this Nami, knocking her up, pulling her back towards the team. And MLXG and Whoosh just decimate hers. They've now got the pressure. They don't have the Baron buff still, but the fact they made a pick.
The siege is pretty good.
Siege pretty good.
Especially when Xiaohu and Whoosh are this far ahead. They won't overcommit here. They know
want
Sky's back. Now they want to fight. Oh, good flash from Kog'Maw. Fate's call out, though, is going to try and peel off Sky there. Xiaohu kind of caught in the middle, will go down there to Sky. Hecarim's doing a lot of work, but Whoosh is resetting the fight. Teleporting for Shen, as he doesn't have his ulti. But it might be a bit late. Still 4v4, but
Nami's
RNG
back.
have no health.
Yeah, Nami's back, so they have to disengage. They won't be able to go any further. try as they might. Of course, Sky just blows people up if he's ever there in a fight. They've got enough sustain. I don't know if 21-44. Don't really want to chase this. Not that ideal. They're just looking to stop those recalls, get some pressure back. They don't have Baron up or Dragon up anytime soon.
Which got spotted. Okay.
He doesn't mind. He's got his double sustain items now. He's against a Frozen Heart, but he's still able to very convincingly 1v1.
He's going to have Last Whisper really soon as well. Because MLXG actually has a Negatron cloak, which I think that means the Abyssal that you predicted. It's coming through.
Love it.
Prophet Rusty.
Making me happy right now. Doing what needs to be done for your team. Carrying. Putting them on his back. And they're all doing well, but they're not doing MLXG well.
No, and like you said, he's got the carry scoreline, but he's also got the carry champion this time. So it's a really good pick here for Royal Never Give Up. Was surprised to not see Danmu take it. It might be a champion pool thing, because you take Elise if the blue team gives it to you.
I feel like a champion pool thing might be a major issue from this Danmu side. The Victor ban defaults to a control mage in the mid lane. The team comp makes sense. It has a lot of merit to it, and we're at the 30-minute mark where we said they would be really strong. But they're so far behind that at this 30-minute mark, they're now waiting for the 40-minute mark when they actually come online as a team comp. And until that stage, it's not like RNG drop off. They actually get stronger.
And they're also not slowing down. Baron back up in a minute. They've got the top side open if they want to go for that inhibitor. And Woosh has got his Last Whisper and some enchanted boots. So all that speed, all that hopping he's been doing, going to get even better. Not to mention, 5th Dragon is only a couple of minutes away here. So RNG have all the tools they need to close out this game.
Such a controlled game from RNG. They've shown a lot of reservations in terms of their playstyle, but in this particular game, they've shown a lot of direct confidence and willingness to just go for it. They don't hesitate. It's nice to see that from this RNG team.
And I'm curious to see if that continues from MLXG in particular, because if they're having clean shot calling, a lot of that, I assume, rides on the jungler and support. And MLXG is the captain, always dictates pace in the early game. So if he's on a slower champion, something that's not Elise basically, I wonder what changes for this team.
Even Lei on this Alistar has just been way more confident than otherwise. In fact, he hasn't even used his flash. He's just walked at people and engaged. And it's a sign of confidence when this team get ahead early as to why they're playing like this. Their laning phase is so very important to how they perform outside of it. And they got ahead early, so they're now ahead all game.
Yep.
Typical RNG fashion.
That is very typical. As Baron is back alive, Dragon up in 55. RNG can get all the buffs here if they want. And Letme's pressuring bottom side. Sky's been forced back and he doesn't have his TP. MLXG chasing in, looking for a cocoon. Won't get it here. Mobius will slow him back down. But they'll be on to Baron.
I love the top lane game where they just try and poke each other off. That's gone.
Yep, goodbye. Kalista gets it. No smite required. Well, they're going to get jumped on here. But bye, Rek'Sai. They're riding in. Zhao who wants it. MLXG splashed. Gets slowed down. Red Blood from Kog'Maw helping out, but Danmu lose a lot of ground. Baron down and they lose somebody for it.
A very free Baron taken by RNG yet again. So confident in their decision making. Of course, this team can take a Baron down really quickly, so that is exactly what they do. They're now going to rotate from the looks of it towards bottom where the Hecarim is not going to be caught. He's poking his head around a little bit too deep, though.
This guy's got his ulti. He knows
Dragon
he shouldn't be
fight,
here.
They have to fight this.
Yeah, that's what the problem is, but they don't have the jungler.
They have
so good luck stealing it. MLXG looking for a pick.
It's already being done by Kalista.
Yeah, Kalista started it. That's really clever from RNG.
Gone.
That's
the answer
Kalista.
now is try your best not to lose the game if you were 2DG.
Well, good luck.
I wish them all the luck in the world because they're against a Baron and Dragonfire team with a Kalista, and a Zia, and an Elise. They've got a Shen and an Alistar for that front line. Even the Elixir is being bought here. RNG want to finish this game within 5 minutes so they can move on to the next.
I just love these builds. We've got a fade from Letme. He's going to go damage now for Trinity Force. We've been the Abyssal you wanted there, out from Elise, so MLXG has gone full damage. And Woosh, who's got Alacrity Enchanted Berserker Greaves, has also got a fade.
Got to go fast, man.
He has got to go very fast.
Get that Trinity Force. The trending item at the moment, apparently, on some of this Rift
There
Twitter.
are 4 of them almost. As we do see mid inhibitor going down. Sky does not have his port, just got it back now as Muyu eats a cocoon.
In all honesty, they don't even need the 3rd inhibitor to win the game, but it will be a very good excuse for them to find a fight So they may look at actually just waiting around doing so. Get some vision control yet again before they commit to winning the game. Just a calm, collected strategy. And again, RNG playing this very reserved and very efficiently.
Yeah, and that's not what we're used to seeing from RNG. They're good at getting ahead early. Very aggressive side,
Yeah, they
but
are.
closing out has often been their weak point.
Yeah, and again, their weak point is closing out, but it's usually against teams that can team fight better than them, like 2DG, who are a team fighting team.
MLXG going to get poked down, but all 3 inhibitors down now means that Danmu
Here come the super minions.
going to need a few miracles. Baron's still on them as well for a little while longer. Oh my god, going in Sky. Good ult there to get himself out to safety. They'll buy time for the turrets. Lei is huge right now.
They may lose without dying here.
Yeah, I mean, Yin's going to try stuff here. Good help out there from Lei. AU's going to get jumped on as Cogmore. Going to be the next target singled out. RNG going to go for a couple more kills as the Nexus falls down, but they'll handily win game number 1.
And that just felt like such a convincing closeout from this RNG side. They were shaky last time they played. They went to 5 games, but based off of this performance alone, would not be surprised if they can continue this momentum into the second. They don't look like slowing down.
They really don't, and had a few hiccups in their quarterfinal, certainly. Game 1 did start well for them, but not this well. This is a whole new RNG, it feels like. Reinvigorated after that long quarterfinal. They're looking for the quick 3-0 and just, thanks for the slot, we'll take it.
I feel like a lot of it comes down to the Elise play style. In that Elise is basically MLXG's play style.
Yep.
But it makes it work, and that you can find ganks where you otherwise could not. And the pressure that you can apply, again, 2 levels behind the jungle opponent, convincingly 1v1s, can then take a turret from that 1v1 in a situation where any other champion could not do that at all.
No, and so MLXG is like a old school Rengar player. It's one of his big junglers. He played it a lot at the start of this year. I feel like Elise is just Rengar that doesn't need an ulti to do work. And you saw the work he did there.
And I mean, the team comp, the draft that RNG actually put into place, they had 2 divers, and they had a Kalista to pull one of them out, who can then go back in again. So effectively, 2.5 in terms of diving. The rest of them, percent damage, they had poked. Oh, that team comp was great.
And look, Dama's comp was great as well. Like, that was the draft we expected. Juggernaut, effectively, that style.
Yeah.
Carry top laner, scaling late game AD, lots of support behind it, get to late game team fight. That's how Damu want to play, but they got nowhere close to late game that game. They just fell so far behind.
They lost to the RNG playstyle. They lost lane. They lost the game. And RNG, they did not look like slowing down whatsoever.
No, so we'll see if that momentum can continue. Game number 1 does go to Royal Never Give Up, but we have a best of 5 to play. Don't go too far. Game 2 will be coming up right after this. And welcome back, guys, to the LPL promotion tournament here for the 2016 LPL spring season. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining with me is Zach Rusty Pie. As we're in a best of 5 that's looking maybe like it's a best of 3.
Well, best of 5, more like a 3-0, I guess. It's a very convincing start from RNG. They cement that first victory in emphatic fashion. They didn't look like losing at any stage in that game, and try as Sky might, he really did try Danmu's top lane on that Hecarim. He just couldn't get there in the end, and I mean, RNG just steamrolled the game.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the scaling team, right? If you're the late game team fighting team, you have to get yourself there.
Yeah.
Danmu got nowhere near the late game in that particular one. RNG just started the pressure, and it never stopped. And, you know, drafting aside, there's definitely improvements that can be made as far as the draft goes. I think letting Elise go to such an aggressive team feels like something they can fix, and obviously you can ban it away, but RNG, they don't need much more than that game to keep going here. They have 2 more games like that, and they'll cruise their way back into the LPL, but, you know, it's a best of 5. It's a long series. Don't forget that Danmu can make it all the way back here. Late game team fighting teams are pretty good in protracted series. As long as you learn the enemy team, you sort of learn the tendencies, learn the early game, and then you can bring it back and trust in your prowess, which is that late game team fighting.
All it takes is a single miscommunication from a team, a single lapse in judgment. Maybe they just take the game too long once. Plays into the hands of Danmu. They can very easily capitalize, even though game 1 went so handily to RNG. And I do think the first step comes down to drafting. How they can actually get rid of the Elise would be nice, and how they can change up their own draft. They are good at late game team fighting, but if they put everything into late game team fighting, then they can lose early, and that is exactly what they did in that last game. RNG just steamrolled through the early game. They were so far ahead they could just take 2 Barons in a row with no hesitation, no contest available, win the game with 5 dragons. It was such a convincing win.
It was incredibly clean from RNG, and again, we saw this from their quarterfinal. Win game 1, smash through the enemy team in about 30 minutes, which is pretty much what happened here. And then you're good to go. We're back into Champ Select now. We'll see what adjusts here. 2DG, are on the blue side. So the, you know, a few more options now you have to think, as Echo and Gnar once again will get banned away. Ryze and Aurelia going to be consistently banned away from Sky, as Elise does get a nod, but it's on blue side. So that signals to me that their jungler might not play this champion.
The Victor ban's still missing. We'll see if RNG want to stick to their guns, focus Sky, and then maybe put 1 ban onto Dear Satan, who has only shown success on Victor, because he's pretty much only played it.
Yeah, and there's the Victor ban. I wonder if, I wonder if Dear Satan plays Azir, because Xiaohu's Azir, he does not get it very often. He will not get it again this game, as that's their first pick, but still plenty of picks open now for RNG.
But a very good adaptation from Danmu Gaming. They actually take away the Azir from Xiaohu. As you said, doesn't get it very often, but because they have to ban the Elise, they have to ban the Echo. And I'm not surprised they're banning the Gnar from Let Me based off the last best of 5 we watched. He was 100 plus CS ahead in laning phase. I do like that they get what they're looking for as their first pick. Of course, it leaves open so many possibilities on the flip side.
Yeah, and RNG actually take away Hecarim here. They'll deny that from Sky. They'll pick up Kalista again. Saw Woosh use that to great effect. It enabled Lei more than anyone else, I feel like, which is sort of one of the unique things about Kalista. But RNG start their draft off strong as well.
They definitely do. RNG actually getting the Kalista Hecarim in particular. Very good team comp. Xiaohu has shown a tendency to go to that Lulu, which is, I think, a shout out to RNG saying, I know you're going to pick this one, Dear Satan. If he locks that in, I'll have some serious questions to ask people. So not very likely that he does. Of course, they have their rotation they can put in now. They do it.
Yeah, Lulu somewhere.
Support, you have to say.
Support on top, but very flexible. So options there. Evelyn picked up, though, as well. A bit more pressure-oriented.
But I guess
like
what they actually did was they took the Lulu away from RNG, who have that Hecarim. Xiao, who does play Lulu, he defaults to that if other things aren't available.
Not today. It's Cassidy instead.
It's definitely not that day.
I mean, a champion that he can carry on. We mentioned this when we saw Xiaohu's Lulu. He's a great Lulu player, but it's not what his team needs. He needs to carry on this team. Right. And these big farm-up carries like Azir, like Victor, Cassidy takes a little bit longer to get going, but if he snowballs especially, going to have a fun time.
Well, the big difference is that Let Me is also on a Hecarim now, so the carry capabilities of Lulu alone isn't very high, but augmented by a move speed.
That's a Shen. And Hecarim's already locked in.
Thank you for Thanks for pointing that one out, Pastry.
Support Shen?
Yeah. Or Hecarim jungle.
Oh my god. It's been a long time since we've seen it. But we'll see what RG want to do. Vayne Maokai will round it out here. I like Maokai a lot
support
against Cassidy, but it is Lulu's support.
So they actually did this in their last best of 5 series. They lost a game to King Name, put them in the dumpster, and they came back and said, you know what, Vayne Lulu. And then they completely wrecked everybody as if they locked this in. I have
questions?
No idea. What is happening?
Come on, mate. You're the color commentator.
Oh, I could analyze it. I'm just going to let them pick it before I actually consider.
Let's wait 30 seconds
my brain.
now. It's already pretty special.
It will be Thresh.
From RNG. Thresh would be a good
Thresh was banned from them in their first game. So if they go for the Thresh, works super well with Kalista, of course, augmenting the magic damage on his Flay auto attacks. Kalista passive to boot. It's a near unbeatable lane in a 2v2.
Alistar back open as well if Low wants it, but you're right, Kalista Thresh is quite the lane. Had to give away Kalista last game, but might give Lay back his Thresh here. 4 seconds left for RNG to decide, is this what they want to do? Have they already planned out the team composition? It will be Thresh, which I believe means that Rusty's intuition was once again correct. It looks to be the Hecarim Exhaust Smite jungle. Unless, there we go.
So my only reason I was predicting potentially the Hecarim jungling was because he switched to Exhaust.
Yep.
And you basically can very easily run Exhaust in the jungle. You can 1v1 the Evelynn by having that, so you can look to invade. And your jungle clear time is actually insanely fast on a Hecarim if you can work around keeping up the stacks on the queue and rampaging from the one camp to the next camp. You can do it in record time. And I mean, the first clear is phenomenal. You can then invade the Evelynn, keep the pressure down, but RNG's team comp as a whole still definitely scaling.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a gear shift for me. For Royal Never Give Up. Going for a bit more of the late game, like maybe trying to force the game a little late. Not as much aggression or snowball potential, but have to imagine they'll still play it the same way. Is that a risk against the late game team fighting team like Danmu?
So it's a reasonable risk, but it was just as big a risk as it was last game, in that they are still going to be able to win laning phase if they want to.
Well, Sky there on Maokai this time. Maokai versus Shen there for Let Me. Going to be a different type of top laner for Sky, but still strong against the team RNG presenting. And Evelynn here, are you going to swap it up as MLXG has gone well and truly into the deep end of the pool?
Swapping it all up here in this jungle right now. Evelynn actually been banned a fair bit since 5.14 has come out, so it's nice to see it played again as we move towards the middle lane. Dear Satan taking on Xiaohu.
Yeah, that's Azir versus Cassidy. See how that matchup works out. In here on Vayne versus Whoosh could be interesting as well. And last but not least, Mugi on the Lulu support with Liam back on Thresh. Pretty close 2v2. In fact, both the mid lane and the bottom lane seem relatively close.
Lots of trading will happen in both lanes, of course. I would give a slight advantage to the Kalista and the Thresh just because of the passives alone on both the Flay and that W. But of course, it does come down heavily to execution. If they can get the auto attacks off and not be punished by the silver bolts on a Vayne. Lulu very auto attack intensive, has the pigs for extra damage. Pretty scary 2v2.
Well, let's find out how it goes. We're going to get into the game now and get ourselves into game number 2 for RNG versus 2DG. We've swapped sides, of course. Danmu over on the blue side for this particular game, but RNG went up game 1 in about 33 minutes or so. Danmu going to try and make sure that doesn't happen again as we fan back out into what looks like some pretty standard lanes.
RNG actually keeping that 100% win rate for blue side as of that last game since the latest patch has come out, as the rubber ducky has not been touched here.
It's adorable. Actually, I've never noticed
Two
that
ducks.
before. That is 2 ducks.
In one. Bonus package.
It's a duck cosplaying as a rubber duck. The ward gets swept. Lay actually took red trinket level 1.
Yeah, that's an aggressive change because it says to me they are going to try and invade, but they force a second ward out of Dear Satan. And you know, the best part about that ward placement is if you hug the wall where Xiaohu is now and go into the Raptor area, you don't get spotted. The vision doesn't cover the whole area.
Well, it's good, but I have bad news, Rusty.
Yeah.
The duck's gone.
I know. They got scared away by Lay. But he had to sweep it. It's for the greater good of his team. We do not question his judgment.
It's true. No invade coming out there, so we'll see where things progress. Woosh and Lei going to start something. Might just take the little Sentinels here away from the blue buff.
Yep.
There we go.
Reasonably standard start, of course, looking to get a bit of experience for themselves. Being on the red side, you have to commit to just the Gromp, or you go for two of the small Sentinels. That makes the jungling easier for the Hecarim also, who only has the one big camp to take down. Whereas on the flip side, Blue have got the options of a small Krug. So small experience advantage here for RNG, playing very heavily into their favor, all things considered. Lei getting pretty much all of the experience though.
Yeah, and if we've seen anything out of these two, more than happy to be aggressive, especially with this sort of lane here. Because the Thresh is mighty powerful.
And what I like that he got the experience is that he'll hit 2 first. If the hook connects.
Yep, hooks there onto Muyi, damage is out. Shields down there early for Lulu, but that's a lot of damage early.
It is a lot of damage. It's a free potion forced out of this Lulu. Of course, does have a lot of potions available, but went for the 2 red, 2 blue options. So not a crazy amount of sustain if they can maintain that level of poke.
He's going to keep zoning now as well. Lei's on halfway through to level 3. It's still level 1 here on the bottom side for Damu. Shouldn't be too many more creeps till they're able to get it, but you can see just the early zoning. Finally, at 3 minutes, hit level 2.
And the Shen actually teleporting to that top lane, also getting a pink ward for himself. A smart adaptation based off the champions that have been picked by 2DG here, having that Evelyn. If he can place it in a very strategic position, you can see he's saving it until such a time where Evelyn can potentially gank. Then he will be very safe in that top lane, which is a very fantastic thing to say against an Eve.
You can see the flip side of this matchup though. It's not quite Lulu there for Xiaohu, but again, the early pressure of Azir just shoving the minion wave in. Xiaohu going to last it under turret as best he can. Castaner not too bad at this, but you can see the problems here. Azir's just such a strong early lane bully.
Yeah, and thankfully, Cassidy, one of the better champions to last hit under a turret, should be okay. He'll get a fair bit, but the Azir pressure does become overwhelming. This is where the Hecarim comes into play. He actually has an Ignite, not an Exhaust now. So we'll be able to kill everything ever.
So even more aggressive from MLXG. What a surprise.
Double Ignite out the jungle mid gank.
Here from the, oh my god.
Yeah.
That would feel really gross to die to. As AU is going to get some wards down. Gets onto the Raptor camp here and going to steal that away. As we do have MLXG on the other side there. Looks like it'd be too late to try and take this. Oh, he speeds down. He sees him. Goes in for the steal. Does get it. Claims his own jungle.
Yeah.
Takes the ward. Wow.
Trying to invade. That is what we call optimal efficiency right there. Not only does he steal the Raptors, he gets the ward. And the pink ward actually placed here deep by AU. Should not be spotted for a very long time as no red buff available. A very smart ward.
Yeah, I like it a lot. But let me know on the top side up against Skies. Couple of CS behind here. Skies doing well in the early stages of the matchup, but like a lot of top lane lanes, especially the tank ones. Lots of farming. Lots and lots of farming.
What is coined by Atlas many times as the wet noodle competition in this top lane. That is exactly what's going to take place for a very long time. And the more items they get, the worse it becomes in terms of wet noodle competition.
Yeah.
This bot lane, though, doing really well for the Vayne Lulu.
Yeah,
like exceptionally well.
Got early pressure down now. Got a CS lead after the level 2 as well. Brought themselves back up in experience. So things going significantly better than the early stages as Woosh having a bit of a struggle here. Callista and minions under tower, not always the best combination.
So fun fact, the passive proc of the Thresh and then Callista auto attacks happens before the auto animation connects to the minion. So he is getting all of those, even though it doesn't look like he is.
Well, smart stuff there. Does it add to the minion counter as well? I've never figured out if like the minions change. You know when Relic Shield first came out?
No, it wasn't even Relic Shield's taking it. It does count to the Thresh, I believe.
Okay, yeah. But they get, which is weird because they share gold.
Yeah.
Clarity. Yeah, not there for me. Oh, just Satan might go for the double. Thought about it, I think.
He's
going to force Cassidy out of lane and MLXG back to base as well.
Nice.
Down. Yep, missed the Raptor camp.
got those Raptors.
Takes a tower hit. He's
trying to dissuade them from recalling by taking a tower shot. I wouldn't recommend doing so in your own games, but Look, he tried something cute, didn't work.
And the Catalyst now for Cassidy. How does this matchup kind of progress, I suppose? Because we've clearly seen that Azir does have an edge in the early game.
So the Cassidy will have to max Q first, and once he actually gets his ultimate available, can change a lot of the aggression back into the favor of the Cassidy. As if Dear Satan uses that Q once on the Azir, the soldiers are out of position. And of course, given the changes of Azir in this patch, doesn't knock people up with that E anymore. Makes trading aggressively a lot better for a
Good
Cassidy.
hook there by Leon to me, but expecting jungle pressure now. Evelyn is roaming back around.
That was very telegraphed by that Lulu. Actually, quite a big mistake, as they made a nice trade here, RNG. And Muya said, well, you know what, I'm going to fight you for it. And that's never not obvious.
Not level 6 either, so more problems here for the bottom side as the lane flips back, actually, to RNG's favor. MLXG now level 6. That was fast. Clears out a ward on the top side. Might be looking for an ulti. Hello.
There it is. Of course, that pink ward did get a lot of efficiency out of it in terms of time. Was there for the 3 minutes, but could argue that a normal ward would be better. And in fact, is now going to run into a sapling instead of doing his red buff.
Yep. Wants a gank, but not going to find it. Let me. Missed that taunt. Does force the flash, though. Sky. Thought that would hit him. Actually flashes out as MLXG is going to come up now. Sky pops his ulti. They're going to keep going here, but the bottom side's actually first blood for the lane as Evelyn pops down there and able to kill the Thresh.
And it was actually a really easy gank to get here from 2144. Danmu, which is a mouthful to say. They saw the Heck Room on the top side with that pink ward that AU had placed earlier. They then knew that he was not going to be bottom. And it's also super easy for the Evelyn to get in because the bot lane had not recalled here from RNG in an awful long time. And that gives the jungler power where all of the laners did not have any. They then get the gank, they steal the blue buff. They couldn't go for the dragon, but all things considered, massive success here for Danmu.
Yeah, nice win. As the early game's gone much better now. They're actually ahead about 400 gold, but they do get the first blood, which is about the difference there. So things going better here, which is good, because like we've said, Danmu Gaming, if they get going, their late game team fighting is good. And that 30-minute timer you mentioned, Rusty, in game 1, it's a realistic timer now, as the blue buffs are going to get traded over. How are we going to take this one?
Yeah, much more realistic timer now. We'll see if he can actually get it as the red buff, as predicted.
Denied. MLXG.
Shaking his booty as he recalls.
Taunting his mid
Successful
laner.
red buff and blue buff.
Well, we'll see what he gets done with the double buffs. I'm sure Cassidy is not too happy
Not
about
at
that
all.
eventuality. But bottom lanes have sort of traded early items as well. Bilgewater Cutlass is up for both, but Berserker Grieve's up for Vayne. Does actually give her an edge there in the lane as Xiaohu has to use his Rift Walk to get out from under a soldier.
Yeah, he's against a blue buff Azir, so it's infinitely more difficult than otherwise would already be to lane in its entirety. You want to last it under the turret, you're going to take so much more damage from my lower cooldowns than otherwise would. Just every single last hit's going to be contested. And that is smart from Xiaohu. What he just did is that is the only way you can get back into this lane. And it's what Cassidy can do from 6 onwards. Is if he uses the Q, jump over it and hit him in the face.
Yeah, he's max E there as well. Does have a second point in Q, just from natural levels, but looking for much more wave clear. Probably inclined for that mid-game team fight. That was my other question for you, actually, is we've seen Xiaohu play kind of that 15-minute meditation style. How good is Cassidy at that midpoint compared to like the likes of Victor and Azir?
It's very dependent on the Rod of Ages buy timing. So you're looking at 13 minutes, ideally, for a Rod of Ages, 12 if you forego other items, but you can see there's wards and pots being consistently purchased here from Xiaohu. So around 13 minutes, hopefully he would want it. But the way things are going for him at the moment, it's not likely. So that 15-minute meditation spike that he suddenly feels, MLXG on a ward, is not going to be as evident. Xiaohu may be looking around the 20 minutes once the rod starts stacking and he can get across the map.
And that's a much higher timer than RNG are probably used to, given the pace of game number 1. This one's been a lot slower here, and Danmu have done a great job controlling the early stages, making sure they don't fall behind, and actually getting themselves a slim lead as well. So things looking good. See how it continues though, because one big team fight can really change it, and both teams kind of lining up for it feels like a big 20-minute fight.
Does feel that way, of course. Playing to RNG's strengths in terms of team comp would be once there is 2 big items for Kalista and 1, at the very least, big item for Xiaohu on this Cassidy. The Shen always going to be relevant. In fact, going for that early Spectre's cow for laning strength, not going for the wave clear just yet. is definitely relegated to sitting under his turret and taking it for as long as possible from Sky. And that's not great for this RNG side, all things considered. Sky very good at using that teleport as the engager for his team. And if he's keeping that Shen down, then it makes it that much easier for him to get those ganks off. So 2DG in a very convincing fashion have found themselves ahead in the early game, but it's only 900 gold the difference. So not too bad here for RNG, still scaling.
Yeah, not at all. Plenty of room here in this game for both teams. It's just been much quieter. 12 minutes
Proxy
in.
farming.
No dragon being looked at. That's not a good time. Let me. That is BM. Sky might even take some jungle or at least get deep vision down. There's excellent blue wards in the left-hand side of the jungle. So that's all good news as AU's found his new favorite lane. It's bottom lane. Going for another game.
Wishes he was a support at this stage. Has spotted. Has revealed himself for the sake of doing so.
Little too close, unfortunately. Slight mistake there from Evelyn.
Would have been spotted anyway by the pink ward, granted.
Yeah, MLXG is also in the area. So he can maybe get something going here. Actually, is the Cinderhawk Hecarim as well as ulti onto Xiaohu. All in from Dear Satan, popped his ulti, and Xiaohu forced to call his top laner down for help.
Yeah, let me using that ultimate, but of course, Sky, as we mentioned, proxied the wave, unlocked his capabilities of roaming. RNG are now going to use this. The fact that there is no mana on this Azir, they've got control of the bottom wave. They pushed it, reset the wave, and then they started rotating themselves. A free dragon here.
And another really good call from RNG. This one, much closer. They don't have a 2,000 gold lead at this point. That was just a very clean, well-timed dragon call. Whoever's altered their shot calling from their quarterfinal match has made a world of difference so far in this series.
Yeah, again, it comes down to that confidence in its entirety here for this RNG team as they pick up an uncontested first dragon. Bottom lane is ahead, all things considered. They've got a massive CS discrepancy.
How did that even happen?
Pure mechanics. Page return. Yeah. That's pretty much it.
Unfiltered mechanics.
So it's the Lulu and a Vayne lane. They're a very low impact laning duo, so they will naturally go down. The only time they've actually been ahead is when there's pressure from AU on this Evelyn. And now that the pressure has been much more telegraphed because it's become very evident they are trying to focus that bottom lane, it becomes a lot easier to work around that. Place those deep pinks, control the lane. But AU's changed his attention.
Yep, Let Me Though knows what's up. Got a good pink ward there. They're sort of sitting in his safety brush, making sure that if Evelyn does approach, he'll see her before his time is up.
Last hitting bush. Yeah. The tri-bush otherwise preferred for that pink ward would have actually spotted AU, but they would have taken the pink, so now it's going to last a lot longer. So in terms of efficiency of how long the ward will be there, arguably a lot higher than that of the tri-bush.
And now Dear Satan, blue buff again. Gets his own blue buff this time. We'll see if RNG are going to lose another one to either 2DG or MLXG. We got the last one there. So Cinderhawk has been completed. He'll go back now. Probably get himself some Merc creds. If he can afford them, he can. And I'm going to expect maybe early home guard there from the Hecarim. As we do have Rod of Ages as well from Xiaohu. And a Blade of the Ruin King from Woosh. The early items finally online.
They may not want the home guards here on the Hecarim. He's jungling after all, so there's no teleport.
Oh, that's true.
That actually could come in and be super impactful.
That would be awful. Thank you, Red.
Yeah. No, you're welcome. But the Rod of Ages is completed. That is very big. Okay, 15 minutes as expected. A little bit later than you otherwise would have liked, but still reasonably on time. Not going to complain. 25 minutes, I believe, is when that is now going to be fully stacked. And Xiaohu's actually online at the moment anyway, because he has a big power spike. It's just going to get exponentially stronger. And most importantly, level 11 on this cast, and team fighting becomes that much easier to navigate around when you have a 4-second cooldown on the ultimate before CDR, then 6.
Yep, still 20 CS behind, so lane's been a little difficult, but that one big team fight can change it all, and that's really what these teams are looking for. There's been one kill.
Oh, they spotted him with that
16 minutes. Ward. Yeah, MLXG, they know he's in the lane.
That was so close.
It was. He's coming in for that lane gank, had his fresh items. Doesn't get it though. Instead, the bottom lane will continue playing aggressively. Whoosh up with Lei about 30 CS ahead of Xiao is close to losing that turret. We're on gold parity right now, so standing gold is great for either team if they get it. And Xiao is trying to keep this tower alive for as long as possible. He's going to go back in onto Dear Satan. Team hit out as well. MLXG diving in, gets pushed out. Ulti's back over the top. Xiaohu going in, he get the kill. No! Dear Satan does go down. The shield's not enough. Now Let Me coming down as well. Xiaohu's looking for another, but it's MLXG that's getting all the kills. Sky's down here, but Lei's going to join in. They won't go for it, but 2 clean kills for Royal.
And it's the MLXG way. He gets both of those kills for himself. The Ignite getting the first one, and he's just on top of this Evelyn for the second one. So Shen ultimate diffuses what was a very interesting situation to find yourself in. That was just played super well. They lost the tower, but they were aware they were going to lose the turret. So they looked for 2 easy kills in response, and that gold lead is dead even with a tower advantage to 2DG. So in terms of standing gold, it's now actually favoring RNG, besides the fact that if they can utilize that tower being missing, then it unlocks Danmu's potential to roam around the map for this Azir.
But pressure mounting now for RNG. Sunfire Cape for Let Me completed on top of that Cal. We've got almost a Zonya's done up for Xiaohu now as well. He's got his Need to See Large Rod and an Amp Tome, and he only just bought his Rod of Ages at 15 minutes. So those 2 assists gave him a big leap in gold. Even MLXG, 2 Ruby Crystals and a Null Magic Mantle. Going for, I believe, Aegis of Delusion.
Oh, could be Aegis.
I'm not sure.
Actually, could go either way. Yeah.
Depends how he's feeling.
Oh, that was crazy.
That was nice. That was very nice from Sky.
That was blind.
That was good reaction time there.
Really lucky, actually.
Let Me hanging out in his little brush. We're going to get aggressive now. Evelyn's coming up, though. Let Me doesn't know that just yet.
Let Me knows he has an advantage in terms of power at the moment because he has resistances for this laning phase. Health, which is the Righteous Glory right now from the Maokai, is an effective resistance, but it's not a direct resistance. And against tanks who deal high base damage, but they are very low in scaling, having a Righteous Glory does not win you the 1v1, it wins you the team fight. So now he's finally got resistances, but Let Me had those already, which is why he was controlling the lane so heavily.
Xiaohu again, still fighting down Dear Satan. Items are very similar for these two, but Dear Satan still able to use that range advantage. Deal some good poke there to Kassadin. Bottom side as well. Whoosh. Recurve bow completed, trying to hold this wave here and keep Vayne down for as long as possible. Done a good job so far to keep Yin down. Muyu's Lulu, not enough just yet. As Let Me is just hanging out in that bunker.
He knows he's safe in his pink ward bush, but Eve is stalking around in areas where he doesn't have a pink ward. So I don't know if they dive him, but sorry, not Xiaohu, Dear Satan is on his way up. So they can 3-man him. Tower's low.
Don't blame me if you're saying Xiaohu. Let Me sees Eve. He's like, uh-oh, have to book it. Leaves the area, but he will lose his tower.
They could have played that better because they had Dear Satan translating his way up. Instead, they take the turret. It's now going to be 2 turrets, but they're going to lose a trade here. RNG, they pull the trigger again.
Yep, and they're going back for 5 dragons, it feels like, as the win con. That invisible gold will really shine towards the later stages, but the actual gold lead, or the visible lead, still there for Danmu, with 2 towers now to 0, and a red buff still to boot.
And the biggest gold lead, you have to say, will come down to this middle lane. 40 CS the difference, and now 2 turrets to 0. Starting to find a really big discrepancy here for the Azir. He's well and truly scaling.
Yeah.
Not to say a Kassadin isn't with 5 stacks on a Rod of Ages.
Yeah, it just takes a little while longer. The Xiaohu actually has a Fiendish Codex. So not going for Zonya's right away. Might be the Athene's build we've seen a bit. Haven't seen it in a while.
It could be an Athene's build. He doesn't necessarily need it now. He's gone for the mana of the Rod of Ages. And I guess it's efficiency in terms of item buying. If you go for the Rod of Ages first, you get it to start scaling, then go for the Athenes. Could be many items though. I would say Athene's the most likely, given that it resets your mana with kills and you're a very mana-intensive champion.
Yep. Seen that from Godvi. That was his sort of breakout Kassadin build.
And he's gone for a needlessly large rod before going for it as well. So
yeah, I mean,
he's better off finishing his own realistically. Or he could leave it at Fiendish Codex because it's just a very efficient one.
See where he goes with it. Down the bottom side, Whoosh. Working on that second item. I think RNG are waiting to get some of these big power spikes online when they can try and pick a fight, maybe around Dragon 3, maybe just to push down a turret. That's the biggest issue. So RNG don't have very much room in this map. And Danmu are starting to open up more as they're assaulting the outer turret in bottom lane now.
They're looking for the last remaining outer turret left, but
hook lands, plays
the hook.
Just damage, lots of it too. As Let Me does get a tower in the top lane. That's good gold for RNG. Evens it right back up.
And this was really unnecessary from Danmu Gaming, is they're now going to bring down all of their members. The teleport just about to be available for the Maokai. The turret will fall, but it took them an extra wave to do so. Shen has been able to split pushing at a free turret in the top lane. RNG looking like they maybe want to fight if a hook connects.
Oh, almost. Lay gets Bates called out. Going to go back though. No engage there. And RNG, no. Don't really want to fight without shopping, even though Let Me could have joined in there.
Yeah, Let Me could have joined, but again, the numbers advantage definitely favoring immediately 2DG. They're going to keep going. The teleport's here.
Yeah, Let Me's used it. He's going to want to defend this turret. Does buy, I believe. But the strength here right now, and it's, again, weird. It almost feels like the power points we expect from these teams have been just shifted slightly, and it's actually Danmu that are the ever so slightly more aggressive team.
Completely are, but Xiaohu, of course, these teams, RNG in particular, are playing very cute around having numbers advantages elsewhere, so they just split push and take down turrets.
And that's smart.
He could have taken that. He 100% uncontested can take that turret right now.
Good play. They're out from Thresh. Problems, doesn't land the hook, condemns out. No Fate's Call this time as Yin's going to get the kill. And now Sky come in, huge 3-man wild growth as Woosh can't get out of that at all, and Sky just going to keep running. MLXG's forced to ultimate away. They'll dive the turret though. Yin wants more kills. MLXG gets ulted up by Shen. Don't know if that's enough health. It might barely be, but it's not there as Vayne gets another. And now Letme's going to just pile on the kills. This Vayne had got so much work done. The double there, and that's 4-0.
2DG have just well and truly started that snowball. We said they had a minor gold lead and minor item lead. They translate that into a very convincing fight on the bottom side, but overextensions from RNG as they were looking to trade the middle turret. That was very telegraphed here. Xiaohu was pushing that one down, and if they just didn't die, that trade would have been completely worth it. But now they're starting to snowball the carries here from 21-44. They're looking real good.
They are. 4-0-1 on the Vayne. 0-1-3 for Dear Satan. But the Rabadon's already finished. And a Void Stuff very nearly done as well. Frozen Heart also up for Sky. And the Phantom Nets are now completed for Yin on Vayne. Eve doesn't really need the items. Got enough stats here. Just needs to tank it up.
Harbinger
Oh, God.
on Moody
Here we go.
For that Vayne. Like you needed to give Vayne extra crit. Like that's necessary, really.
Well, that's what he's got.
Oh,
We've got a Zonies up for Xiaohu as well. Did get a lot of farm out from those pushes. The gold lead again sort of evens back up, but feels like Danmu have just been one step ahead this whole game. RNG have played smart up until that last point, but getting caught on the bottom side was a really smart fight from Danmu.
yeah, so itemization-wise, RNG are actually in a power point at the moment, so the gold disparity between the two is essentially 0. In fact, you might even favor RNG for an immediate fight. All of the solo tower gold from the mid lane turrets was given to the Kassadin, so he made a whole lot of money by himself there. 2 big major items for this Kalista also, has got the core build completed, is ready to go. But on the flip side, they're definitely not in a trough. They're in a big power point. Sky doesn't have the teleport though, Let Me will have it sooner. So if RNG want to find a fight before the items actually start to snowball the game, it'll be probably around this dragon when the ultimate from Shen will be available.
Yep, got a big power point here to contend over as Dragon will be back in 30 seconds. 21-44 though on top of it. Take out the Scuttle Crab. I was going to delay that.
You know, they're just one letter from Damn You Gaming.
Gaming. That's why they have Dear Satan on their team.
Damn you, Dear Satan. Gaming.
I mean, they're grouping now. They feel strong. They can at least feel equal, if not a bit ahead here. Sun turret down as well. They're going to straight up fight.
So I like this decision. You can see the ward control they've actually got on the map here for 2DG is completely controlling the dragon area. They can at least press this down and then very easily go to the dragon now that it is up. And there is no way for RNG to contest this without walking into fog of war. But that also gives the possibilities here for 2DG. Just straight fight for it. But of course, Ward's going to spot them not doing that.
Yep, they're trying to beat Baron.
They're trying to bait Baron.
Not going to get it this time, though. Do have a good Baron team, of course. Oh, catch here onto Shen. Lantern's out. Can Let Me make it in time. He will get there. But now they're caught off on the wrong side of the rift.
Yeah, that's not your base. Xiaohu does get the wave cleared down, which is good timing. They're still going to be able to push with these minions.
Yep. Might even face tank it here.
Xiaohu
Sky's
has to
got a
fight.
shield on him. He's not fighting right
giving it
now.
up.
They're trying to collapse. Hook lands onto Muyi. And they're not going in. AU might get caught. MLXG's going in for it. Dear Satan going to get jumped on. Xiaohu doing good damage, but he gets tossed out there as he pops his Zonies. Flank out from Woosh and Lather as they're jumping in onto the Vayne, and they collapse very well around the side. Woosh will not live through the damage though, but they'll keep chasing it down. Xiaohu's got more than enough hops left to clean this fight up. MLXG will fall to Sky, but the ace is going to RNG.
Thresh actually got 2 kills in that fight, I believe. He killed Vayne and he killed the Maokai. So a lot of work from Lei initiating the fight as well, as the Zeke's Harbinger was actually changed by Muyi to go on to Dear Satan. So the fact that they could kill him first before that item could actually come online and impact the rest of that fight, really well played from RNG. And they were caught out of position. They gave up the mid lane turret because 2DG had the inside track, and for their troubles, I mean, they make a positive trade all in all here, RNG. They gave up things they otherwise didn't need to, but they get the 3rd dragon, which is super important, really.
It is. And if you think about now, 12 minutes from this point, 5th dragon will be available. RNG can try and take that away.
Yeah.
They've got a good win condition to play to now, but losing that mid lane turret might make that a little trickier to play towards.
It's also really unfortunate that the Thresh did get the kills, because 0 kill Kalista, 1 kill Kassadin. Money could have been put into a better place.
Got
Put it that way.
Satan takes it.
Tumbling away from nothing to ensure he doesn't die.
21-44 Dunmu Gaming. Looking good. Lining up vision around the Baron. They know that's the next big objective to fight for, and they're more than happy to walk in 5v5. Whoosh does have his last Whisper, so a bit more fight potential out now. But MLXG is almost caught out of position doing his Raptor camp. Gonna have to back off and defend. They have an inhibitor to protect here.
Yeah, only the brown bag's done for the Azure as well, the real question mark. Only the booth 1. Didn't want to go for that, wants to prioritize his itemization and power up as soon as possible so that he can seriously impact these fights. And with those items, as long as he's not the one being dove onto, then yeah, he's going to heavily impact the fights. But if the last one's any indication, Xiaohu's almost level 16 as well. Really difficult to stay alive here to be this Azir, so you might question that itemization.
It's a crucial level for Xiaohu. I don't know if he's going to get here in time. 2DG just sort of lining it all up, looking for the best way in. They're not in any particular rush here. The mid lane inhibitor's not going to get less open if they leave it. So more than happy to try and collapse in now. Let me split.
They're actually hitting the inhibitor as we speak. Like, that is going down, and RNG are not reacting in time.
Throws out a hook. Muyi dodges it. Need to kind of go in soon. MLXG is lining up another flank.
Now. They're just...
Well,
there it is.
They are going in. Lei gets there. Muyi actually ultis onto himself. MLXG dives the backline, but he's taking a little too much damage. Satan disengages with his ulti. Whoosh is trying to kite as best he can, but now Sky's on top of him. And Let Me gets a good double taunt. They need to keep peeling, but Satan just does too much damage. The carries live, and 2DG wipe the fight 2-0.
He really wants Let Me right now.
They
want that kill.
Uh-oh, can he get out? Taunts away.
He
Flash?
may or may not get him.
No flash.
They do get an inhibitor.
Oh, they
there
get
it
the
is.
condemn. Kill will go over as well. Let Me will die. 3 kills for 0 and an inhib.
Things looking really bad now for this RNG team. And though we spoke about the fact that they do scale, you have to raise some questions as to how they can push through this. They're now looking at the Baron. The numbers advantage favors them. Shen has a teleport, but he's dead for 24 seconds.
The rest of the team are running in. Whoosh might be able to make something happen. Xiaohu's here as well.
They might just do the Baron themselves.
I think they will. 21-44. A little bit too long around here.
Such a hard name to say as well.
It's a pretty strong name. He's a little tricky.
Here they go.
They're going to start it.
Yeah, they know they've recalled. It's a very smart decision. Wards will spot them, but AU and Yin.
Oh, good teleport from
go.
Sky. But I think the Baron might already be dead. They disengage off it. They want to fight. But they're sort of keeping aggro. MLXG is going to chase one down. They're fighting fully now. Xiaohu is diving a little too deep. Lei's coming in. Satan gets him out though. Xiaohu Rift walks out, but AU gets the kill onto Lei. Now in the backline's going to try and chase it down to Sky.
Oh,
Dives onto the carries. Xiaohu takes out Vayne. That's a key pick now as MLXG running around the shop. And they've done so well in these team fights.
Kassadin's alive. They're pushing down the minions onto their Nexus turrets, though. Everyone's starting to get too low here. Now the Baron. Again, another option here for 2DG. After all is said and done, they recalled. They got back in time to contest that going down. A lot of indecisions from this RNG team, though.
Whoosh and MLXG are here. They're going to try for a hero play.
MLXG wants this.
He's seen, though, they're going to get killed. Satan goes in. Can't get the last auto.
He's not
but he zones him off the Baron. Whoosh throws at it. Nope, doesn't even go for a Q. And Baron will fall to Dunmu.
They get themselves the Baron. And again, indecisions from this RNG team has cost them more than it otherwise should. As MLXG looking like he didn't want to live to those minions. Thankfully, Lei's there with the lantern to secure his life. But again, look, it's a 70 CS lead right now to Kalista over Vayne. Like, they were doing well during laning phase. That one mistake in the bottom lane that gave all of these kills to Vayne has just snowballed the game in a negative direction. They look to do the Baron. One person, in this case the Kassadin of all people, commits to a fight, whilst Whoosh really wanted to finish that Baron. And by the time they did fight though, it was just too late. Xiaohu made a pick, but he was so low.
Yeah, and Dear Satan's doing an obscene amount of damage in these team fights.
Yeah.
I mean, Vayne doesn't do no damage, but these mid laners really the keys to their team. And Dear Satan's got the edge there in the lane. Still up about 40 CS. Baron buff up now as well, doing crazy amounts of damage. They'll be pushing the top side now. The 21-44 Dunmu.
Yeah, they've got complete control of the map right now. They've got that middle inhibitor. The Baron buff is theirs. RNG can play towards the 5th Dragon potentially, but they're being forced into this top area to try and defend the turret. So control of the map now being forced into the hand of 2DG as they walk around, clear some lanes, bring that pressure back into multiple areas, and it's their dragon to take. You can see they're pinging it now.
Yeah, 15 seconds out. RNG know
Heroes steal it. MLXG.
that was the win condition, but thought about 12 minutes of waiting here for RNG, needing to weather the assault.
It's the sudden
Gonna make it 12 more.
Yeah, it'll be 12 more at least. But again, that patience that just came out of nowhere from 2DG. Forced the Baron, forced fights, but then they recognized RNG wanted that dragon to win the game, so they slow everything down, they control it, and they take themselves the free dragons. Now they get the blue buff to boot. RNG stuck inside their base unless your name is Let Me.
Yep, he's off split pushing now as shown. Level 16, gonna keep farming. He's able to leave safely, but bottom lane now for Dunmu. Still have Baron buff up for a little while actually. They can do damage here to these turrets. Sky gets hooked, but just a bit of damage. He's so tanky.
Yeah, he's not going to die anytime soon. He's got so much damage to back him up as well. Lulu to augment the Vayne. This 8 just destroys Xiaohu.
Literally can't get in on this Azir. He's keeping them all out as the bottom inhibitor will fall down. Baron buff wears off at just about the right time. There's 2 inhibs down now for RNG.
Thankfully, the strength of RNG is the Shen can continue to split push and try and control one of the lanes that are going to be pushing in. Does help them in a situation like this, but you look at the gold lead, and honestly, it's not that high. It's just control of the map and the fact that Sky is unkillable, and Letme's going to be split pushing, so he can't be there to start the fights off. And I mean, this is 2DG's strength right now as a team of 5. There's no answer from RNG.
No, they've got such a great 5-man comp.
Their wave clear is basically non-existent as well, so in terms of dealing with a siege, unless a Kassadin is using spells.
Do you get blue buff?
Yeah, Satan has one.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
I like it.
Teamwork.
Teamwork. See the synergy in the late game. 35 minutes or so now. You can see where the power comes from this team.
Also, as a side note, one of the reasons that Lulu's actually a good support / mid laner now is because you can go for Zeke's Harbinger and augment the rest of your team, which is what a Lulu does anyway, but now does it to greater effect because you can give someone at bonus AP, I think it's 30% or 40% crit. No, 30% crit, sorry.
Pretty good.
All the percentages.
Yeah.
Lots. And late game, that affects them indefinitely. And the fact that you can augment people anyway, do it more than you already could. I mean, it's just such a good item for Lulu.
I feel like in general, this whole team just makes Xiaohu's life absolutely miserable.
Yeah. 100%. The Kassadin pick, not that ideal. It still does a lot of work, and he's ramped up, to be fair. He's level 16.
Lei,
The hook.
Muyu. Going now for the box. Good double play back in. This ain't going to kick out Xiaohu. Goodbye, Kassadin. Dunmu, they're going to come in as Lei. Does get a nice knock up again, but there's the double. Whoosh has to flash out. He's got nowhere near enough damage to clean out this front line. They're going to try and make it happen. Sky is tanking turret hits, but Azir gets a triple kill, and that looks to be game.
There is just no answer to this Azir right now. We were just touching on the Kassadin and his strengths. Well, in comparison, non-existent. Dear Satan going off on this Azir. We saw the same thing from RNG in game 1 when Xiaohu played his Azir. They just look unbeatable once they get blue side as well.
Yeah, blue side win for both teams, Azir win for both teams, and conveniently, I believe the first pick in both drafts.
Yeah.
Let's feel a trend, Rusty, here as Dunmu do a very good job of securing game number 2. It's not nearly as maybe dominant as RNG looked in game 1, but very clean. Got an edge there in the lanes, didn't fall too far behind, and then found the mid to late game and took over. That is how this team play. And RNG just couldn't get anything going. MLXG there on your screen. And I picked at his lip being like, why did I pick Hecarim? That was a little too cute.
I don't think anyone knows why he picked Hecarim. It does a lot of work, and it's a very big carry jungler, MLXG's preference, of course, but in that game, they were looking for wave clear, they were looking for something else, they just could not find it.
No, I mean, trying to deny the pick from Sky, I guess, was the theory there, but
Yeah.
just not the same impact as an Elise, or even something like his Rengar, Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, Gragas, Evelynn. I
So
can name
like
all
of his
Echo,
junglers
yeah.
that aren't Hecarim.
And look, he got 2 junglers thrown at him as bans, but
Yeah.
like you said in game 1, MLXG is a pressure player. He plays aggressively.
And that was not really what he could do. He was actually being controlled by an Evelynn. So really well played here from 2DG, though. They didn't look like slowing down.
No, not at all. Struggle street there as the teams do split a game. And we're going to go into a best of 3 now. It's 1-1 apiece in the best of 5. Don't go too far away. Dunmu Gaming and RMG will be right back. And welcome back, everyone, to the LPL promotion tournament here. We're in a best of 5 currently with Danmu Gaming up against Royal Never Give Up. My name is Julian Pastry Time Carr, and joining me is Zach Rusty Pies. We've got game 3 on the way, 1 apiece now, effectively a best of 3 now in the matchup, and both games have been honestly relatively one-sided, just gone the other way each time.
They certainly have been. When RNG found their strengths, they found their victory. It was through a very strong laning phase. They then played to their strengths as a team, translated that laning phase into the rest of the game. But when 2DG, this Danmu Gaming team, they find their leads through laning phase, they wait for the team fight, they find their own strength. So a lot of this honestly comes down to the drafting. How do the teams actually play out their drafts is very execution heavy, but they're both good at doing that. It comes down to who drafts the best. And at this stage, the first pick priority being Azir, seemingly the biggest factor.
Yeah, seems to be here. And can't imagine the champion's not going to see a couple of bans. Xiao, who rarely gets it. You can see why in game 1. But Dear Satan, very competent on it there as well. So on blue side, I don't think you ban it. But I think red side now almost forced into having to ban it. And we've seen a lot of target banning between these two teams so far in the series. That's going to open up more picks. And then who knows what happens from there.
The question is, who do you ban from here? If you want to ban the Azir, do you leave open the Victor, which is pretty much his only really, really strong champion? He's shown he can play Azir. Didn't have success on the Lulu, but that Victor #1 priority. And then there's always going to be the Elise, the Echo, the Gnar for Let Me. Lots of considerations here. We've got RNG back on the blue side in this particular game, so it's up to 2DG to see what they want to ban.
Yep, and drafting's been, I think, a sore point for both teams in different ways. Game 1 for Danmu was good, but maybe a little too greedy. Just sort of took their time getting and couldn't stop the assault with the Elise there.
Yeah.
From RNG. And RNG, very different jungler there for MLXG, going for Hecarim in game 2 and looking to scale a lot more. And that's not really how this team plays. Certainly when they're getting aggressive, it's usually because they're captain and jungler is doing crazy things.
Yeah, look.
And I don't mean picking Hecarim as a crazy thing. I mean getting aggressive and ganking the lanes.
Not at all. The Hecarim, definitely an interesting decision here from MLXG. I'm not sure why he was considering, but I guess the biggest issue is he picked it as more of a counter pick to take it away from the opposition, from Sky in particular, I guess. But it wasn't really a smart decision whatsoever. I do not agree with actually going for that Hecarim. At the end of the day, maybe he's learned his lesson from losing that game. He didn't have a bad game. It just wasn't the game we saw from him in game 1.
Look, they've usually banned 2 champions against Sky. They took away a third there and he went to Maokai. Sky's proven he can play just about anything. So that's probably going to stop for RNG. But, you know, they tried something, didn't work. Now we'll reset and have a third game here as Victor Aurelia, the first 2 bans. Pretty standard stuff from RNG. And Echo Gnar, very standard again. These teams are not changing anything just yet. The Rise ban will happen once more. And 2DG are going to give something away. Elise goes down, but this has to be first pick Azir if the last 2 games have been any indication.
You would assume so.
Yep, there it is.
No hesitation. There it is.
Why would you? Pick's so good.
Yeah, exactly. But Azir has been the catalyst of a lot of success for both of these teams. At the very least, is the champion that they're both most comfortable on playing in this middle lane. The question now is thrown to Dear Satan. Does he still want that Lulu? Wasn't bad. It was very good for the team comp. But he didn't really do much with it at all.
Yeah, and Xiaohu's counter pick of Kassadin in the game 2 there didn't work out either. And Victor's been banned, I think, every single game so far. So not a whole lot here, although they'll stick to their guns. Hecarim Evelyn back for 2DG. Going to keep things nice and standard for them.
I think they still will go for the Lulu here for 2DG. Just because of the fact that they're going for the Hecarim still. It unlocks the AD carry to be a Kog'Maw again. Very diverse in terms of their champions that they can pick. Seems to be the comfort option when the Victor and the Azir are no longer available, though, for Dear Satan. And it's also a flex pick now, which is really great. We saw Muyu actually win a game with it.
Yeah, I liked it a lot from Muyu.
Yeah.
And he could play it again here. I wonder if RNG are considering picking it, but they'd have to put it somewhere like top lane.
Yeah, that's the thing. So they first picked the Azir mid lane, so it would have to be top or support. And that's the brilliance behind the drafting here for 2DG, is RNG are picking strong champions they know they want to take away and not actually let 2144 Danmu Gaming have.
Yeah,
but it also allows them to pick their own things they want in different lanes. The Evelyn and the Hecarim, easy first picks, knowing RNG won't go Lulu.
Yeah, and it's I think that's great to highlight, just because these teams do have such different styles. But Rek'Sai Kalista, the picks there for RNG. a lot of these drafts are looking very similar for these two teams because, like we've highlighted, they both want to play in fairly different ways. And when all the strong picks are banned out, when there's no big, super hyper priority pick on the board, teams just get comfortable drafts. As Kog'Maw's locked in already, could be Nami again there for me. You could just go to Lulu again.
And this is the best part of their drafting. As we mentioned, it's a flex pick. So if they pick this now, then I guess the brilliance behind Dear Satan not being the one picking that Lulu is it could still go either way. And we don't know yet. And they get last pick here on being on red side. Good drafting decisions here from Danmu Gaming. RNG though, they've got definite power picks, that's needless to say. Rek'Sai, Azir and Kalista. They can go for the Alistar, the Thresh still. Both available for their support options.
Shen's also open again if Let Me wants to have a third game on it. Would be fine here. Pretty good mobility. Play.
Of course, not available. Still being banned away by 2DG, leaving open the Azir. The big question mark of this entire drafting phase is Let Me's Nah really that good? Yeah, it's good, but is it really that good?
These top laners getting beaten in these bans, let me tell you. 2 thrown at Sky with Ryze and Aurelia, and the Nah ban consistently all been here for 3 games straight for both these sides. I like that banning Nah also opens up Sky to play Hecarim, so Let Me seems to be defaulting to Shen every time this happens, which is fine.
And the Shen's great. It's a very good team comp to work around here with the rest of the RNG side. I'll let them change to the Thresh of the Alistar before we...
I'm going to assume Lei is not playing Lee Sin.
Or just lock it in.
But Shen's here for RNG.
Or just lock it in.
Oh, God. Is this happening? Might be...
It's taking a very long time to lock in. Do it. What is happening?
No, they changed it. I'm pretty sure they changed it.
Okay.
We're getting trolled.
So,
that's what's happening.
Let's make the assumption that it's definitely not Lee Sin. There we go.
Yeah. So
okay, everything's locked.
They did pick Thresh, and they actually flexed the Kog'Maw. So that was the other option they had.
Yeah.
Was to mix it up. So they last pick Vayne, give that to Yin, and give Dear Satan the AP Cog, which is great, into the Azir.
So one of the best things about the AP Kog'Maw, which is what they've locked in here, and you can see the Vayne is the AD carry option, is that it starts to outrange the Azir at level 11 onwards. Until then, Azir does have a lot of lane pressure. You can match the wave clear as the Kog'Maw, which is great. You won't be pressured under your turret the entirety of the time, and you're not that mana intensive. You don't run out of mana too quickly, as one spell is generally enough to half clear the wave. Use it a second time and you're set, good to go. It does start to become a worrying prospect here for the RNG side, but if they can win their lanes, they'll be very happy.
Yep, that's the RNG way. So we'll see if they can get it done here as Maokai in the top lane for Let Me versus Sky. They're back on Hecarim for the second time this series. MLXG on Rek'Sai against Evelynn should be a bit of a better matchup there because these junglers need to make the difference.
They certainly do. Very high pressure. The Evelynn unlocks a unique playstyle to say the least as we move towards these mid laners, the Kog'Maw, the flex pick with the Lulu against the Azir.
And I like it a lot. It's a big change here for Danmu as far as drafting goes. But Vayne versus Kalista once again. Woosh and Lei had a good run in that lane. It's actually the same bottom lane there for Danmu. Lulu versus Thresh once more. But you have to think that they're comfortable. Again, they're the mid to late game team. They like to go late. Pick team fights around the 30-minute mark. Lulu Vayne showing a lot of proficiency on it playing as a 5-man unit. So once again, can RNG outpace them and get aggressive early? Or a 21-44 going to go up 2-1. Get to that late game stage and win those team fights once again. And we finally have an adaptation. I love this Kog'Maw. Win, lose, or draw, it's something different. They're trying to adapt to Azir.
Yeah, and it's really good the way that they're flex picking the champions as well. The big question mark is they feel limited by having to pick that Vayne with the Lulu support. So they put the Kog'Maw mid, but we'll see if it's out of necessity or if it was a genuine flex pick.
Yeah, and we've seen this again because we're going to get ourselves into the game. We'll find out very soon whether or not these picks do work out. MLXG going to find a ward. Hits it. Nope, misses it.
Only gets the 1 tick.
Well, see Dear Satan hanging out. Hey, you going to move through the jungle as well?
Started with a sweeping lens as well. So able to clear that ward that was placed there earlier.
Is there actually no vision there? That's hilarious.
Wow. Little does Yahoo know we're sharing a bush.
Yep. Probably not what he wants.
He's laughing.
That's funny. Oh, there's the ducky back again.
Most importantly, Lei scares off the ducks for a second time. What are you doing, man?
And I like what Evelyn's doing, just tracking Azir. Good information there for 2DG. Well, here in game 3 now, one apiece. Both games, like we've said, have been fairly one-sided towards either team in their wins, and they've both executed their game plans in their styles. They've shown, RNG's shown this is what we do, we're the early game team. 2DG's showing what they do, they're the late game team.
You know what's really cool is that we mentioned DS8 had a sweep of just very briefly, is that he used it, recalled, bought the actual ward placement trinket instead, and then came back to lane. So that'll be up at a very reasonable time to place a ward to look for ganks. And it also clears vision that might be placed deep to spot the Evelyn star.
That's a good little cute move for Xiao, who loves to do that as Dear Satan.
Starts W.
W level 1. Harass time. Bit of poke down.
Very aggressively stance Dear Satan, of course, trying to put down some hurt at level 1. Xiaohu's level 1 strength is not high. You have to be very particular with your soldier placements to ensure that you can last hit stuff.
Yep.
Or you'll be copping Kog'Maw orders to the face anyway, really.
Yeah, and again, it's that big range. We've seen poke champions be really popular against Azir. Varus is the big one, but AP Kog'Maw's not too bad either.
No, AP Kog'Maw very good. Laning phase in particular is not ideal, but you get through it quite easily. You get that tier. You're looking, of course, Kog'Maw, level 16 win condition from just getting the levels. Items come naturally with being level 16 and last hitting a whole bunch, but even level 11 you outrange Xiaohu on that Azir, so you've got a bit more team fighting capability.
It's the RNG now as well. Going to take this red buff away from Danu. Seems like we've traded jungle potentially, although blue buff's still up on RNG's side of the map, so I have a funny feeling Evelyn's going to get 3 buffed here.
Looking dangerous here.
I wonder if Evelyn has red. I guess we'll find out soon as she's in the bottom lane.
That's an interesting ward placement right there from that Rex. They're going super deep to put it down. They're going to reveal the Evelyn on the bottom side of the map as well. So you are looking at the potential 3 buff star, but it's also to sacrifice a lot of damage will be put down on that bottom turret. And that minion actually followed MLXG through the Krugs. It's now his best friend.
It's attached to him. Chasing after the life jacket as we are going to have a 4-man push here. Only 3-man for 2DG, so still doing decently. They got here first, so doing nice damage here to the turret, but we're going to have a fast push here. We did have a lane swap as well. All the early level 1 shenanigans with Evelyn. We do have the first tower going down. RNG have not got theirs yet in top lane.
Lulu actually notorious for that old school tower taking capabilities, was always picked with champions to take down in the 4v0 meta very quickly. It's very good at rotational plays as well. So you can see they take down that turret, they immediately go towards the dragon. This will be taken uncontested. The Scuttlebug was done earlier by Sky, so smart play here from 2DG. It's going to be answered in terms of turrets. The gold going to go to Whoosh and Lei, not going to go to everyone. But they do miss out on a dragon, so in terms of gold, it's even, but in terms of objectives, it does favor 2DG.
Yeah, you can see Danmi now going to swap back into the top lane. Got a Vampiric Scepter there for Yin, working on that Bilgewater early. And Kalista maybe going to do the same thing here. Double longsword there for that Cutlass. As you can see, Xiaohu 10 CS ahead. Azir, we've seen it 2 games in a row already. Not particularly surprising now, Rusty, but
Does well in lane.
does well in
Yeah.
lane.
Having a great time, of course. Kog'Maw being level 5 is actually a nice power spike for wave clearing. It does take 2 of your Void Ooze to clear a wave if you're looking to push, but you can definitely do it if you time it with the very start of a wave. And while sitting under a turret, still reasonably easy for the Kog'Maw. Not ideal, but gets it done. As Sky actually getting the minion wave as it bounced back towards him, as is Letme. So timed well from both of these teams to get farm onto their relevant carries. But the respective carries of the opposition, the AD, are ahead.
Well, here comes Lei flashing there. MLXG rides in for the knock-up. Dear Satan will be first blooded. And surprise, surprise, MLXG's the one to get it.
Lei getting that flash play and bringing in his partner in crime, MLXG, to come in, knock him up. Cleansed as much as he could, but could not get out of that situation. As that is exactly what RNG are looking for right now. That is pressure in laning phase. And now teleport bottom.
Gonna go dive again. Lei's tanking up tower
Never
aggro.
mind.
Woosh gonna come in. Teleport cancelled though. Sky still getting chased. Hook does not land. Sky still running around as Woosh is now tanking it up. Barely lives to get it. Very well dived by Royal.
They all get out with the lowest of health bars right there. So well done from RNG. just skirting on the edges. Whoosh even tanking that tower before he got knocked up there. MLXG knocking up Sky on that Hecarim. The teleport either being cancelled by Let Me himself or by Yin with that condemn. As AU oversaying you're welcome there, Whoosh.
Recall button not long enough there. Did go down as Evelyn rushed down to that brush to try and get a kill. He's still hanging out, trying to get some CS. Struggling a little bit so far. Nice aggressive ward there by Dan. We just need the turret.
Yeah, again, in terms of rotational speed, 2DG are ahead of RNG. They found a nice pick into the middle lane, but it's the neutral lane, so nothing actually gained or lost from that besides a bit of farm and pressure in the direct 1 versus 1 matchup. But let's have a look for a second, Patio time, at Kog'Maw's items.
Needlessly large rod. It's done.
And that's it.
That's it.
That's it. He's gone straight damage. He does not care.
He doesn't. His MLXG's in top lane now. Yin spotted him. There's a ward in the tri-brush. I think that's Soren. MLXG will be unsuccessful. Oh, it is too. Don't worry about me. MLXG leaves. Just good intuition again.
Yeah.
Danmu Gaming have really good senses of when they're getting ganked. Especially their bottom lane.
The bot lane in particular, very good at knowing that they're in a position where they could get ganked and just straight backing off. And funnily enough, MLXG has been there twice in a row to have put down that gank. So well played here again. The bot lane of 2DG. The intuition game doing real well. And that needlessly large rod for the Kog'Maw provides a lot of trading for that level 6. The ultimate actually does damage, isn't just a bit of a pestering poke. He's going to be able to wave clear with that blue buff. And that's the big thing, is that Azir's gone for the Chalice working towards the Athene so that he has the wave clear, can keep the Kog'Maw down. But Kog'Maw's going to get the blue buff and has the damage to keep the wave cleared. So realistically, even in terms of what they're actually getting from it, as long as Kog got the blue.
Yep.
And he did.
Yep, so first blue successful. Curious to see where Kog goes with the rest of his build.
You would assume that's a Rylai's as well. Like, I'm
Oh,
not sure why
point.
he didn't go for a tier.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like, is he still going to get tier? You'd have to think not, but maybe. Zlay's going to watch this red buff get stolen away. Oh, got it. Nailed it.
Too easy for this Thresh. Walks away, walks back. He's like, oh, yeah, I don't know what to do anymore.
Yep.
I'm just elated.
I got the red buff. That's all I need.
Gets the soul as well from the red buff. You know, 2 for 1 deal.
The value. As Whoosh in the bottom side, actually. He's freezing this lane as best he can. Trying to keep the farm deep away from that other turret. Keeping up its CS neatly here as well. MLXG's off for another gank. But despite the pink ward, Dear Satan not overcommitting here.
Both of these junglers loving their rune glaives as well. Every single time there's been the Evelyn, the Elise, all going for that rune glaive. Gives a lot of wave clear for jungling. This is one of the strengths of having it on Eve as well, is that you can spend more time ganking than actually farming, just because you can clear the jungle pretty much instantly.
There's blue buff, very nicely timed there by Royal. Xiaohu going to swoop in, he'll collect it. Continue off on his way. Like we've said, both these... Oh, MLXG. He's been really good today at stealing buffs.
Yeah, it's 2 now, isn't it?
Yeah, 2 for 2 on blue buff steals. Sadly on the wrong side of the map.
This guy steals kills, steals buffs.
It's the MLXG way.
There's just no winning.
I mean, we called them the solo queue superstars.
Yeah, he's suited to Hecarim, I'll put it that way. Wants everything.
Well, Danmu now in top lane. Going to push down that top tower, and again, it's a bit of a slow 10 minutes. RNG, apart from that early dive, and maybe this one, he's going to go in, but Dear Satan knows.
Zoning him away, of course, they're looking for the turret as the main plan of attack, but there are no minions, because Dear Satan's wave clear is super high.
Just a pure dive there. And again, RNG had that one dive in bottom lane. They played exceptionally well, but apart from those few kills, it's just dead even here. It's the tower lead for 2DG sort of keeping them in it. And they're the scaling team. Does he?
Yeah.
Looks like he does. That's interesting.
Stole it away.
I don't know.
It's a visual bug.
Might be a visual bug.
Either way, he's got a blue buff.
Yeah, looks very pretty.
I was going to say he must have stolen it. He doesn't actually have one.
It is a visual bug.
Yeah, because that raised a lot of questions. You know, did he steal the enemy's one? But I saw Kog'Maw get that. There's a third blue buff on the map somewhere.
Don't let me. He's brought it over from the last game into this one. Dear Satan level 9 now. Maxing out that Void Ooze. Actually maxing Q second, I guess that makes sense.
Yep.
W doesn't really do anything.
Gives attack speed as well as the added bonus of dealing extra damage on spells opposed to auto attacks. The Kog'Maw special.
And Luden's Echo. Actually the first item
Yeah.
So not the Rylai's going for that wave clear.
Look, that instant wave clear, and that is immediate strength and team fighting capabilities. They've set up the Dragon. 2DG, they know.
Yeah, they do. Callista, oh, not in Ren range. That's very dangerous. AU sweeps in for the Dragon, and MLXG is going to get condemned. Sky will port in, get a huge ulti down as Muyu takes the kill.
2DG stealing away the Dragon. AU in particular, the hero with that smite. I don't even think it was a smite. Might have been. Either way, they get what they're looking for. RNG caught doing a very convincing decision. And again, this is RNG have made this commitment in this best of 5 series. Every time they want to do something, they will go for it. They do not hesitate. They do not waste time.
Oh, Lei, huge play onto Evelyn. It's Xiao who rides in, but the ulti's out there from Yin. Fate's Call already used. Thresh will go to safety, and RNG get no pick.
And Kog'Maw's actually doing a lot of damage, needs to be respected right now. Doesn't have any mana items, so a super low pool and no blue buff to boot. His blue will be available in pretty much 10 to 20 seconds, you would imagine, if their timing was accurate. But until that stage, he's only there for mild poke. But when it hits, because he has the Ludens.
Well, Xiao's going in, misses that, now let me, oh, he was actually ganking. Not Sky this time, he was on Hecarim.
Yeah,
but that didn't work out. Didn't
yeah,
get
the wrong direction.
Yeah.
What that was. You want to knock them towards your team. Yeah. Yeah.
And it feels like after that one loss, honestly, RNG just starting to fall apart a bit here. We noted not just their aggression in game one, but how clean and crisp their play and decision making was. And like you've said, they're still being confident in the way they play, but they're not making nearly as many good decisions as Yin gets played back, sorry. Lei trying to make it happen, but MLXG again, pressure's not there. This is honestly a repeat of that quarterfinal. MLXG is an amazing game one, and then just forgets how to pressure in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, MLXG, resource-heavy jungler and really needs to step up the pressure he's putting down right now. So it feels like Lei is actually the one doing all of the work. MLXG is just facilitating.
Finds Eve, though. Good flash play. Box down, but the flash out from Eve. And they're trying to make something happen. Don't even have the mid tower just yet. Gonna work on it.
They're against an AP Kog'Maw though, so if they can actually prolong this, the fact that he has a Ludens and no mana is really good for them. But if they fight immediately, they commit to a turret and Dear Satan can put down all of his damage, well then you're asking to lose the fight.
Yeah, blue buff up now as well, so if there's ever a lull, RNG gets shot out of this turret for the next few minutes.
Yeah, he's just got one spell, clears the wave. Like, good luck sieging if you were RNG right now. They need to change up their strategy. They've got no turrets to get in the top lane, so you rotate bottom. You keep the Kog'Maw mid, you rotate bottom as a team, or 3 or 4 members just bring down the jungler for pressure and take it down. If you can bring people middle, like they just did, they were waiting for the minion wave to push bottom, but it's pushing too slow.
Gonna help it along here as Lei sets a trap with a pink cord. But no takers there on that one.
That is a big wave.
Push it down here in the bottom half. Vayne's down here. Evelyn's here as well. Lei might have a pick here. Gonna line it up. Gets condemned out. Looking for the hook. Finds Eve. Gets the ult down. Yin does get hooked there. Teleport out as well. Fate's Call might be enough here. Vayne's invisible as the port's gonna complete. So trying to flank him from behind. Tower does go down. Everyone's okay. At least for now, as Muyu's now gonna rotate down. Gets slowed up there by the smite. Glitter Lance does land onto Whoosh. Luden's Echo out. Let me get condemned. He's gonna die. Dear Satan cleans it up.
They just rotated around the map really well right there. 2DG, they lose the turret, but that was also a very predictable turret going down. They had the minions stack pushing it in. They may be looking to re-engage. I take that back.
Oh, probably looking for it. Don't find, as it's just Let Me that gets killed earlier on. Later the Ruin King now completed for Whoosh here as well, but the items are only getting better here. Look at Dear Satan, still now the blue buff wave clearing it up.
But he's not stacking the tier, so he mustn't be going for it. But
Yeah.
then he has no mana pool as an AP Kog'Maw, and every successive ultimate basically doubles the mana cost. So
Hyper blue reliant now.
yeah, like beyond hyper. Like Anivia is hyper blue reliant. He's like mega hyper super blue reliant.
Well, RNG gonna try for this turret again. Kog'Maw not quite in
Oh
position.
my god, Whoosh is held from that one combo.
They are gonna get it, but Whoosh is lucky to be alive.
That's insane. Dear Satan is already ramping up, level 10. And once he hits 11, they can quite easily team fight.
And the other thing as well is that the rest of the lane, oh, Let Me going in, finds AU. Damage is down. Chasing still. Evelyn trying to keep it safe. Doesn't have an ulti though. Gonna have to keep running. Good flash knockback there from the Arcane Smash. Great hook there from Lei. And Eevee's gonna die. It's Maokai that gets the kill.
Of course, Let Me picking that one up for his team. Fantastic work, as it feels like we're on loop right now of these really loud sound effects. Well played again though from RNG. They rotate around the map. They find what they're looking for, which is a pick, and they look to translate that into turrets. But just to reiterate for like the 54th time, they're against a Kog'Maw who presses 2 buttons and clears the wave. He is out of mana now, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, he also presses 2 buttons and is now out of mana. So Dear Satan going to struggle to clear this out. Has a little bit going, but I think he's out of Crystal and Flask Charge. He's going to pack things up and roll home.
Speaking of things going on, all of the sounds ever. As we do disengage.
Whoosh now. They're trying to find a fight. What? Now he has tier. I'm so confused, Rusty.
It's just a really late tier. I don't necessarily agree with it, but if he goes immediately from tier to the Archangels, it will still stack quickly.
It's true.
And it was a very early itemization choice to prevent the acceleration of the game from RNG. So sacrificing his own scaling by getting the tier late, won't have it fully upgraded till like 35 minutes maybe. So missing out on the added effective cost efficiency of the Seraph, but will still be relevant.
Yeah. Gonna get a dragon there as well. Hook does not land. Tumble out there from Vayne. And RNG sort of stopped the bleeding a little bit there. Kog'Maw though, gonna continue putting on the hurt. This is just such a calm game here from Damu, and this is a worry for RNG. When they're even in games, especially against this sort of team, that usually does not bode well for them. This is how they lost game 2, basically.
Yeah, this is exactly how they lost. If you let laning phase happen, you don't proactively enforce your laning phase and successes and kills, then 2DG, this Denver Gaming side, seem to run away with the later stages of the game. They always pick scaling champions. They've got a Kog'Maw Vayne, they've got the Lulu to augment either, well, all of them really, whoever he chooses. Their late game fighting is phenomenal, and RNG are trying. You can see they're making very valiant attempts at super valid efforts to actually get movements around the map, translate their way from bottom to middle to top, and take turrets down. But now that all of the outers are gone, all of what is arguably known as freestanding gold is no longer available on the map. They're starting to flounder.
You can see continued movement here from 2DG. Going to line up a gank here onto Whoosh. He's all alone. Vayne does pop the ulti. They're going to go for the tower dive. AU dives in there. Whoosh is going to die. Yin will maybe get traded out here as well. Box now up. They're going to glance at someone in. It is MLXG. Looks for the knockup. Does get a hook. Will miss. But Evelyn, doesn't get away. Flash auto there from Lei to clean it up. And Xiaohu looking for a support kill.
They make a very nice trade here, though. A 1-for-2 trade. Whoosh does go down, but he picks up a kill. And Yin has yet to find a kill for himself. 0, 1, and 3 out of the 4 kills that they have. So things are going okay here for RNG. Don't misconstrue the last part that we were just talking about, how 2DG like to run away with the late game. Things are a lot more even than they were in game number 2.
It's a very even game, but you have to think that it does favor 2DG. We'll have to see how RNG navigate the next 5 to 10 minutes. That 30-minute mark especially going to be nice and crucial.
Be the slowest move I've ever taken.
Just say, nope, get some help. There we are. Yin's like, all right, buddy, put you out of your misery. And he does get it.
Say, thanking everyone that wasn't MLXG, helping him with his blue buff. But yes, the Kog'Maw has now got the blue buff with his tier, so it will be stacked fairly quickly, can just throw out spells constantly for the duration of that. I would hope he goes for the Archangels first. The big difference right now, though, to me, is going to be in that top lane. Hecarim has completed his Trinity Force. He's ahead in farm.
Oh, could be in trouble here. Gets not quite ulted there by Xiaohu. They're going to chase in, though. Xiaohu dives into the backside. MLXG is on top of him, and they do get the kill going to Kalista.
Lulu does go down, so a lot of lane pressure available, and knowing RNG and what that ping said.
Good Baron call.
It's warded. Very early a ward here from 2DG. Surprising to say that it is even warded. So very good foresight here from this team.
They don't start it. Vayne was bottom lane, but RNG pretty much had to go instantly. We're probably still opting into a coin flip. Yeah, they're going to re-engage. Evelyn diving in too deep, gets hooked up there by Thresh, but that's going to be a kill onto Zhao, who skydives in massive, but he's not that tanky. He's going to take quite a lot of damage as Whoosh. He's going to get the kill now. Lei going to flay up Satan, but he does damage. Oh, he sniped him.
No, he used the Void Ooze and just destroyed him.
Oh, hook lands again. They need to get the kill. Vayne is the target. Will go down there to MLXG. But Muyu's diving in. Dear Satan still cutting away. And it's mostly tanks here for RNG. They'll get the last kill. But the Kog'Maw passive could be quite deadly. Gonna look for the explosion. Does get a kill onto Lei, but Muyu's gonna fall as well. The effective ace from Royal Never Give Up.
RNG playing that fight well for the tank and jungle line of their team. Xiaohu going in very early, putting down a lot of his damage, was not really there for the rest of that fight, or as much as he otherwise would have liked to have been. And Whoosh dying to the Kog'Maw, being sniped almost unintentionally from the max range Void Ooze as that was placed down. Finds himself in a position where he shouldn't really have been dead, but he was super dead. And I mean, Dunmu Gaming actually get a better fight than they should have had, the way that had started. And RNG is starting to find some strength. They're starting to feel that momentum to push them into this stage of the game. That's exactly what they want as a team that feels very momentum reliant.
Yep, and they're going to have to keep fighting here.
They can Baron, actually. They've got complete control of mid now. The Sun turret is available.
Yin's pushing again. RNG are going to start Baron. Vayne, you do not have teleport. Not Black Market Brawlers. Can't buy those teleport boots. And this looks to go over to RNG. They've got Kalista. Tricky to give this one away. Not impossible. You can. Rain goes down. Are they going to get it? They will. Kalista secures it. Whoosh not going to ride out. That's bad news, but the shields are still there. Sky going to get stunned up there as well. Whoosh will barely die to Dear Satan. But the fight's still here for RNG. They'll chase once again. 3 for 1 already as 4 members descend upon the remaining carries of 2GG. Damu Gaming going to lose Dear Satan by the looks of things. Knock up there from Rek'Sai. And the damage comes through to give MLXG the kill. Blade of the Ruined King is going to deny the kill, but RNG get a lot of work done there.
They find themselves a 4 for 1 trade, and Whoosh had no right living for as long as he just did in that fight, dying to 2 snipe from Dear Satan, who then found himself in the front line in a position where he didn't want to be. And RNG just run away with this game, essentially, on the back of one good team fight, which then gives them the confidence. And Vayne, split pushing bottom again, has completely unlocked them to do things that they couldn't have done if he was just grouped with the team. Yin getting super aggressive to actually find farm because he's so far behind in farm already that it's starting to cost them the game.
Yeah, 7,000 gold behind now, Danmu. And a Rylai's completed for Xiaohu. People are going to go back and spend a whole host of gold, and they even get the dragon just to keep it away from Danmu Gaming. Need to see Ladrod up for Azir as well to join the Rylai's, and Whoosh is farming. But that last Whisper at least is going to be done.
Yeah, they're going to have a whole lot of items here, RNG, and they were very far ahead before this. Now they are super far ahead as MLXG is so overdue to buy that he really just should.
He's got 2,000 gold.
You know you've got a Baron buff.
He does.
It's running out.
Empowered Recall. He's like, come on, man.
Yeah, he's got Empowered Recall, I'll admit that, but he's probably trying to get enough money for an item. I'll tell you based off the gold string.
Whoosh actually doesn't have that much gold either, only 700 now. But doesn't quite have enough for last Whisper. Going to farm out a little bit more. But MLXG goes back, almost a completed Randuin's. As the ulti's back out.
The ultimate.
Oh my god, it's so glorious.
So good.
Especially with all the buffs and the Banshee shield.
I love the transition from jet ski to submarine as well.
Yeah.
Like, it takes place instantly.
Well, brown boots up for Xiaohu once more. These Azirs apparently don't need additional movement speed. Not when you keep people out that easily.
And not when you have a front line that big. This Maokai, Let Me, is a monster right now. Has got a lot of effective resistances from his health. Working on the Frozen Heart, you would imagine, as the next item. And now they've got the Baron buff. They can freely siege. They don't have minions.
They're going to dive.
They're just diving.
Going for Sky. He's been knocked up. Malco will pop the ulti. Sky's going to get himself out. RNG going to get themselves another turret. 2-2 in the top lane will fall.
And the Kog'Maw flex pick is now one of the bigger question marks. He's not scaling just yet, level 13, and RNG playing very smart around the fact that he's not scaling at grouping and not letting him snowball any further than he otherwise was during that laning phase. He hurts, but he hasn't stacked his mana yet.
No, the build being a bit late there. Tried to go for almost a snowball choice with the Ludens there. Yeah. 8,000 gold up now are RNG. And they had the team to scale up and get to late game. They were in a good spot to do so, but
if MLXG gets this,
did not bridge themselves well. As MLXG, he wants it. He's going to get it. Oh no. Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
That's good. Kog'Maw slowed but not dead. They'll assault the bottom side now.
They will. They've got the minion control. Did have to be answered by Let Me because RNG, that is the same team.
Correct.
2DG were pushing that one down, and the control was completely in their favor. So you can see an immediate dive and turret taken in the top lane. They then recall straight away. And it feels like everywhere RNG is, Yin isn't. And he wants nothing to do with that. He is looking to get farm, looking to scale himself, and is still 30 behind his respective opponent. 0, 2, and 3 compared to 5 kills from this Kalista.
And that Vayne split pushing was sort of what started that Baron. He actually doesn't even have the Phantom Dance or all the static shiv yet. Just a QSS now as MLXG ulti back in. No, not yet. Didn't quite get that much done with the Baron buff. Only one tower, I think, as he rushes to mid lane to defend it. Sky's going to get knocked up. No one else here, though. They're going to try and fight for it. Sky just going to get himself the turret and leave. MLXG cannot kill him.
No, and now it's on the back of RNG looking for their next plan of attack. The Baron pretty much gone as we speak, so they need to find something else to do here. There's no Dragon, there's no Baron, there's no outer turrets remaining. They will have to go bottom because it's the only standing inner, but Yin has already split pushed that to be pushing.
Yeah, just a little time wasted here, which is good. 2DG do need to buy themselves time. MLXG going to get caught as a Banshees. Apparently not that time.
Apparently doesn't have one.
Just looked like a Banshees.
It's just a blue bubble that says it's a Banshee, that isn't a Banshee.
150 now to that Dragon. Baron actually about the same timing, so a tricky window here for the teams to operate around, especially with the Dragons being even. And RNG looking to try and force a fight. Surprised they didn't play a bit more aggressively with their Baron buff, but they do have a big lead.
Spotting Whoosh.
He was looking for the
knows
flank
he's
of all
alone.
flanks.
I'm so close to spotting him as well. It's like he's way too patient.
Moves down a little bit. He's like,
oh, there it is.
Oh, yeah, they are going to go in for it. Woosh going to get assassinated, maybe. Flush over there from Vayne. That should be the kill. Dear Satan going to snipe it as Sky. Looking for the fight once more. Xiaohu chucks him out, but he's going to go down. And he was getting low. Yin's trying to kite away around from these tanks. They're doing a lot of work here in the backlines. Thresh actually the one to get the double. They'll dive in onto Dear Satan now with Vayne already dead. And the front line, just too far ahead, can do enough work here. MLXG going to dive his way back in. Letme's gone around the side. He'll get the next one. They're going to go for Eve. Kog'Maw not quite enough. The Prey Seeker misses. Sky will get the kill. And Letme, his passive keeps him alive, but not for long enough. A double kill for Sky.
And all of this is on the back of AU spotting Whoosh by himself. They immediately engage. Flashes are followed, and Whoosh goes down super quickly. In fact, he was down so quickly that he's alive now. They translate that. Of course, the front line from RNG is huge. They took down a lot of respective members from 2DG, but it wasn't enough to directly win them the game, as the Hecarim's building damage. He's got that Trinity Force, and he is able to carry the rest of the fight. Sky now has 4 kills for himself, and if there's anyone that you can fall back to as that big carry option, it is going to be Sky. As you can see the flash by Yin. Typical Chinese fashion, finds the kill immediately, as in fact Dear Satan took that one down. Let Me go straight into the front line, works with the rest of his team, lets Dear Satan and AU sit by themselves as they look to take down Yin, who's not really far enough ahead to worth note. Dear Satan and stuff, they get underneath their turret now, but Sky is so tanky that they change their focus immediately from him, and there's a Baron.
Yeah, we pop back and Baron has been started already, but all members of 2DG are up. They're going to look to try and contest this time. Have Vayne group with the team. They'll get the fight down. Baron will fall to Kalista. Let Me getting stunned there by Yin up against that little bit of wall. But the kill's already down. Sky is dead. AU's going to die as well. And there's a kill out onto Kog'Maw. Big team fight now for RNG. They'll take the fourth. They'll actually get a trade down. But Muyi's looking to die. Missed the last auto. Xiaohu going to chase. Great juke of the Glitterlands. And he'll run his way in, get the last auto, and that's the ace.
Even Xiaohu thought Lulu was going to die just there, but he played that fight so very well, Xiaohu. He knocked away the 3 relevant members. They kept the rest of 2DG stuck in the pit, and they take them all down in convincing fashion. They get that Baron buff. Yet again, the Dragon was spawned at the exact same time, and this team is going from strength to strength, except for Lay's hook, which didn't want to find that Dragon.
Slight miscalculation there, but they'll get it in the end. Dragon number 3 will be up for Royal Never Give Up. And Baron buff, now 10,000 gold ahead. Means that you have to think the next fight they pick will be theirs. They have to find the right one. 21-44 Danmu have done a good job delaying the game to this point. They're at 31 and a bit minutes. Probably too far behind, a lot like in game one. Gonna have to wait till that 40-45 minute mark till that gold kind of gets bigger, so it's closer to even, despite the difference.
Yeah, so it's what we said in the first game as well, is Denmu Gaming, they were looking to scale, they were looking at about that 30-minute mark where they hit their point in terms of power. They start spiking up massive. But when you're behind, that power point is delayed by 5 to 10 minutes. In saying that, Yin and Muyi, they've got that Zeke's Herald again to augment the Vayne's power. He's still definitely relevant as an AD carry, irrespective of his score. Kog'Maw's got his 3 big items. He's not quite at the completed Seraph Embrace, but has the Archangel's Staff. Starting to work towards his next item, and those 3 items that he has, big core for an AP Kog'Maw, will be outputting a lot of damage. It's 1 level of being at his maximum power.
From the mighty level 16. Xiaohu already level 16. Almost got himself a Rabadons as well. Actually went Void Staff as he zips away from Dear Satan's poke. RNG not wasting any time this time.
He really wants 16 before they can consider fighting. And the one thing that they have here as a strength is the fact that 21-44D can wave clear. And they've got a whole lot of wave clear, but RNG are just diving them. They're not letting that happen. Their front line is massive, and they are entirely capable of taking them down. And you can see from the brute force they're putting in right now.
Yep, Baron Buff going to help out. Dear Satan gets grabbed, forced to use his cleanse. Lei gets a crucial summoner spell.
This is the problem with the level 15 Kog'Maw. They can utilize that.
This Eve is so good. He was actually going to find MLXG. Not enough damage though, just gets to condemn.
Yeah, the way he's stalking around the edges is just so impressive. The Azir's starting to become a little bit overwhelming though. He's taking down turrets pretty much single-handedly. Kalista not risking it.
Gets spotted now. The hook will land for Lei. Eve gets knocked up there. Flay back in as well. They're going to start the fight here. Lemmy's going to dive straight in on top of them. But Sky's into the back onto the carry. He's trying to get onto Woosh. Xiaohu will get the first kill. Woosh will flash out to safety. I think it took a lantern actually. Yin does get Let Me Down. 4v4 now.
Sky's still completely full on health, and Dear Satan looking for targets. In fact, he's found one.
He's found Xiaohu. Not
No,
anymore,
he hasn't. Well,
doesn't want to flash the wall.
All things considered, though, a 1-for-1 is really good for this 2DG side. The fact that Denmu Gaming can disengage that and fight another day allows the Kog'Maw to get some experience, get that level 16, allows the rest of the side to continue to scale in items because the Vayne's got those 2 core now. And though almost an item and a half behind, still able to do damage, especially the augmentation of this Lulu and her itemization to power the rest of them up.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, Cog only getting stronger. Has
you know
the Seraphs up now.
Really gross pastry?
What is gross, Rusty?
Is Zeke's Herald on a Kog'Maw. Zeke's Harbinger, sorry, on the Kog'Maw. Buffing his ability power by a percentage base.
It's a lot.
On a poke-oriented champion, it's disgusting.
Well, see how it develops.
I feel like he should change to the Kog'Maw.
He might. Did it before in the Azir game.
Yeah,
21-44 Danmu Gaming, keeping themselves in it here. And again, just buying time. That's all they really need in this game. They need to get the game back to even, get that 5v5 late game team fighting into gear. And RNG are floundering a bit here.
They're struggling to dive. Again, a lot of wave clear. They can't use minions. Even with the Baron buff, they can't use minions. A hook connected onto Dear Satan. He cleanses it. And they still lose a team fight afterwards because he can just sit back and outrange every single member of RNG. And if they can continue this trend for another 5 to 10 minutes, well then they'll be fight ready.
Xiaohu's 4 items up now as well. She should be pretty good in any sort of siege.
Boots are overrated though.
Boots are apparently Azir players. Down boots only.
You know when like a Kog'Maw level 16, doesn't matter.
Nope. Don't need them.
I don't want to dodge those.
Hey man, I can zip around.
Why dodge though when you can be in the middle of the fight, is what I would say.
Well, Dear Satan going to keep clearing waves. Tower getting reasonably low in bottom. The Sky does have his teleport, but he's actually gone on a bit of a holiday. We'll give the tower over by the looks of things. MLXG just base tanks it. That's a smart play.
Vayne is gold.
Run away. You don't want anything to do with the golden Vayne.
No, you don't.
Wait till she calms down.
The golden child.
Sky still pushing. Major buffs back up in a minute. RNG not too sure what they want to do. No, it's a pause.
That's what they want to do.
Well, seems like one of the players hanging out. I'm having an issue there. But a tense moment for a pause, to be perfectly honest. This game feels like it should have been over after Baron number 1.
It did.
But we are still playing, and the second Baron's about to wear off for RNG. Fifth Dragon also not a big win condition, given that we're so late to getting it for either team. RNG, I believe, are 3-2 up as far as Dragons go, but still a while to go there. And game 3 is important in a best of 5. So much momentum in that third game. As soon as you go up 2-1, much better experience.
Certainly is, of course, momentum, something we've mentioned a couple times, is super important in a best of 5 series. A lot of adaptions then get forced onto you if you find a victory. And from what we're seeing so far, there have been a whole lot of adaptions, aka FLICKR and Jungle.
Yep.
But in this particular game, 2 Barons now have gone to RNG.
Pop back in.
They still can't find their way into this game.
Nope.
They've broken the bot lane turret, but Sky split pushing. He's going to become an issue.
And Let Me's going to stop him, which actually kind of weakens RNG a little bit.
Oh, 100% weakens them. They've now got 1 frontline member on MLXG. Sky doesn't even care.
He's going full carry top lane. It just takes the tower. Might even take the Maokai. Would take a while though. Probably not interested in that. Let Me's not going to be able to chase him. Hecarim far too fast. Sun Tower falls. RNG struggling to close this game. They've gotten so far ahead, but that 40-minute mark is only 3 minutes away, Rusty.
Yeah, so if they can't actually close the game out anytime soon, they've got Baron up again, they've got Dragon up again. They can work around the 5th Dragon win condition as a very serious siege beneficiary for their team. This is going to be taken uncontested because they've had control of the area. The bottom half of the map has been theirs for the past 5 to 10 minutes. Baron is the big question, is can they actually get this again? If 2DG can actually take this, if Danmu Gaming can actually secure the Baron or prevent RNG from getting it themselves, then they're going to be in a very comfortable position here because Baron is the only counter to this Kog'Maw right now.
And I feel like it's the best thing to buy the last few minutes that this team needs. If they get Baron, it's not even just the buff that's good for them. Clearly that's good, but just getting a bit of extra time. They've done a good job to buy this much. RNG have not been able to shut the door just yet. But now they're back around the Baron for a 3rd time. And you bet Vayne will not be split pushing this time.
And no locket done here for Danmu Gaming. Didn't want to get any of that effective magic resistance for the carries of their side. So the carries in particular either have to buy that for themselves or they don't plan on being anywhere near the range of it.
Too much Vayne protection, I think.
Such as a Kog'Maw.
Yeah, Miyu's going all in on making everyone stronger. Mikhail's coming up after the Zeeks. And obviously the carries are just building full carry. Dear Satan's actually working on item number 4. He's only getting stronger.
He's big. He's really big. In fact, he's been sitting on that amp tome for a little while now, so he'd have some money to back him. And RNG, they are really trying. They want to push something in. They've got the bottom wave going and there's no tower. So if they prolong this trade mid, they shouldn't recall. They can force the Baron or the minions will take it. You can see Sky's now gone back.
Yeah, he has teleport as well, so.
But RNG alleviated the pressure too early.
Tricky to play around this. RNG again, not a team that usually doesn't play this well from behind. MLXG though looking for the flank. Finds it, the massive hook, but he QSS's out. They'll keep diving in. Letme's going to look for it. The Fate's call out there pops into Evelyn, and Letme's got the kill onto Yin. That's 2 clean kills on key targets. Dear Satan going to be the next one, and Lei carries the absolute crap out of that fight.
The flank was given by MLXG, comes out of the base with that ultimate, and they get an engage. The invisible Vayne was still knocked up because he was aiming for that Kog'Maw, and Lei hits 2 ridiculous hooks, forces the QSS, allows Let Me to follow it up, and then another hook onto the Kog'Maw, who did not have his own cleanse.
Xiaohu's ulted. It might cost him. He does die. Sky's actually going to try and defend the base. They might not have enough damage. They should. Whoosh is going to take him out. Muyu the only one left. Whoosh flashes to get him out of the way. And RNG in one fell swoop will take the game. The 2 members we look to make big plays in the late game, MLXG and Lei, team up one more time to bring their team to match point.
And this is exactly where you want to be for this RNG side. They've got the control of the game now. They've got the momentum. And in a position where 2DG, Danmu Gaming, they were just trying to hold out. They were hitting a point where they were almost able to fight a 5 versus 5. They were 2 or 3 minutes away at most. RNG turn it back around. They find 1 engage and they win the game off that 1 engage. Xiaohu not realizing that, Hecarim can ultimate over your ultimate. But he's learned now.
It was great.
And he may not do that again.
Again, still looking very focused. But Lei kind of breathed a sigh of relief. He was the first player on camera when he popped out of that game. Xiao, you can see me like, oh, I didn't know it didn't work.
RNG, 1 game away now from being back into the LPL for another split.
And the trend continues. 3 blue side games,
That's
3 Azir first picks, and 3 wins.
Things going well for blue sides. One thing we can take from this thus far.
Blue side Azir looking good. But that game looked a lot closer in that one. That was crazy.
Yeah, look, it was a really close game. It probably shouldn't have been as close as it was. RNG, they were doing well, but they showed weakness in the mid-game.
Well, they did indeed. We'll see if they can pick some of that up and try and lift themselves up into a victory and back into the LPL. Don't go too far away. The crucial game number 4 is coming right up. And welcome back, everyone, to the LPL promotion tournament as we're one game away to seeing if RNG can play themselves back into the LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me is Zach Rusty Pie. And it's been a bit up and down to this series, but RNG do find themselves up a game.
Yeah, up and down, one way to describe it. It seems like blue side is just really strong at the moment. RNG finding their second win and their fifth win in a row on that side. Azir, the big issue right now for both of these teams. And you look at that last game, and I feel like it comes back down to champion pools, comes down to mid laners in particular.
I think so as well. I mean, the Kog'Maw pick was fine. And I think there was actually a good bit of red side drafting in general from Danmu, but execution not there for that comp. That's certainly true. Yin was just constantly out of position in that game.
He was just never there. He was spent the entire time split pushing in other lanes, and it gave them the Baron. It gave them multiple dragons and team fights and picks where it probably should not have happened, but they were given the vision and the knowledge that he was somewhere trying to farm. And this all comes back to how RNG play, that they win the lane, they translate that into objectives, and then they win the game from that. And RNG, on this blue side, they win the lanes every single time.
Yeah, it's because they pick winning lanes somehow, because they get their priority pick, and they're able to carry through their strong pick and feel confident in their ability to kind of, win from that point onwards. Like, Azir is just a champion that's very hard to kick out of lane once he's kind of rooted in there. So it was a strong draft in general for Danmu. Execution maybe not there. But RNG, if they want to win, they will have to effectively break serve here by winning on the red side. And for me, it starts like you said in Champ Select. Just make sure Azir gets banned.
Try not
it's
to
not
pick
a bad
Hecker
start.
in jungle as well.
That's
Might
also a
help
good
you
point.
A little bit. Victor and Azir, both things that need to be attended to between both of these guys. And because 21-44 Danmu are that first pick, I would be surprised if RNG don't ban both. Based off the track record of that champion in this best-of-5 series, a lot of issues here that seem to be target banned away. Sky, the Rise as well. So that's already the 3 bans set in stone if they want to ban Azir and Victor.
Yeah, they banned Aurelia every game as well.
And Aurelia, so they'd leave one up if they ban the other. That's the problem.
Bit tricky. We'll see what happens here. Curious to see if Shao, who has maybe another champion he can take into Azir. The Kassadin did not work out for him. The Kog'Maw was a nice attempt there from Dear Satan as well, but just feels like the teams are trying to play around a pick that they could just ban. So we'll see what happens here as RNG do swap back over to the red side. We'll have blue side again for the final game if it comes to that. So they're in a good position, but you'd much rather win now, not have to play one game for your LPL life.
And you've got that momentum, of course, coming into this game. Keep in mind, as you mentioned just then, if they win this game, RNG, they're back in the LPL. All it takes, they don't need to play another game after this. They make the top 2, they're in.
Yep. So, we call it semifinals and quarterfinals. That's just because it's
really
standard
just 2
top 8 bracket.
finals.
Yeah, it really just is a couple finals here. So the finalists, the top 2, will finish back into the LPL. We're going to determine one of those teams here tonight, the other one tomorrow. And, of course, LPL playoffs continue as well. A big game tonight following shortly after this series ends. OMG versus Vici. But we are into the draft very nearly almost. As we pop back here just for a moment, see what these two teams have today. Because, like we've said, all of the issues seem to start in Champ Select.
Definitely does. It does feel like a lot of it is the root problem comes from their drafting. And it's where both of these teams have got set ideas they want to put in place, but how they actually go about executing those plans seemingly lacking in that RNG, they want to win lanes, they want to translate that into further advantages. And from the bans so far, Pastry, I'm actually inclined to believe RNG might ban Azir.
They might. I mean, we've got Rise and Victor, so a top lane and a mid lane ban. And 2 jungle bans for 2 DG. Echo plus Elise, as my brain catches up with itself. 10 seconds left. Will 2 DG ban the Gnar? Because for me, leaving Gnar open is tempting as Thresh gets banned, but not banning Aurelia could be awkward. They do ban Azir. So if Sky wants it, he can first pick Aurelia.
And it's good the coaches must be in their ears noted that the Azir seems to be the big problem, and why both of these teams are winning their respective games is it scales to a point where the Azir is overbearing on the rest of the team. Now the Aurelia is up, as you mentioned, has been banned away a whole lot from Sky. Rise not going to be there, but because they have first pick, they could go for whatever they would like. Aurelia not necessarily a good idea to first pick. And in saying that, didn't ban the Gnar, knowing that most likely wasn't going to be an Aurelia ban. They pick something that feels like priority to them.
Wow, Lulu first pick here for 2DG. Leaving a lot open.
Flex.
Yeah, the triple flex there from Danmu Gaming. We'll see what RNG want now. Notably, the mid lane pool, as far as these two players go, has kind of been shredded.
Yeah.
Because we've seen a lot of Victor and a lot of Azir as their best performing champions in the last, pretty much the whole time in promotion.
This is why Lulu was first picked, though, is that the two champions that both of these guys play, barely seen anything else. When we have seen something else, it's Lulu and maybe a Kassadin.
Oh, there's the Gnar for Let Me. Is going to get it. I have to think Sky is happy with the Aurelia versus Gnar matchup if he wants to take it. But Let Me's just look so strong on Gnar, and it's the big initiation playmaking threat that RNG have needed in a lot of clutch games to take big team fights and win.
Yeah.
Braum is there as well. Lei, Let Me, and MLXG are going to have to make big plays to carry this team through. Lei and MLXG last game ended that absolutely flawlessly.
And a nice adaptation here, though, from RNG in particular to pick up that Braum, knowing that the Thresh was not going to be available as it has been banned away from them. Of course, a lot of options available here for 2DG. They've locked in.
Yeah, Aurelia and Janna are the picks there for Danmu. And RNG now have plenty left open. Seen a lot of Kalista, actually Kalista only from Whoosh this particular series. Might look to change things up now.
This is good, though, if they lock in the Kog'Maw. They're denying the Lulu Kog'Maw. They've got a Janna as well. So most likely, I'd say Yin will go to the Vayne. But then the Kog'Maw does fine in laning phase. And they've got the Braum for the long range to hit the stuns consistently. And it takes away from that potential team comp. And the fact that they also early picked the Aurelia indicates that he saw his lane opponent. He said, well, I'm confident.
Yep.
Locks it in. And that's why they banned the Thresh as well. They didn't have to ban the Gnar. He's confident.
Yeah, I assume so as well. And we'll see if Sky can be that big carry top laner we know he can be. And that carry his team into game number 5. A lot of talking going on here between the Royal Never Give Up members. Xiaohu is going to lock in Rek'Sai for his jungle. And there's Kog'Maw. You have to assume that's for bottom lane.
Yeah, that's going to have to be that bottom lane. Xiaohu, haven't seen him play an AP Kog'Maw at all. You would assume he's going to go to something like the Kassadin again, as Lulu has been taken away from him. But of course, there's a lot of mid lane champions in this game. We just haven't seen Xiaohu play them.
That's the thing. Xiaohu and Dear Satan just have, like, on the surface, at least as far as the games we've seen in this tournament, just kind of shallow champion pools. Like, you play the meta well, Azir, Victor, those sorts of things, but haven't seen a whole lot else. We'll see what comes out now as...
They do no damage.
They don't.
They've got a Lulu mid.
Oh, it is Lulu mid. That would make sense.
And Lulu isn't really known for high impact damage capabilities. They've got the Aurelia who will do damage. They've got a Sivir who will augment the Aurelia. They've got a Lulu who will augment the Aurelia. They've got a Janna and a Gragas who will pretty much do the same thing. So they're putting all of their eggs into the basket of Sky. And it's not really anyone else that you'd want it on in this 2DG side. Granted, they do have a fantastic top lane carry option. But they've just revealed their hand. And they said, we're just going to put everything on Sky. He's going to be a massive Aurelia. And he's going to carry us to victory.
Well, that's the plan. Do you have Janna Gragas, so good disengage. Lots of tools to make the team fighting work if they can get to a comfortable late game spot.
Orianna, that'd work.
I keep flashing this Yasuo. I'm about to lose my mind.
It's just
But it is going to be Orianna instead, yeah. Lei's a character.
Xiaohu does play Ori.
He does. That's the other thing. And this is great in this comp.
Well, every mid laner ever plays Orianna. But yes, it's fantastic in this team comp. It's another one of the auto-attack augmented champions that it seems to be what RNG are going to be running in this game. The Orianna, Clockwork wind-up, Kog'Maw with the W, Gnar with his passive on the W also, and then Braum for his passive. So lots of auto-attacking coming out of this RNG side. Aurelia is just a big question mark for 2DG.
And getting into this team might be tricky as well. Braum stops a lot of what's going on, but not everything as far as disengage goes. They even have wild growth for some extra lives. So the carries, whoever they are on 2DG, looks to be Sky here. Going to have a lot of protection. I don't know if that's enough from what RNG are bringing to this game. This is a good comp for them. This looks like comfort.
Yeah, both teams seemingly on comfort anyway. It's very interesting in terms of what the compositions are designed to do. A lot of disparity between the two as we move into the lineups.
Yeah, Sky versus Let Me, Aurelia versus Gnar. It's a big matchup for both these players on strong signature champions from this tournament. AU, you can see that on Gragas, though, changing it up quite a bit. MLXG going to stick to his Cinderhulk Rek'Sai for this one. And mid lane, where we've been a couple times, finally looking a little different. Lulu versus Orianna this time.
Of course, the Victor and the Azir abandoned this particular game, so we're seeing a somewhat standard matchup of control mages who both want to scale.
And there's Yin on Sivir actually swapping it up quite a bit. It's Whoosh that'll get the late game scaling carry there with Kog'Maw paired in with the Mugi onto Janna there for Sivir. And Lei, of course, back on Braum.
Rounding it out on that Braum. He's going to have a very high impact lane, can protect his AD carry of Whoosh on that Kog'Maw. And in terms of the RNG win lane, win game style, they're on a very good path to actually do that.
They are. It's just a matter of getting those lanes going and trying to get it all in. But RNG and 2DG will take to the roof one more time. So we will see which team is going into the LPL. Are Denver going to force game 5 and have one more shot, or RNG going to sew it up all right here and take it home? A lot of the questions rests on the early game. MLXG hit or miss, to say the least.
Oh yeah, he can hit really hard, as we saw in that Elise game, where he can miss just as hard as we saw in the Hecarim game. So you never know which MLXG is going to turn up. And saying that Lei for the 3rd time running is going to scare those ducks away, it just really does my head in.
Lei.
It just frustrates me, you know?
Needs the vision. It's too important.
No.
Out in the early game. And he is on a big playmaker once again for Braum. We said it already. The jungle support duo of RNG
The double ducks.
really are the anchor of this team.
He's entertaining them right now with dancing.
Well, that's good. See, Braum's like a gentle giant.
He is.
That would make sense. Don't scare them
I feel like
away.
the ducks shouldn't run whenever there's a Braum that scares them, just for the sake of Braum being super gentle. But something I wanted to actually mention is that Doran's Blade start for Sky as well in Aurelia.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it from Let Me. That's fairly straightforward, but Sky also going the same aggressive
So
choice.
it says to me that he's going to start Raptors, you would imagine, or something to the like that can actually get him some potions before he recalls. You would imagine Let Me going to do something reasonably similar based off the fact that they're both not top lane, even though it is 1 minute and 50 seconds in this game. So a similar strategy from both of these guys, looking to out-sustain the other with their immediate resistances.
Bit of help there on the Raptors
so
as
great
well.
with the Lulu.
Yeah. Gets them low, able to Blade Surge down. Going to take the Raptor, finish the camp, hit that level 2. Let Me and MLXG doing some jungling of their own. Blue Buff going to go over to MLXG as Let Me's taking out the little ones. Going to get some experience. Actually, we'll keep following here at least for another camp.
You know, the advantage actually going to Aurelia in terms of laning. He'll be able to recall, get there immediately. It actually has money for the extra potions, so.
Yeah, I just feel like there's no camp. No, I can easily finish on his own.
But he's straight tanking for MLXG as well, so doing the 2 camps together, it's a longer path for this Rek'Sai. The wave's starting to push back towards him now, so all things considered, not too bad here for Let Me. He will get there with...
Ooh, good pressure.
Wow, level 2 game.
Yeah, almost killed Lei. Zayu's going to take damage there from Kog'Maw. Good trade there to get the jungler a little lower. But Rek'Sai on the other side of the map. Lemmy's caught it up there as well. Both teleports have been used, so they'll be up at in about 10 to 15 seconds of each other. And Braum's going to eat some potions and be okay.
So that was actually really cool though, because Braum, known for his level 1 strength, is able to control the lane, bully around the Janna and the Sivir early. Gragas has now completely neutralized that fact. The lane is 100% in control of the Sivir, but
Good ward.
Gragas just does not want to jungle.
No.
Whereas MLXG is spending all of his time jungling.
Gets hit by the Braum Q again. Eats the passive as Lei is eating damage. Trying to get procs off here for his shield. Pops Unbreakable up now. Hit level 3.
Not doing well in laning phase though here. Whoosh is still relatively healthy and Lei's struggling but has some potions, so he'll be okay. But MLXG again, he's been farming. Gragas has not been at all. 4 to 12 in CS. Orianna coming to ensure this goes down. May want it for himself, in fact, because it's a Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and all that pressure is actually going to make Gragas get 3 buffed. AU, I think, committed a little too hard there. And Sky's going to try and steal it, but it does go to Xiaohu. That's a huge steal for RNG.
It is, and of course, Orianna having that in the middle lane. The pressure's now going to be 100% in favor of RNG, as AU can struggle to do his own Raptors.
He's level 2.
Yeah. Didn't even hit the right one. Things aren't going well for him.
No, it has to go back now. Get his jungle item, but he's 5 CS down. That's a lot in jungle money. As MLXG thinks about revisiting top again. But Lemmy's having a fine old time right now.
He's still going to revisit it, you would imagine. This wave stack, he'll blade search for a single minion once if he ever makes that mistake. That is what MLXG is waiting for in regards to this gank. Some over-aggression. But he's not doing it. So super smart play here from Sky. He recognizes that the minions are pushing to his turret regardless, and he will be able to get as many of them as he possibly can.
Yeah, the gank instincts from 2144 have been on point all series long. I've been very impressed.
They're good at not dying, I will admit that.
And that's bad news for MLXG because he's the ganking jungler.
Oh, here comes Gragas again.
Oh, this is a good time.
And Janna.
Lay very low. Does have his flash. Pops the unbreakable. Damages there. First blood goes to Gragas. Whoosh. No summoners. Actually does have his flash, but he's not going to use it. Knows he's dead. And Yin's going to get the second kill.
Honestly not sure what RNG were considering there. Being in that bottom lane. They wanted to push it to the turret so that it would reset back in their favor. They hadn't seen the Gragas in an awful long time though, and they get a gank off. Janna was missing. You have to wonder. What were RNG thinking, if at all, were they thinking?
Well, bottom lane dies there, and all that momentum they had building in after the Gragas pressure does fall down there. A successful third visit. We'll see Gragas get kills. The Xiaohu with the blue buff in the mid lane. 10 CS ahead, as expected in this situation.
By having the blue buff. Good trade.
This trade's always curious. Sky actually wins there. Again, seasoned Aurelia player, seems to be a big champion for him. Banned away until this game. Lemmy's Nara is great, but Sky will certainly know this matchup.
I mean, Lemmy's Nara's been banned away from him also. The direction of this banning phase has shifted entirely to that middle lane. So these two getting their ideal champions. No one really getting the better end of it in terms of trades, but AU.
Coming in again. Lemmy's going to get knocked up. Needs to hop away. Does do so. We'll be okay.
He's putting a lot of emphasis on gankings, and MLXG has not really had the same success. Janna's here as well.
He's here. Lemmy has to be careful. Doesn't get body slam. No flash there.
What is Janna doing?
Lemmy's trying to fight here. He's Mega now. Rek'Sai's here as well. Weird little exchange. We'll clear that ward.
I mean, MLXG's here out of necessity because Gragas is just implementing this consistent pressure in the lane. The minions are pushing back for Lemmy. He's going to be fine. And Janna was there. Now, I don't really understand why Janna was there. He was just there. Give you a shield and stuff, you know, like help out.
And all this free time now. Cogmal's going to catch back up in the lane. Sivir can't control
And,
these
like,
waves without
could
a
get
support.
denied from these minions. If Sivir gets denied from this, not ideal.
Miyu comes back. Miyu, sir. That name.
Muyi.
There's a lot of vowel sounds.
Like a cow and one of the champions in our game.
Pronunciation with Rusty. Nails it every time. Xiaohu.
Didn't study teaching for nothing.
That's
basically.
true. Runs out of blue buff. Does push the wave in. 20 CS ahead as Lemmy's going to have to ulti here. Flashes out instead.
I don't
Sky,
know if
good
the
trade.
kill pressure was there, but Lemmy not hitting that Mega Gnar just yet. Will be safe under this turret if he does. Sky using that ultimate.
Oh, bound away.
That was a
Lemmy.
mistake.
Oh, needs to keep going. MLXG's here. Scoops him out of the way. Knockups there as well. And Sky's going to get killed.
So Lemmy didn't actually intend to jump that far, but he did. And it ended up working really well for them because MLXG found the flank at the perfect time. And he could just simply use that Gnar ultimate, scoop him towards his teammate, and then stun him after the knockup. So well played here from RNG. Whether intentional or not, they get exactly what they were looking for.
And now Dear Satan's in the bottom lane. Rek'Sai's going to come down to help. MLXG finds a few too many friends. It's 4v1, but he gets out. Yin's popped the ulti.
That was super close from MLXG, but he clutches the tunnel and gets out. They're going to lose the blue buff, though. Not that it matters. Oriana's already had her share. And they're going to back up. Well played here from 2DG Demo Gaming. Get what they're looking for.
Yep. No kill, though. The Sky goes down to the top lane. Giant Spell. Double cloth armor now for Lemmy. Building into an early Randuin. Should be nice in the matchup. Woosh just last hitting away. He does this a lot on Cogmal. Very safe. So he's gonna, oh, good flash. Ulti not there.
Fantastic from Xiaohu just then. Use the cleanse and the flash at the same time. So cleansed out of the body slam. Flashes out of the explosive cask. And I was just about to mention, his itemization choices, that is all for ganking.
Yep.
He's gone armor boost. He's got his Ninja Tabi first before he finishes the Cinderhulk.
Extra armor for diving those turrets.
Yeah.
Taking
And
up
move speed.
Yeah.
This Gragas, he knows what he wants to do.
Man of one way. But good play there from Xiaohu. That's actually an interesting interaction. Maybe go a little deeper into like, how exactly does that work? Because that sounds really unintuitive when you say it.
For the cleanse of the
Yeah.
body slam. So if you're knocked up by anything, you can cleanse and immediately flash is the interaction between it. Is that whilst you can't cleanse a knock up, such as the body slam, you can cleanse to the point where you can actually immediately use summoners. So he cleansed and then he flashed straight afterwards, where if he cleansed and didn't flash, he still would have been knocked up by the body slam.
So effectively you cleanse like the you are stunned part, can't do anything.
Yeah, yeah. So you cleanse so that you can use anything that isn't movement. So an immediate flash, like a displacement spell, can be used.
Yep, and you can see Xiao gets out of the way there. As you in the top side looking to gank up this Nah. Let me doing pretty well for himself. Oh, Sky rides in. Let me's going to get damage down. He's like, there's someone here now, isn't there? Oh no, he doesn't know. Gets body slammed. Let me has to hop away. We'll be safe.
Has teleport as well, so he should be fine. I'm not sure if I'm okay with him staying. He is Mega now, so he's got a little bit of a time bomb on how long he can be here for, but MLXG looking menacing.
He's in the area. So this might just be a tower now.
This Aurelia.
He's really good.
No, he is really good at Aurelia. He's destroying Let Me right now.
Yep, 20 CS up or so. MLXG scoops in for the creep waves. We'll keep the turret up. Maybe save Let Me's teleport as well.
Yeah.
You can see where the attention is for RNG. It's all on this big Aurelia. They knew letting it through that they had to make sure they paid attention to it.
Yeah. And I really like the itemization choices here again from this Aurelia. Double Doran's into a Sheen. They know they're going to focus top lane. They're going to win him that lane. They're going to augment his strength in the mid and late game stages through their team composition. And he's building for that. Rushing that Trinity Force and has double Dorans for lane strength to ensure he does well in that lane.
Yeah. Meanwhile, back in the bottom lane, CS nice and even, but still we've got 2 AD items. Whoosh, just kind of mishmash of components. So going to get to that Trinity Force, but he's back against his tower. You have to
hits the shockwave.
Doesn't have that much mana. MLXG's going to line it up. Just some pressure though. Does see a ward. Uh-oh.
Doesn't see the ward. Doesn't want the ward.
Surfing by it.
You know what I want? Scuttle Crab.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
I think he's trying to find the ward. He accidentally walked over it.
I don't think he's going that deep for a ward. I think he just decided that he didn't really know what he was doing.
Time to swim around and go back. Bit awkward there, but
Not bad.
see how it develops. Cinderhulk done now. Actually went for an early sight stone.
Well, the dive was looking threatening bottom, but MLXG used his ultimate to get nearby.
I like it.
He's here waiting.
He is. They actually don't know. They weren't looking probably. Lei going to try and tank up some of the Gragas damage. Great ult there from the Braum. Sivir though will get the tower. Going to chase in as Dear Satan's looking for a slow. Doesn't get it. But
No.
the tower does go to Dunmu.
And the heal was used by Woosh to ensure Lei survived through all of this. They lose the turret for their troubles. They're probably going to lose the dragon as well. The numbers advantage well and truly favoring it.
Teleports up for both top laners, but MLXG is trying to poke his head in. They want something. The shockwave's there. They might actually be able to get this. They're going to strong arm them out. Nugi's going to maybe put a ward down. Does chuck one in the back, but actually does go to RNG. Well played to secure Dragon number 1.
It definitely was. All things considered, the fact they got that dragon playing really well into their hands right here. Let Me still able to free farm in that top lane. Sky not actually having a great time right now.
Warden's mail probably not helping.
Yeah, look, he's having a really bad time right now.
I'm doing well.
Is that a
all
Q
things
max
considered?
really?
It might be.
That's a
That
lot
was
of
a
damage.
that was a
Yeah.
crap load of damage. That meaning Let Me going all in for some pressure. Had the ulti ready. Proc hyper, not enough. Boomerang misses. Just a little short
Oh,
there.
it's a W max, okay. 2 levels in the queue. Just putting no levels into E is the main point here. The stun duration, non-existent for this Aurelia. Looking for that immediate damage and sustain. Double Dorans and then maxing the W. Something that we have very rarely seen right now. From all Aurelias, everywhere.
Yeah, certainly the other build, like Equilibrium Strike, was popular when this matchup was in vogue, but really got changed a little bit. Some of those numbers got shifted.
Yeah.
I'm going to trust Sky, that's for sure.
Oh, I'm not going to not trust him. I understand the W max. And it's really good with the Sheen, which is actually what was augmenting his last hitting capabilities in that queue.
Gets hit though.
Still struggling though, all things considered. Hasn't got his Trinity Force yet, and that is when he'll start winning that lane again. But until such a stage, armor wins out over damage.
Let me now grouping up all the minions, whacking them down. With the boomerang and the hyper. Delay looking to clear out a ward. Gets slowed there by Zephyr.
Orianna is also Sork Shoes ahead
Blue
of
buff
her lane
now as
opponent.
well. Could be a big shockwave. MLXG's here he is. Not ready to go in just yet. Xiaohu just going to get the minions.
And this is really good for RNG. They've got Xiaohu just sitting in mid. We said it in the first game, don't sleep on him. Well, he's being slept on right now.
Meditating up, getting stronger and stronger. AU in the top lane.
Diving a Mega
Here with Jana, yeah, a little tricky. Got to wait out some of that rage. MLXG doesn't call for it though. He's actually gone mid. Finds Dear Satan in transition. And Meganar's safe. Yin's barely safe. Almost walked over Orianna ball there.
Yeah, you might question the decision making from Danmu Gaming just there to try and go top lane to deal with that Nah. They want to take down the turret though because they know against the blue Orianna there is slim to no chance that they can just brute force this one down, especially if a Braum's there piggybacking the strength, can sit in front with the shield. And you can see it, they're too afraid to actually hit it. The shockwave threat is very legitimate at this moment. So they looked at top lane, they said, well, if we can get the top lane turret, we can start to snowball, unlock the Aurelius some more. And then he hit that convenient Mega Nah.
Yeah.
So, look, I'm not going to lie, 21-44, Danmu Gaming, floundering. They don't know what to do with themselves.
Slightly ahead though. It's mainly just that tower lead. So trying to snowball that just a bit more. But RNG, comfortable space right now, just scaling up to that mid game. Tower will fall here. Great body slam there. Xiaohu again with the flash cleanse. But the tower does go down.
They could have potentially fought that one. The shockwave, actually not available. I take that back.
Yeah,
There was no way.
Earlier exchanges. Sky now is going to go in onto Let Me. Let Me going to try and kite back. The minions doing a bit of extra damage. But Lulu's riding her way in.
Nice.
That's the second time I think I've seen Dear Satan do that.
That is the second time.
He's either a genius and I don't understand, or just a little short in those words.
Next level unsleepable wards. The real deal right there is they're not going to know who's behind the turret, but it doesn't matter because you can't kill his ward.
Well, Letme's just going to lose his tower, I think. Lay's roamed up here. Going to go aggressive. Big damage onto Dear Satan. Q will land, and the tower will stay safe. Xiaohu trying to zone off this AD carry.
Wow.
Yin's like, uh-oh.
Turns out he does damage, right? He has a lot of farm right now. 168 at just 17 minutes now. He's with the clock. So this Orianna is going to be ridiculous with that next item buy.
Also 35 CS ahead of his lane opponent. Like you say, Rusty, don't sleep on him. May have done so just then, and he's getting stronger and stronger. Going to go back now, get that next major buy. Oh, never mind. Tricked me. Not going to go back just yet. Thinks he can take a bit more farm, and whoosh. Pretty much up to Trinity Force. I think this is what he's backing for now.
You would imagine so. He's only about 765 gold away from it.
And there we go.
There it is.
T-Force done. Dragon up in a minute 25. I think I know when the next team fight's going to be, Rusty.
I have an inkling that something about that dragon will bring all of RNG to respond. But of course, 2DG. Looking at that top lane turret.
Oh, they're teleporting as well. Letme's popped up here. They're after the Sivir. Can they get it? Good ulti there to disengage. Might be enough here. Lane needs to line up the ulti. Does get flashed out. Muyi blocks the Q, and Letme's going to dive in, but it might not be that safe. They'll just back up. Whoosh is here as well. RNG know they need turrets.
Yes,
They've got about
RNG.
1 minute to play for it.
Yeah, they're top lane right now. They're going to start pushing this one. Sivir, no flash available, but they're against the Lulu, and they're against the Sivir. So their chances of taking this comes down to if Lei can block those spells with his Unbreakable, or there won't be minions. And in saying that, there's now no minions. In fact, they're teleporting.
Top lane, yeah. Sky's coming up now. Going to try and force the fight. 3v5. Does move in there. MLXG carting back. Letme's Mega Nah now hops away. Needs to get the ulti down, but doesn't quite find it. Kill there onto MLXG from the Greg Assault. Letme scoops them all back, but he is going to die. Huge three-man wall. It might actually be all right. Letme's going to run out of health. He doesn't quite get slowed. Orianna's here, though, and Xiaohu going to look for the shockwave, but he gets stunned up by Sky. Does find it, but it fizzles there as Gragas will not get hit out. Sky will be stunned, but 2DG pick up so many kills.
And that was all Sky just then. He teleported in, and they got the engage. The Lulu putting the ult on him.
Going back, going to get
man.
killed. Oh, it's just enough for Whoosh
That was so
to
close.
stay alive.
The Trinity Force Spikers just had it going.
Oh, snipe.
Destroyed. He gets a
Whoosh
minion.
gets a minion for his trouble, but he does die. Nice snipe. MLXG is going to try and make it again. Tunnel. there. Does have a tunnel, but it's not quite the right direction.
He's not going to find him at all. They should go straight to the Dragon. They knew that Lulu now overstayed the welcome. But they've gone topside to try and kill him.
Oh, sorry, it's not just Satan's ward to the left. I thought it was. Does spot MLXG.
No,
moving up to the Krugs. It is
a
a
new
new ward.
improved one.
Slightly
You would
deeper
argue.
positioning.
Yeah.
Let me.
But now, like, the Dragon is now going to be a point of contention, right? And RNG just lost a fight in the top lane. They probably shouldn't have, but Sky played that impeccably to actually deny the shockwave by stunning the Aurelia, right? The next plan of attack, you immediately say, well, they're all going to recall. We can go to Dragon. MLXG goes top lane. Now has to give his blue over, so they're wasting a lot of time where they could have had a free Dragon to take. Instead, they're now sitting here and having to respond. They're going to have to team fight. Thankfully, this time, Xiaohu nearby, shockwave still available.
Yeah, ready to go. Almost got his flashback as well. Cleanse has come back off cooldown. And Randuin's zooming up for Let Me. Good tools here for RNG to look to pick a fight. But they have to pick it correctly.
Sky's build as well.
Oh my god, he's
He's
going
the
full
carry.
carry mode. Yeah, we mentioned it in Chance, like, Let Me. Gonna get chased down here as Yin pops the ulti. Lei tries to disengage. Stand behind over onto Let Me, but he gets knocked out of it. Scooped up there by Yin as now Sky's going to dive into the backlines, and RNG have to run.
The Sivir ultimate is just pressing that big go button. Sky doesn't have to be tanky because he's got the team to support him. Janna, Lulu. AU is quite seriously just using his ultimate to re-engage the Sivir ultimate engaging. And with a team that is not necessarily reliable in their engagement.
That was sick.
They're working around Sky right now, and he is beasting.
Dragon does go to 2GD. Sky got the setup there on that minion by Dear Satan from the Glitter Lance, but wasn't close enough to hop around. And now 1-1 in Dragons means that RNG, who are looking to maybe snowball that one out, behind a couple thousand gold here, and without that second Dragon, this lack of towers is starting to hurt them because they want to make plays. They have items, but they just don't have room. And this guy's going to collect all these.
They're just so far behind now in terms of their relative strength. It all comes down to this mid laner. If Xiaohu can make something happen, he is 45 odd CS ahead of his opponent, but he's yet to actually do anything. The one time where they could have turned it around, Sky beat him down.
Yep. And Aurelia is a huge problem for RNG. They don't have that many good ways to stop her. They
have no mobility carries as well. It's a pretty scary predicament to actually find yourself in against this side who, in terms of the Aurelia strength, is only going to get stronger. Building carry has a Lulu and Janna.
Yeah, and look, Sky is the carry for this team, both in this game, based on the competition, and in general. But it's not like Yin does 0 damage from Sivir.
Oh, no.
His doesn't do as much damage. And right now, 2DG are quite strong. And the wall control as well has been excellent this game. Xiaohu, despite the farm, struggled to find that team fight. We've seen him turn it around before. But Dama are up 3,500 gold right now.
It's just not that kiting Victor that they all are very used to playing. Of course, everyone can play Orianna, and it's pretty easy to last hit as Orianna. He's got that part down pat. He's on time with the clock. But he hasn't team fought yet at all. And so now they're waiting. They're waiting for their 30 minutes, like the 2 or 3 big items that they'll have on their respective carries. Kog'Maw outscales Sivir. Orianna outscales Lulu in terms of damage output. But Sky is going to be bigger than Nah, who is going to have to go full tank to facilitate the team fight of his team.
This guy's just split pushing now.
Yeah.
He's got the split pushing build, why not?
It is. He's even like, it's a split pushing build, but he can team fight with it just because the team comp allows him to. So. Interesting decisions.
Ooh, find a pick maybe onto AU. Monsoon's going to protect him. Wild Growth there as well, but he gets knocked up. Shockwave used just to ensure the kill. But Sivir's in the bottom lane. RNG are out of position.
They're not going to be able to stop this turret from going down. They're going mid instead, but if they continue down mid, they will continue to lose bottom. So Let Me has to go.
Yeah, he's got teleport. He has to use it. But Yin's going to get a tier 2. RNG are trying to get some room in this game. Oh, Sivir actually backs away. That's good news there.
It's actually a really well-rounded comp here from Danmu Gaming.
Yeah.
They've got everything. Disengage, engage. They've got a front line. They've got damage, which is the one big question mark is where does their damage actually come from? But the fact that they're ahead means they have a whole lot of damage. They have a host of carries on this team right now. Even AU has been taking people down.
Yeah. The MLXG. It was the MLXG that was sniping people with his ulti?
Yeah.
Yep.
He was doing the walk away Gragas ult, the no look.
Well, RNG in a bit of a pickle. Still behind around the same amount of gold, but Kog'Maw has not quite gotten going. Berserker is just finished, I think. But still working on that Blade of the Ruined King. Is a long way off from it. And Yin's already got 2.5 items completed. Teleport. They're going into the backline here, looking for a flank.
Engage.
Lemmy's going to find it. He's going to go into Siva. He is Mega. He's doing a lot of damage. Spell shield's there. The knock-up's good though from Lulu. Scoop, not quite there. And RNG have to run.
And now they're just going to split push in that top lane. RNG have to answer it, and there's no teleport available. They're split pushing, and RNG are trying to team fight to counter the split push, but it's not working in their favor. Letme's now exhausted on this Gnar. They can potentially get two.
Lay's got no ulti. MLXG gets polymorphed up. He's going to fall. Too aggressive there. Gwent before anything else was up. The shockwave whiffs. RNG, everything is going wrong.
They've forgotten how to use spells. It's plain and simple. They're just being run around. And every single time they try and make something happen, it certainly doesn't happen. The shockwave misses. Letme's Gnar ultimate misses. What do they have to default to if those two don't hit?
Oh, what? Gragas gets away past a body slam. Little absent-minded there, sitting in the bush. But Sky's back in top, going to recall now as Whoosh will clear out those minions. Dear Satan also caught out here, going to have to pop the Winsy. Forced to flash as well. Muyi trying to get them out of it. Let me tries to pop the Randuins in mid-air as the ulti going to slow them just enough, I think, to be able to get the kill. No mana here on the Lulu. Boulder Tots for the slow. Xiaohu gets the kill. Yin's going in like 1v3 right now. He just completely caught out. He'll die as well. What is this game? He gets the kill. Trade onto Braum.
Not entirely sure how he found the kill onto Braum, but it's good to see Xiaohu come online right now. That Luden's Echo with the Athene's Unholy Grail. He picks up the blue buff off the Lulu and resets his mana pool enough to find the kill onto Yin, who honestly was almost far enough ahead that he could have killed them all if the Orianna didn't have any mana. All things considered, really good for RNG just then. They get what they're looking for, the buff onto their carry, and they make 2 kills for this Orianna, who can now buy another needlessly large rod for her troubles.
It's good Luden's Echo as well. Good.
Yeah.
Another wave clear centric build. Lots of good damage when you get to 3 or 4 items, but kind of have to get there.
The damage is even pretty good now, to be honest with you. Once the death cap's done, hopefully it's a death cap, then the damage will just exponentially increase. But in terms of how they're going to be able to team fight, I would honestly just make sure the ultimate connects onto the Aurelia, and then you're fine. No tanky items done here at all for Sky.
Yeah. Blade of the Ruined King, Trinity Force. The Jax build. Certainly the Duelist build. But there's more than enough support, especially with Ardent Sensor up for Muyi as his support item of choice.
Attack speed everywhere.
Hey, man. Gotta make sure Aurelia's the best she can be.
Hopefully that's a Mijaz too. Best giant build.
Probably.
Look at that attack speed.
Yeah. Getting in there.
Great.
Dragon's gonna die. Cool. AU popped. Octave's actually sitting in there, looking for an engage instead. Doesn't need to smite. Team's got control.
Lei's just being a pest.
Oof. Doesn't have his ulti. I feel like every time Lei gets close to someone, he just doesn't have his ultimate, because he would go in.
Like,
you know he wants to win this game.
Speaking of getting close to people, he's getting way too close.
Taking a lot of damage. He's not tanky, especially when it comes to AP damage. He's got no magic resist apart from those merc shards right now.
They're all still reasonably capable of team fighting here though from RNG. If there's one thing they can look towards, it's not killing wards if you're late. There you go. It's team fighting with a shockwave to connect onto important targets, but they're being split push against.
Yeah.
This is the strategy right now that Danmu Gaming are putting in place, is the Aurelia can 1v1 anyone. She is very fed, farmed I should say for the most part, doesn't have a whole host of kills. Let me can only deal with it so much, you know?
Yeah. And RNG are behind, so they've been playing catch up, and when you're getting split pushed on, and you're behind in gold, I feel like you just exponentially fall further and further behind.
In saying that, Orianna has a lot of farm.
Yep, no, that's true.
Like a whole
Xiaohu's
lot
ready.
of farm. Xiaohu needs to be, like you look to this Orianna to win them the game right now. The Kog'Maw scaling almost at 2 items, has the boots completed, so things are going okay, but they are being really annoyed by this Aurelia, who doesn't want a team fight. That's the 3rd ward Dear Satan does not put over the wall. Are you okay?
He must be smart casting.
Hey look, they even tried to sweep it. Outplayed.
Well, Liz got it.
Straight up.
Oh no! It was a bait all along.
Straight up destroyed just then. Dear Satan, mind gamed you.
Sky's riding in. Is that Let Me? It is. Damage down. Oh my gosh. That is not okay. Let Me pops his Randuins. Gets Mega Knight. That actually is enough to keep him alive. Now Woosh is here with Lei. Slow's good. Sky has to get away. Good Q to a minion.
They can just start the Baron now, though. Aurelia's brought 3 people to attention.
And that's what you want. All that pressure. Teleport up as well. Mu's taking a little too much damage.
Let Me's
Support
got
up
no
from
help.
Let Me. He's Mega Knight, though. He has to force them away.
He has no help.
He's got to do something. It's not good news otherwise. Xiaohu line up a shockwave. Here comes Sky with a fresh shop in. Flashes over, finds Xiaohu, looks for the target. Lei, ulti's out for the disengage. Ulti only onto Dear Satan there from Shockwave, and MLXG, he's going to die. Flash out might be okay. No, Yin flashes out for the kill. RNG getting funneled through this brush now. And Woosh is firing out shots.
They're actually okay.
Yeah, Lei able to protect them. Q lands. Shields are there, though.
Woosh is outputting so much damage that they actually successfully disengage. The Shockwave hit one person. They're going to keep going mid. RNG have to be careful.
Oh, Lei's caught maybe. Sky's diving in. They want it a little too much. Woosh gonna get the first kill. Lei's gonna get jumped on. But Yin, can he turn it around? It looks like he can. Woosh has to play this so well, but he does get dived. The kill goes over. He'll get a trade.
Ooh, almost got a triple. That was really bad from RNG. They should have given up the turret, let it be. But they engage again. Sky on this Aurelia is just playing frontline. No regard for his own health, and is being run around.
Yeah, starting to build tank items now as well. 250 CS up against Let Me. And RNG still don't have room on this map. They're 7,000 gold behind or so. And the dice did come out from Muyi. It's only getting better here.
Damn right it did.
For 2DG.
He's got that big item now. He is stacking. 3 core items completed from the Lulu. The AP Lulu build, not going cooldown reduction to clear waves. Wants to make sure that his team is as powerful as possible. Gragas, flat tanky stats. And this Sivir has been doing a lot of damage, in all honesty.
Oh. Xiaohu caught out. Dear Satan gets the kill.
That's going to be the inhibitor.
Yeah, 5v4. It's tricky for RNG, and this time they're the ones to get caught out of position. Look to pay for it here.
Xiaohu's done nothing but farm minions this game.
Yeah, his shockwaves have not hit. You can tell like the difference between his Azir and Victor, and then the next string of champions is just massive.
Yeah.
And Damu looking good. Gonna charge in here and break the base. RNG might be going to game 5 once again in a series. It'll be a long slug to the LPL for them. They'll lose this inhib at least. It's 21-44. Dan Mugaman looking good to force a final game. Let Me's trying. Banshees gets broken. They found Lei, maybe. Not quite yet. Wallop's out there as well. Gragas is real tanky, and Sky just baiting them out. Lei uses his ulti, hits onto Yin. But it's not enough yet. Xiaohu's got his ulti left. But they'll back away.
They do disengage after all. Woosh is still getting pretty big. Doesn't have that last whisper available to him. Orianna still needs that death cap. But once they get those items, to be honest, they can still fight. It just comes down to execution. RNG lacking on the execution front right now. Really struggling.
5v5 certainly. And I think every game they've lost, assuming they lose this one, will have been a situation where they just couldn't get traction in the early game, and they just couldn't out-team fight them.
Yeah.
Even the last game was, again, sort of the same story as game 1. And game 1 was a very one-sided affair. So impressed, certainly, with how RNG played then, but seems to be their trend in best of 5s. They come out swinging, and then it's a real slow grind to close out the series.
2DG, certainly good at playing the slow grind game. Looking in a very commanding position to try and close this one out. They've found the lead. The Baron's now going to be the next plan of attack. And it's RNG trying to cover from that.
Yeah, trying. Dragon's going to go down, though. 21-44 on that objective. Yin's going to take it out. And Baron's still up. Has not been taken this particular game. RNG trying to make sure they defend it.
Yeah, it's going to be certainly interesting to see how they actually play this one out, RNG. Again, they can definitely win this. if they execute the fight correctly. Up until that stage, though.
Baron now being considered. MLXG going to tap it. Get a little bit of vision with his Prey Seeker. But no third item yet for Xiaohu. And it's 3 or 4 items out for 2DG. So Gold Lead's really showing now as RNG is sort of forced back into their base once again.
Yeah, and RNG are just going to sit in there and be relegated to farming. And this will be when they start the Baron, which is exactly what they're doing right now. In a fantastic position. RNG look to contest.
They have to go. They know they do.
They actually back off.
They don't want to take risks. It's 35 minutes into the game.
So RNG are pinging mid right now. They've got the inside track towards that second turret. 2DG, they seemingly are aware of this fact. Which is certainly interesting to note that they don't want to commit to anything too hard. Playing it safe.
Very safe.
Respecting RNG's comp, and again, they are very good at team fighting. If there's one thing you can wait on, it's the fact that they just finished, by the way, Deathcap and Last Whisper.
Yep.
That is big. Like, if ever there was a time for them to fight, that window has just reopened from what was definitely closed.
Got to find that right engage, though. Let me. Approaching level 16, going to clear out some minions for himself. Build up that raid. Frozen Heart on Aurelia, though. This guy is monstrous. And RNG sleeping on that Baron as 2DG are able to look to take it out. Donna's going to go out. Oh my god! MLXG steals it. Lei looks for the re-engage, but I think he's trying to make sure his team gets out alive. But they do steal the Baron. Keep the hope alive.
They are still well and truly in this game. They've got a period of time where there is no Rek'Sai for them, though. But stealing the Baron away, the hero play, will they be able to defend the rest of their base, though? Yes. Now that they don't have their Rek'Sai.
Bottom wave's pushing. It's 5v4 for 20 more seconds. They've got Baron. That's a good boost in stats as well. 2DG can't afford to make a mistake here around this turret.
Wow.
That damage, not bad. There's Lulu as well. Just going to ride her in. This turret's dead. Sky's even dove in for a distraction. And Yin is really strong. The Lulu Sivir comp. Not the one we thought we were going to see, but pretty good.
Yeah, no, look, it's doing work. They don't get the inhibitor, but they do get the turret. And this is just brute forced. The fact that MLXG is up saves that. And now they've got the Baron, so if they can control the bottom wave, push it back out. Maybe RNG can find themselves an opportunity. But that's all RNG are waiting for, that one chance.
Oh, AU goes in, gets the ulti, but it doesn't quite connect. Sky's diving into the back line, but gets denied there, and he's actually eating a decent chunk of damage. Pretty tanky though, Whoosh, not able to get enough shots down. We'll reset. Couple cooldowns blown, but nothing major.
And the inhibitor's back up in the middle lane as well for RNG, so all things considered, actually a win.
Time to go.
For RNG. If ever there was a time for them to push out of their base, look for that team fight. It is immediately.
Big wave top lane. Might get them the tower, which would be a nice bit of gold to come in.
Things are starting to bounce back.
Yeah, they are. Gold lead's kind of crawling back. About 5k between them now. Tower goes down, make that 4. 4,500. Maths is real hard. Dragon up in 155. It's only 4 for 2DG if they get it. RNG probably want to secure it if they can, just to deny that 5th from coming up over and over again.
Yeah.
But by that time, RNG, like we've said, they've bought time, they've gotten stronger.
So satisfying to watch earlier.
Sky is really good at this champion. Just take a step back to realize this dude's mechanics are out of this world on earlier.
Oh, he just failed it. There it is.
I tried. Commentator curse. I tried talking
you say,
about
watch
Sky.
this, and that is the moment he stops doing it, right?
Well, gets the rest of him.
Look, he's really good on Aurelia is the point we can take from it. He has been definitely a very big factor in this game, and you can see why the Aurelia has been banned from him time and again in this series. So to see him actually have that champion, this is one of the games where 2DG look in a very commanding position. The gold lead basically from 100 CS between the top laners. Yep. This is getting the Let Me special done to him.
He is. Had a great game 1 in the opening quarterfinal. Put poor save to bed. Got substituted out. That's how difficult that was. But he's getting the same treatment here. Sky really showing off why he's such a good top laner. And the big anchor for this team. Once again, Danmu Gaming off on a push. Let me looking for a flank. Dude, that's a good little position he's got himself into. But it's a bit too dangerous. He's got to defend the base.
Yeah, Let Me doesn't have his Mega now. And Yin is actually going to be able to walk up and just hit the Nexus. Not the Nexus, sorry, the inhibitor. If he hit the Nexus, I'd be worried.
Yeah, it's probably not.
Inhibitors then.
You can see one of the Whimsy just straight onto the Sivir. Got all these shields. Able to play nice and aggressively.
All comes down to the Shockwave or the Mega now.
Yeah, Xiao hasn't hit one really good one yet. So he needs to hit it, but Sky's threatening too much. RNG, I don't think they have the health here. They probably have to give this up.
If they give this up, they give up the second one as well.
Well, they're repelling the attack for now. They're going to go back in for it late. Huge ulti Shockwave, not there. But they'll disengage from the fight. Mugi almost dead. Damage
got him.
Snipe there is good, 5v4. But RNG have taken too much damage.
That was so unlucky that the Shockwave was missed because of the Mega Gnar ultimate. Of all things that could have happened for them, the combo that they were looking for, it just never came to fruition for them. They now lose 2 of their inhibitors. The Dragon number 4 is available. And they're now on the back foot on one very minor mistake. It's so unlucky.
You can see RNG, they've got the strength, like they've got the fight. They're certainly starting to get the items, but they need to actually win a clean team fight, and they're back to 2 inhibs down. Super Minions streaming into the base. It is struggle street for RNG, but that gold lead is starting to dissolve. It doesn't really mean anything at this point. We use a 65k benchmark as a, hey, you're done with your build. We're getting pretty close to that point here, Rusty.
Certainly are. We're getting very close to a point where it means nothing, but there is still a big item advantage in favor of all of these members of 2DG. Haunting Guy's even done here for the Lulu, looking for as much pressure as possible with itemization to speed things up. Even bought an Elixir earlier that has well and truly run out now. The Aurelia very close to that next item, and this will be the point where they can definitely fight. They've got the top lane as the only one they need to work around, because the other 2 will naturally start to push. RNG need to find a fight sooner rather than later, or they will just bleed objectives.
Yep. Sivir popped. Whoosh, you're out of position. No, Thresh to save you this time. They're going to jump in on him late. Going to try and disengage. He has to save the Cogmore. Sky around the back, though, is destroying Xiaohu. But they're sort of split up. Whoosh going to get caught out, though. Ulti from Let Me's almost enough. Xiaohu cutting out of his own base now as Let Me jumps in. And the Monsoon's going to make it problematic. Sivir gets a triple as Orianna goes down. MLXG is fighting for his life, but that's the ace. And that'll be game.
And a quadra kill for this Sivir to round things out. Yin going massive in this team comp. The 2DG are put into place. Danmu Gaming looking nearly unstoppable. We said they may want to ban the Azir, but I go back to saying ban that Aurelia out.
Yeah.
That guy was massive.
Yeah, they'll be on blue side for the last game, but RNG will have to play game number 5. Danmu Gaming tie things up, and that man right there, Sky, put the team on his back as MLXG can only look back into his screen and think, why do you ban all my junglers?
And it comes back again. Blue side win rate 100% of the time has won in both the quarterfinals that we have casted. And it comes down to that first pick priority. The Azir was banned this time. They take away the Lulu as one of the only remaining mid laners that these 2 have in their arsenal. And it gets taken down here. Lulu just too strong with this team comp. Sky on that Aurelia. I would say you'd probably want to ban it.
Yep, can see why it was banned in the last 3 games. Oh, Whoosh on that cog was close to 4 items and trying to carry it. But it's going to be a tough game for RNG. Always a struggle when you lose game 4 up 2-1. We talk about momentum in best of 5s. Going up 2-1 is always a great feeling. But as soon as you lose game number 4, you start to wonder.
Mind games.
Yep.
All comes down to the mind games. They need to stay solid, do what works for them. And this is what everyone defaults to for game 5 as they go back to comfort.
Well, we'll see if they can do that. We're going to only have one more game to see which is our first team to get promoted into the 2016 LPL. Don't go too far away. RNG versus 2144 Danmu Gaming. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everyone, to our final game for tonight's LPL promotion match, as 21-44 Danmu Gaming and Royal Never Give Up have gone the distance and pushed to Game 5. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining me is Zach Rusty Pie, as we have an epic match here to determine which of these teams is going to be our first entrant back into 2016's LPL.
That's right, we have gone the distance. We are in Game 5, and each team throughout these 4 games have shown their respective strengths, but they've also floundered with their respective weaknesses. Every single time a team has got that first pick, they've been on Blue's side. They managed to get the champion they're looking for, translate that into laning phase, and find victories from there.
And it's been mid laners that have been the big talk of both of these teams. Lulu priority, Azir priority. Whatever pick seems to come through, that team seems to win the draft there. It's been a first pick mid laner every single game. Although Skies Aurelia getting through probably didn't help matters. That man right there had one hell of a game. And MLXG again, good start in Game 1, been floundering in the next few games. I don't know how this team works. They seem to just... It's like they start at their peak and then sort of drip down the mountain.
It's like the whole team is hit or miss. And if they win laning phase, they're all hit. And if they lose laning phase, they all just seem to miss. And speaking of miss, Xiaohu on that Orianna didn't hit an ultimate. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
He didn't really hit anything. He missed.
Tough. And it's again, Xiaohu's champion pool has sort of plagued him throughout the LPL. A fine player, don't get me wrong, but did not have the impact, despite the fun that he got, that he needed to have on the champion.
Even the ones that would have hit, he got gnarred out of.
Yeah.
Like, it was just so unlucky. It felt like the whole team as a whole were just not on the same wavelength. And it's them playing from behind. RNG, they're very good at laning. They want to translate that into the rest of the game. But when they're from behind, they just really seem to struggle.
Well, we'll see what happens now. The draft has been essential to these 5 games, and we'll see as RNG are back on Blue what happens now. Back to standards as far as ban goes. Aurelia Rise, the first 2 banned away, as Echo and Elise get banned away by 2DG.
And of course, back to standard means one thing. That is the Azir should be banned.
There he is.
There it is.
But what do RNG take? I'm trying to
Lulu?
think. Yeah, I guess Lulu.
Xiaohu's played it.
That's what Dear Satan did last time. They will do it. Potential flex pick there, but you have to think that Xiaohu's champion. The one flag. This is not really a big Xiaohu carry champion.
No, it's not. It is very far from Xiaohu's, I'm not going to say comfort because he's super comfortable on the champion, but it's not his play style as a champion in that he's now stuck being the facilitator, speeding the rest of his team up, putting Whoosh on maybe the cog more. But both of these teams, every single time that we've had drafting, it's like Blue side either picks the Lulu away from their opposition or they pick the Azir because it's not going to be given then to the rest of the team. And then the response from the red side is, well, we got to deny that team comp.
Yeah.
And they start counterpicking each other to the point where they both have really weird team comp.
It is, but certainly we've done a good share of the drafting in the last few games they've won. Maokai Jana actually a good start here to them. Sky looks to be a threat on basically everything, but I do like that they're banning away their carries. Nard did get through again. That's the other thing to consider. And this matchup is a lot better for Let Me if he wants to go into it.
Yeah, completely. So much better for Let Me. He's not going to have that Aurelia to deal with because it has been banned away. The Kallista's available, but they're also just going immediately for...
Ooh. Ooh. The Whoosh special. He loves Vayne.
Callista or Vayne?
He takes Vayne. Vayne now they're the picks for RNG. And Yin picks Sivir.
I like that, in all honesty, is that it plays to the team comp. He's disregarding that MLXG, or Whoosh, I should say, has that Vayne available to him. And he's just picked it for himself, picked it for the team. And they've got the Gragas, Jana, Maokai. The Aurelia not going to be there, so the mid laner does need to be a little bit more of a hyper carry, which raises some questions. What can Dear Satan actually play that isn't Victor, Azir, or Lulu?
Same thing here for... Oh, Zhao's already got a pick.
Yeah.
Never mind. Never mind. What's MLXG going to play then with Gragas banned away? Probably Rek'Sai
I'd say.
would be the guess. Evelyn's open if he wants it.
Oh, yeah.
There we go, Evelyn. Lay, what do you want, buddy? He knows he has to carry a game. He did this in the quarterfinals. Went straight to the Alistar in the clutch game.
In all honesty. But Alistar works really well with the team comp that they're looking to do as well. The engage option, where the Evelyn and Nar can follow it up really well. So can the Lulu.
And Vayne loves all that free, massive crowd control. Picking off those key targets.
Yeah.
Lay did it in last game 5. He's going to do it one more time. See if he can make the Alistar work like he's made it so many times. But
Jeez.
dear Satan, straight to Ari. The pocket pick has come out. Very different to what we've seen him play. An assassin here.
I don't know if it's that good of a decision. I understand what it does, and it actually will fit really well with the team comp, but he's going to be a pick option now, whereas the rest of the team is team fighting. So without the Ari engaging, if they just straight go, it feels like Dear Satan on that champion will do next to nothing. So it comes down to execution. The champion doesn't necessarily fit the rest of the team comp, but if they work around the fact that it's an Ari, it's not some kind of Lulu that can work with it, then it will still work really well.
Yeah, and with the way Danmu played the last little fight, last game, sorry, they did a lot of split pushing with their Sivir, and a lot of just really strong transitional and rotational play. Sky's not on Aurelia, he's on Maokai instead, so there's not as much of that going on. But with the way they played it, I actually like the pick, because I assume they're not going to play it as a straight-up 5v5, because if they do, they're going to run into problems.
Definitely. As we are going through the rosters now, we just brushed past the Maokai in that top lane up against Let Me's Nah.
Yeah, Let Me back to Nah. In a decent matchup. MLXG on Evelyn, though, swaps it around. As AU had a great Gragas game, he's going to take it into the clutch game. Xiaohu on Lulu, it's been an old champion for him, but he needs to step up and have a huge game here. As Dear Satan's also on a big champion, needs to play Ari and try and get some work done. Whoosh, though, versus Jin. It's been a back and forth.
Yeah.
Vayne into Sivir.
A lot of wild cards in this drafting. Whoosh back to his Vayne. He's up against the Sivir, and the 1v1 it favors Vayne, but we look at who they're actually with. Pretty hard to kill that Sivir.
Yep. Probably expecting a lane swap here, as it's Alistar versus Janna for our last matchup. There's only one game left, Rusty. These two teams, only one of them can claim one of the available spaces in the LPL. We're going to get onto the Rift and find out soon. In about 30, 40 minutes time, or who knows? Could be an epic battle for
But we're onto the Rift now.
We are. We're ready to go. Dear Satan, one of the best IDs that could be into the LPL. He's going to give it one last shot here on Ari versus RNG, who fought so hard to get to this spot. If they win and get back to the LPL, they will have played the maximum amount of games required to get there. It has been a long road.
It certainly has been, but they're a team that has shown they are deserving of being in the LPL. Lei always seems to pull out this Alistar and just go big in game number 5. And that's exactly what we're in right now, because the winner's in the LPL. So will Lei be able to perform again? Will Let Me be able to perform on this Nah that has been banned from him? Is now going to be picked into Sky's Maokai.
Yeah, getting a lot of flashbacks just in general, Rusty.
Yeah.
Game 5 Nah, Game 5 Alistar. Woosh going to be on a comfort pick. MLXG almost going to get killed, but he'll be okay. Good warding there. They do know Evelyn's in the area, but not going to see him. Just going to know that there's a ward down.
The strengths of Evelyn, right?
Yeah. We saw it.
He knows where you are.
We saw this from AU, actually. His Evelyn positioning was superb.
Are they going to stop the Raptors is the question. As Maokai's very obviously starting the Raptors. Dear Satan's now advanced his positioning to look to prevent it, so they do back off. I was going to say, though, they really did want to stop Sky.
Let Me hanging out. I think he's going to take the Gromp. Might take the Little Sentinels instead, based on positioning. But it's going to be a red buff start here for MLXG. Raptors died to the little saplings.
I love that this blue buff can get blocked, by the way, if you play the angles right until one dies. Yeah, that's a thing.
That's awesome. Today I learned.
You can do it as Evelyn as well, so you get the maximum amount of damage onto the blue buff before one dies with your spikes.
Well, MLXG nice and healthy. Level 2 now might be going for an invade, possibly a gank. Going to be doing something aggressive by the looks of that positioning. As you see on the bottom side, Whoosh and Lei just hanging out.
Level 2 ganking in the mid lane right now. He definitely does want to do something. It's that typical MLXG style where he usually spends a lot of time pressuring things.
Found him. Oh, flash! Xiaohu wants it. Tags him.
Oh, don't chase any further.
No, it doesn't go.
They want it.
Does get a flash. They really wanted it. And look at AU. He knows. But MLXG might. Is he going ganking again?
He's going straight top. He doesn't even care.
Nope. He's going full AU in the last game.
This is great as well. Let Me is close to that Mega Gnar. He's hyper proc.
Not close enough. Looking it up. Sky going to get W'd onto a creep.
Minion.
Yeah, no flash this time.
MLXG also uses E on a minion.
Is he going to get 3 buff now? I think it's happened twice in this series to Gragas. MLXG going to go back over to that blue buff though. And will finally stop the early game pressure.
We can see MLXG really wants his lanes to win, and before he even considered going back to his jungle, it's exactly what he was looking to do. Mid lane, Lulu actually has no flash available now, so very susceptible to ganks from AU, who has his own, and it is a Gragas, so very dangerous in terms of his ganks. But so does DSA, no flash available for him. And they're both Ignite mid laners, so kill pressure comes down to if the junglers can do anything.
And now Gragas going to come into the top lane. Let Me going to get slashed there. Huge play from Gragas. The sapling's good. Sky flashes, but Let Me hops barely to safety.
And has his teleport available, so no flash for the Gragas now. Both mid laners we just mentioned that don't have flashes available now feel a whole lot safer as MLXG stalking.
You can't fight this, MLXG.
No, but he's watching.
He wants it. Lulu's going to rotate. Maybe? No, they see the ward from DSA and MLXG.
It's just creepy.
He's a shadow of the Danmu gaming squad right now.
Imagine if you could hear Evelyn's laugh.
He's going again, by the way. AU knows it too.
No, EU doesn't know anything.
Well, he's standing in the right spot. They're going in again. But here comes Gragas. MLXG has to back off again. Xiaohu gets body slammed, but just a couple trades.
So AU was actually sitting on the side to gank, and MLXG was like, well, I know he's just passed through mid in the most aggressive manner possible. He's probably looking mid, and then found an opportunity himself to engage onto Dear Satan on this Ahri. And funnily enough, AU was still sitting around, so neither person knew that the other jungler was there. They just knew they were close.
Yeah, Lei goes aggressive in the bottom side. MLXG going to look for this one. He's going to flash away. MLXG will chase. He flashes in. He wants it so bad, and he is going to get it. First blood.
Very well played. All of this pressure finally paying off for MLXG. Mid lane doing well, top lane doing okay, but the bot lane now has a kill. And it is on to MLXG. Vayne getting the assist, has control of a lane against the Sivir. Not a place you want to find yourself in if you were Yin. And so many summoner spells have been burnt from all of 2DG.
Yeah, you can see the desperation almost in the play here from RNG. MLXG, he knows it's game 5. He has to win. So
Seriously.
what does he do? He goes back to old habits. He is still not going back. He's hanging out,
There's
hoping
a
for another
ward
game.
that'll spot him as well if he goes there, though.
Oh, Lei's coming as well.
Oh, he'll walk
Through the
other
lane?
way.
Oh, Lei's going to get spotted though.
Nope, he won't be spotted. He's walking the long way.
Oh my god.
Oh,
What a genius.
oh.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. It's a really bad ward to place. Like, where that pink is horrendously bad.
Well.
But they played around the assumption that it was there.
Good pathing from Lei. I am amazed that
You
he
can
knows
just-
the
yeah.
vision that well.
You just skirt around the outsides where the bush is. You go between ridges.
Yep.
You'll never get spotted.
Learning a lot today from Rusty. It's been a good day.
It has been.
Xiaohu throwing out some minion waves. We're going to calm things down just a little bit. I have good news. The junglers are back in their jungles.
Yeah.
So we're probably not going to see
Hallelujah.
more aggression for about 25 more seconds. I've got to clear some camps.
Yeah, no, a single camp probably for Evelyn, knowing him. But he is so very due to recall that you would assume sooner rather than later he'll go back to base, get some actual items.
Does go back now, and I'm expecting Runeglaive. He might even go straight Sheen. Get hyper aggressive. Oh my god, he did it. That was supposed to be a joke.
You said that as a joke, I know.
Well, the man of one way, MLXG. He knows only aggression today.
All enemies must die. That is how he's playing right now. 2DG, they've put some aggression in of their own. Gianna's here with Gragas. Zhao, who is about to have his flash up. So close.
And he's got his ulti.
Oh, it's not up yet.
Whimsy's out. Dear Satan gets a good charm there. Body slams in. Zhao, who's got an ulti. Does do barely the last second. Will flash out as well, but he's gotten ignited. That looks to be a kill. It will be as MLXG. He drives in, but he can't get the kills.
That could not have been timed better from this 21-44 Denmu Gaming team.
It's just such a good name.
Yeah, I know. It's just really long when you try and repeat it multiple times. But they find the kill onto Zhao, who goes down. The flash was quite literally 2 seconds away. Let me.
Might kill Sky. No, Sky's got it. Too big a minion wave. Does go Mega. But Sky's going to force him out here. Double Dorans versus double Dorans in the top lane. There is so much aggro in this game.
So many Dorans. There's one in the mid lane, 2 for the respective Lulu as well in the middle lane. Dorans everywhere, but let me. He jumped over Sky when he was really just looking to get that hyper proc, maybe go Mega Nah. Consider a kill. didn't want to chance it. So he hops to safety as a precautionary measure to his side of the map.
Going to stay here, though. Clear out a couple more minions. Got some help back. Yep, that's true.
Can sustain.
Life steal's always good. So we look down the other lanes. Fiendish Codexes completed now for both mid laners, but Dear Satan got a head start on the Morello Nomicon. Forbidden Idol already finished now.
Yes, certainly did. Of course, having that first kill, a very big factor. Now has the blue buff for himself also. So in terms of mid lane strength, Dear Satan should be able to control Xiaohu around.
It's been a reasonably quiet bottom lane ever since that first gank, but junglers are approaching. AU will walk over a ward. MLXG will come back down. He's got his ultimate now. He's got his Sheen.
I was going to say, things were quiet for a little while there. MLXG hadn't appeared.
Yeah, for about 45 seconds.
Had to get level
Now
6.
going to walk his way down, try and get this gank off. Has to back off. Still waiting in that brush. Seeing if he can get the gank.
He can get to the next bush without being spotted, but he doesn't want to be over-aggressive. He's got an Ahri and a Gragas.
Yeah, too many people coming down. Yin pulls the trigger on the ulti. Whoosh gets
teleport.
a good condemn. Lei with a nice move there as the TP is coming in. Whoosh gets the first kill on Tamugi. Let Me forces that TP cancel. And Let Me's Mega Knight. He's going to hype in. Scoop!
Whoa.
Needs it. Charm's good. Massive flash from Gragas.
That charm was the saving grace right there. Ahri and Gragas both getting out. The flash is used by Gragas. And Let Me's ultimate doesn't connect, but they find the counter gank. Maokai didn't have the teleport available to be used.
Feel like Let Me got greedy.
Oh, he got super
Could
greedy.
have got one kill, look for two. RNG will get the dragon. Whoosh will get a kill. That's crucial as well. But Sky, might be getting a trade here as Xiaohu gets charmed. But he's going in, getting aggressive. Damage out from Lulu. Ignites up for both. Whoosh. Xiaohu has it. Can he get the 1v1? Looking for it. Needs one more. Dear Satan pops the ulti. And that'll be all for now.
The fact that Xiaohu can pop an Ahri ultimate by himself is really impressive in this middle lane. Ahri actually using the Q to last hit minions and to push the wave down. The charm connected, but there was no damage to follow up. So smart play here from the Lulu. Knowing how to play around this Ahri. And MLXG.
He's got his ulti.
Oh
Wild Growth not there. The flash is
charm.
out. MLXG gets charmed again. He's forced to flash now. I can see why Dear Satan likes this Ahri.
There's one thing he can do right now, that is hit every single charm ever. It's good to see that he actually has another champion to default to. Xiaohu on this Lulu does seem comfortable though, so all things considered, the mid lane is playing something different for once, but looking strong.
And can they carry might be the question. Comfortable champion certainly as Yin takes some damage. Whoosh is starting to mount an offense in this lane. He's
taking
1v2
a lot
under
of
his
damage,
tower.
by the way.
Going in, I think. Well, Lei wants it, but
So
he's not
Yin
going to commit.
completely out of mana right now in this lane. So Whoosh feels content to be able to sustain back with that Vamp Scepter, whereas it's a pickaxe on contrast.
They forced a spell shield.
That was so good from Lei. I'm not sure if you actually saw what he just did. He stood still. And that baited the spell shield. I thought, well, he's engaging. It's like a Blitzcrank when he holds position instead of hooking, and you flash.
Well, they go back now. It's going to be control to RNG. It's the little things here for Lei, who's played so well in this tournament. Needs to do it again. Condemns the minion. Trying to push it a little bit faster.
Procking the silver bolt basket in style.
Well,
Looks to recall, you would imagine. Nope, overstaying as well.
yeah, he's like, no, you're not doing this, Mumi. You are not freezing that wave. Your 80 carry is losing minions. Smart play.
That was good. And again, the little things that you just said about Lei, very important for every single individual member. The fact that they could pop the Ahri ultimate in that mid lane in a 1v1. Super important.
And again, what did we say at the top of the broadcast? Looking at RNG as a team, solo queue superstars. It should be the little things they excel at. And this game is dead even at this point, despite the slight kill lead for RNG. So execution, mechanics, all that's going to really matter, especially as we tip into that next dragon fight. Should be up in a couple minutes or so as 2DG. Tower in the bottom lane, 2-0 now. This is the second game in a row they've gone early up on towers.
Well, MLXG is spending a lot more time looking for kills than he is looking for turrets. So at the moment, Lulu actually coming back to the top lane. They're going to lose the middle lane turret for this.
It's a good gank setup. Let Me going to go in onto Sky. MLXG's taking it up. He pops his ulti to Evelyn. Sky,
Wow.
what? Gets the kill. Xiaohu's here. They'll get the counter kill, but Let Me, lucky to be alive, needs to go mega almost to
That
survive the
was
minions.
A lot of damage.
That was an insane amount of damage. Lei trying to save them. It's 2v4 under this
Oh.
tower as Whoosh lucky to not be dead. The kill does
What?
go down. Lei gets it. He's still going to pop the ulti.
Get
They'll
him,
keep
Alistar.
going as Xiao Hu comes in. Wild growth there as well. Now Yin's got to be careful. Spell shield's popped.
Oh
He gets the
my
headbutt
God.
down. Sorry, pulverized down as the headbutt comes through. Whoosh pops his heel, condemns him out. Xiao Hu gets the kill. And Lei putting the team on his broad cow shoulders.
I can't believe that Lei just killed Ari. Dear Satan finds himself tanking the turret from the damage that he put down onto Whoosh. Gets capitalized on by this Mukau. And you said it, broad shoulders. The team is now on his back.
Right.
They find something that should not have happened.
Right on top of the horns. Headbutts Gragas out of the way. They'll get the tower. Need one more hit. Lei can't quite do it. Almost get the kill. But Xiao Hu completes the objective. MLXG is going to take the blue buff. Game picking up now, Rusty.
Definitely is picking up right now. That was just a series of plays. Maokai destroying MLXG. One of the queries of actually going for that Runeglaive Evelyn is that you have no health and you're very reliant on Sky just wants to tank the turret. He'll die before that dies.
Yeah, Whoosh is like, no, Nick, sir.
Like, what are you doing?
Good sapling placement, but Whoosh is like, I guess I'm going back now. Nope.
It's all good, guys. I got teleports. Sky
Cancelled.
says as he tanks the turret to half health.
RNG grouping up
Another day on
again.
the rig.
Dragging up minute 25 for that last fight, like you mentioned. Great stuff from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, Lei, the catalyst of actually finding success in that fight right there. Xiao Hu rotated top, but they pulled the trigger way too early here in that top lane. MLXG and Let Me feeling overconfident, tanking the turret, to be honest with you, was not necessary at all.
MLXG sneaks in. I think they know. They're pinging like they do. Oh, RNG sees Gragas, that's why. Or at least they know he's there.
A lot of defensive ping boards as well in that bottom lane. Let Me starting to run away with this. Last time we saw his he was winning lane at around level 10 up until level 13. And that is the period of time where he puts levels into that W. Starts to max that one, and the percentage health damage, direct counter to a Maokai rushing a Righteous Glory.
He's got the Hex Shrinker now as well, so bit of extra damage there as Dragon's up in 30 seconds. Let Me going to clear out this wave is mega enough.
Give him the clock tower.
Clear out those as once again 21-44 into the mid lane, but they'll get it. Tower goes down. That's 3-2 now. Bit of extra gold there. It's still up actually in RNG's favor by about 1,200 gold.
And the bottom lane turret's still standing. Very easy for them to take. If they take a fight around Dragon and RNG wins this, there is the potential that from here on, they snowball.
They're whimsying in. They want it. Spell Shield's early. Gets the combo. MLXG's going to follow in now as well. Siva's forced to flash, but they're going to go straight in for it. MLXG gets ulted out of the way. Good disengage from Danmu.
They do get the disengage, but for what cost is that going to come? The Dragon now up. They can rotate, as I was going to say, towards that bottom lane turret. And things starting to look really good here for this RNG side.
Yeah, getting out of position. 2DG burned 3 key ultimates. Trying to get out. Is RNG going to walk down to that bottom side, work on it, Let Me. Going to try and steal this red buff. Naoko's in the area. He's
There's
1v2.
4 members around him, so if he doesn't get this...
Chat, who's coming? Let Me's going to go for it. Gets a proc. Oh, barely misses it. But he does get out safely.
34 health was the difference right then between the red buff being taken and not, but the body slam into the wall was just what summed up that entire experience.
The cherry on top there. It looks Tower will get looked at. We've got some damage.
Should go down. No.
A little too much wave clear.
Janna makes it, and that's just a lot of damage out of this Sivir. Hasn't completed a full item yet, so in terms of a 1 versus 1 scenario, actually favors the Vayne over the Sivir. The question mark is always going to be, is the Janna there? Because that Eye of the Storm is the difference.
Yep. Whoosh looking for those outplays. He is on Vayne. It's one of his favorite champions. Famously played 5 Vayne games in a row in the spring playoffs.
Yeah.
He just couldn't stop.
Just loves it.
He does.
Yeah,
He's pretty consistent this series as well.
If you're a good Vayne player, would recommend.
Well, Whoosh is pretty good. He's had a
Especially the Jane combo. Vanna Jane, Janna.
Yeah, got the
Janna.
Alistar
Can't even
instead.
say it.
Still looking good. I think Lei is looking for an engage item as well. He's gone right to Glory a couple of times on Alistar. So that'll be a nice piece for them as well. Because he knows he needs to go big.
He does.
Fine picks.
Righteous Glory is the perfect way to be big as that Alistar. Of course, they've got the engage tools there with the Lulu. They don't necessarily need the Righteous Glory, but just another option where the Lulu doesn't have the speed to go.
Ooh, Lay going aggressive. 1v3, pops the ulti.
Yeah, right.
Walks back towards his teammates, and they'll get the tower. Bit awkward, but they'll take it.
It was all a ploy to secure the tower.
Ooh, ulti flashed out. Wooch in trouble. Flashes as
Teleport
well.
coming in.
Smite coming down. There's Let Me coming through. Skypont's down as well. Ayu's already low. Wooch is going to get him. Sky's around the side. They've got to peel now as Wooch going to keep kiting away. Huge drop from Let Me. Zhao who charges in for another kill. Ying going to get knocked up. Dear Satan's dead. And Siva's going to go down. Sky the only one left alive.
And he may not be alive.
Boomerang slow. Hyper going to get procced. He dies, and that's the ace.
RNG just find the ideal team fight that they could possibly want. That Maokai did not do a thing. The rest of Danmu Gaming, they just crumbled. The pressure of this Vayne. The Gragas using the flash engage, there was nothing he could do. And Let Me just turns it on. There's no Aurelia to pressure their backline. It's only a Maokai is negligible. And we are going to see this again. Keep your eye on that Nah teleport when he comes in. Woosh is able to just kite around, put down some damage. He dies super quickly, AU. That condemn, I'm not really sure how that interaction works, but we watch that happen, and then immediately Lulu and Nah combo together, destroy Dear Satan, destroy Yin, and their chances of winning that team fight went out the window as soon as that Nah connected.
And Let Me's Nah in game 5. What have we said? Real strong here. He's got his randy ones going. He made a huge play there in that fight. And RNG kind of back on the same page here. Go up about 5,000 gold in this game. A big lead's opening up at only 20 minutes pretty much. And Woosh has already got 2 items. Things looking good, but they are not there yet.
Certainly not, of course. An ace is handy. Oh no.
MLXG?
Oh no,
Kites
he's
in.
got it. But RNG, they're a game 1 and 5 team apparently.
Yep.
They just turn it on when it starts, they turn it on when it finishes. Don't know what they do in between. But from this stage, a 10 CS lead in mid lane. Doing well here, this Lulu, to this Ahri, who honestly, Dear Satan can hit charms, but if that's all he can do as Ahri, then I'm not sure how good of a pick it is.
Well,
he was better off with the Xerath.
quite possibly.
Hit spells from distance.
Shahu's almost up to a Rabadon's as well. These 2 item spikes are coming quickly. You have double Randy ones already done for the RNG frontline. And the Righteous Glory is kind of halfway there for Lay as well. Items looking good. Baron's probably the next consideration after that 3rd dragon.
That one team fight accelerated RNG's items just so far that right now, I don't think that they can fight at all here from Danmu Gaming. They're really behind. Honestly, they're doing well to have control of the map where they are now. A lot of wards around Baron from RNG. They are going to look to that as the focus though. Dragon up soon.
Let Me hops over that wall. Ultimate pop. Lay's caught again. But he's actually going to try and find somebody. Headbutts. Gragas back in.
Well.
MLXG's off around the side. Woosh has to be careful. Gets ignited. But he'll get out safely. Now Shalhu's going to sort of corral them into this choke point. Gets good poke down. Has to ult himself though as Gragas dives in. Let Me trying to get a big no. He needs to go in. Finds it. Gets a huge ulti plus wallop. And Dear Satan will be the first to die. Yin now in trouble. He evaporates in all that damage. That's 4 dead. Make it 5. Another massive ace.
And this didn't even look good for RNG in terms of their initiation. They were caught out of position. Lay. He had to headbutt away from the body slam from Gragas. A lot of threat from 2144D.
And now Baron. There's 8,000 gold is the lead. Probably make it close to 10. Maybe 9. As this Baron goes down, it does fall. And very close to 10. 9,500. Dragon up in 20 seconds. RNG have everything they need to push back into the LPL.
Every single member of RNG stepping up in game number 5 of this best of 5 series. Could not ask for a better game for them right now. 22 minutes in to have a lead this massive. Dragon 5 seconds. They're looking for almost a perfect game.
Looking good so far. Xiaohu Rabadon's well and truly done.
He's clearing the backline right now, Xiaohu, with a single Q. Glitter Lance kind of doing a lot of damage.
It's a good feeling as a mid laner.
That's a rare feeling for a Lulu. I will admit that much.
Well, Dragon up now, but they're trying to bait them into it. Danmu Gaming intelligently decide that walking where there is no vision is not a smart play. And instead, RNG will take Dragon number 3. Baron up recalls. Woosh going to push down bottom side. They're only getting better. 2DG, you have a lot of time to buy in this game.
They do, and of course you raise the questions. The Siv's behind, so she's always going to be relevant with the ultimate, but the damage output is lacking. The mid laner, 1 and 3 right now, is going for an Abyssal Scepter as the second item choice. And whilst it's a great item choice, it's not going to be able to do as much. You might want to accelerate that build and go for a death cap.
Everyone just a little too behind now, perhaps.
Yeah.
Xiaohu going to take his blue buff. MLXG going to steal the Gromp. We're just going to push out mid lane. What's RNG's next play? They have to break this base or do the best they can with the Baron. Letme's got his teleport back up as well, so we're going to push 3 lanes.
Yeah, so they were pushing out bottom to reset the lane. They are now going to rotate mid and allow Letme to be a bit of a pest in that top lane. That turret will go down to just him if it continues in this manner. The question is, can 2DG engage mid, or are they just going to bleed turrets and just start hemorrhaging everywhere?
Well, in a little
Teleport
dive.
mid.
Sky's coming down, but they've seen it. Sky Home Guard's in. Good slow.
Wow.
MLXG going to try and turn it around. There's Letme Now's teleport coming through as Whoosh going to get some hits down onto that Gragas. Trying to kill the front line. Knock back in, but it's not enough here. Mugi the next target as he gets knocked up. Now Whoosh going to charge in and Letme lining up a big ult. Can he find it? The Wild Quest's already down. Scoops the ball away, and it's going to be another clean ace. Dear Satan, the last one left alive as Whoosh grabs a triple.
RNG just moving from strength to strength right now. They're a side that we said when they're ahead, they play like they're ahead.
You're
they force
done.
a surrender.
2DG, give it up. It's already too far gone. They surrender their spot into the LPL, and RNG get back in. It took them 10 games, the maximum allowed amount, but they're still back.
They live another day into the LPL. Congratulations to this RNG side. And tell you what, Denmu, they took it to the wire. They took it to almost as many games as they possibly could. 3-1 in their first series, down 2-3 in their second. Sky, he is a freak in that top lane.
It's a sad thing that we're not going to see Sky in the
And
LPL
have such
next
a great
year.
name as well.
But RNG deserved that. MLXG went full MLXG. You can see his face.
He played so well. Early aggression did not stop. Went from middle at level 2 to top lane at level 2. Didn't even consider doing a jungle camp. Xiaohu, he facilitated really well, but Letme just put in work.
Oh my god. The
Letme
game
and
5
Lei.
now. Yeah.
That's what it is. They hit game 5 and Letme and Lei just go up to another level. They step up and they just hit that next peak of performance.
Dear Satan. Not having fun. Whoosh. Looking about the same as always. Like, yeah, I was playing Vayne. It was fun.
Whoosh.
That same haircut. But the 2-1 44 damn new members.
Yep.
Not looking too happy here. Lei sort of breathing out. Can't believe they made it. You should have seen him after game 4 in the quarterfinals. He was completely broken in half, but picked himself back up, picked Alistar, and did work in game 5. Great to see the same story roll around again. As RNG, a well-deserved 5-game set, puts them back into the LPL for next year. And this team, this is the team really honestly, full of a lot of solo queue talent, lots of strong young players, but not a lot of experience. 10 full games in promotions, a good amount of experience. Interesting to see where they go in the LPL next year.
Yeah.
Because I hate to say it, they are the team with a whole ton of potential.
They certainly are. This side, they do have what it takes, and RNG in particular. I mean, honestly, they step up at the right times. It's when this LPL is only 2 games. They do seem hit and miss, but they've had some really solid performances. They've done so well against some of the best teams in the LPL. It comes down to consistency.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you can see it there. They're not very consistent. They lose 1 in 2 games.
Yeah, but the way they win and the way they lose are almost completely polar opposite games. So I agree. It's one of those things. If you play a best of 5 to get yourself back in and you have to play 10 games, something to look at probably. But they did it.
They certainly did it. They made it back into the LPL for another split.
Well, we've got one team down. We're going to have a second one unveiled tomorrow. But we've got an LPL match to play. Your playoffs are on, don't forget. And Gauntlet match number 2 will be back shortly. We'll go for a break. But Vici Gaming are going to be taking on OMG straight after this. And welcome back, everyone, this time to the LPL playoffs, as OMG are about to play Vici Gaming in our second Gauntlet match of the evening, or of the tournament even. My name is Julian Time Car. Joining me this time is Ryan Froskurenmore. And it's already been fun tonight with the LPL promotion tournament, but the playoffs have been serious business, and OMG top form. 3-0 M3 in their first match.
This is the best OMG have looked all regular season. Where was this roster hiding? They pulled back Uzi, they pulled out San into the support position, and they dominated Masters 3 the last time we saw them.
And look, it's a thing where the roster looks very similar. For any OMG fans out there, it's a nice familiar roster with a lot of well-known OMG players sort of filling it out. And it's nice. This is kind of what they couldn't make work at the start of summer. Whatever problems they had, they've started ironing them out, and all of a sudden, things look a lot better.
Who would have guessed that the one Alistar player on the OMG roster was going to be a former AD carry? So, like you said, the 2013-2014 OMG roster coming out strong. You got going in the top lane, Loveling in the jungle, Cool mid lane, Uzi is now on AD carry, back from the dead, and San is joining up in the support. Had a fantastic Alistar game, has shown multiple different supports, and for once, OMG look like they actually have a strong support player.
Yeah, and it's weird because as far as roster goes, with the exception of San, not that much changed.
Yeah.
So it's like they sort of just figured out how to play together, apparently, at least for the last few games. Now, to be fair, the Gauntlet's tough. They finished in 7th. They had to play 8th. They've gone on now, progressed now. They have to play 6th, Vici. You have to think, at least by the numbers, this game's going to be a lot harder than the last one.
Yeah, that's how the Gauntlet is weighted and how the playoff bracket is set up. On the same side, though, Vici, last time we saw them, they faced against LGD, and they split 1-1 in their last match of the regular LPL season. So Vici, likewise, have looked better than they ever have before, just cohesively as a team and the compositions that they've been offering. Before they were death by 1,000 paper cuts, could only play the map in objective style. It's still very focused about objectives and sieging structures, but they have a lot more team fight ability. In fact, they were able to out-team fight LGD at one point during those sets.
Yeah, so for me, it's sort of a matter of how much has the Vici Gaming squad evolved? Because you're right, it was one style, was kind of got in new players, finally settled the roster very late into the season. Not quite as late as OMG, but still pretty late. And it has been working. They've been growing as a team, but you do not get very much time between the season ending and the playoff starting. You get, I think, literally 2 days. And so for Vici, it's been how much have they done? How much practice have they had against whatever opponent they expected? Because it's going to be tough. OMG are on the rampage right now. They are not interested in letting you have games.
I'm actually really glad that you brought up preparation as a topic right now, because again, the last time we saw Vici was in the regular season, and OMG have already faced, a best of 5 between them, and that's one of the big things that hasn't been addressed in this bracket format. The higher seeding you have, because it takes that much longer to ramp up to you, the longer you get for preparation to prepare for these teams. But here we go, we're going to get into the lineups, and I heard something special might be happening for Vici.
Let's have a look around. Dandy on the top lane used to be special, now is just a standard. The man himself been quite good in the old top lane.
Man, streams, they're not what they used to be in terms of information. And it is Dandy in the top lane, which means it's going to be World 6 in the jungle.
We're filling some pretty big shoes there from the former 2014 and our current defending world champion. But been good, honestly. Not Dandy, but very solid.
His Gragas especially. In the mid lane, though, their newest pickup is Pong. Pretty much a straight upgrade over the former Hatong.
Yep. Similar champion pool, just kind of better in every little way. His team fighting's good, his laning's good. Just a strong player here for the side. There's Schwan still in the lineup. Nothing special just yet here for Vici.
The thing that's interesting about Vici is we call them an objective-focused team, but they've been playing a lot of protect the AD carry compositions. And Schwan in particular has really been stepping up to the plate, likewise because he has this guy standing behind him.
Yeah, Marta, not bad at the old support. The MVP from Worlds, and like Dandy, a defending world champion. Obviously, going to try and make it to the World Championships this year, but it is a long road for Dandy and Marta to be the first repeat champions, because they have a long way to go at this point. They have to play OMG now as well. Not too sure where they stand as far as circuit points go, but I have to think that they have to get a whole lot of points just to try and play in that qualifying tournament.
Just to find the qualification, you are correct. I believe teams already invited or are qualified for it in terms of standings are Snake, OMG, Invictus Gaming, and
Good stuff for them.
and LGD.
Yep. So already pretty terrifying qualifier. One team, I believe, will get auto-qualified. It's the highest finishing team, which is at this point looking like EDG, but it's not impossible for them to get knocked off the mantle. Marta, having some fun. Always a interesting character is Marta. I feel like all the supports in China, whether they're Korean or Chinese, just have some character about them.
That's the way that we're going to call it. We're going to call it character.
Well,
Mata's a character.
he is a character here as we go over the OMG lineup now. Like you said, the best they've looked all summer. The Renaissance is here and Going, leading the charge once again in the top lane.
Welcome back, Going. We first saw him debut on Sunday against the LGD match. So, looked fantastic there. It's going to be Loveling in the jungle with him. So, I like to call them the Bash Brothers. Cool, Loveling, Going. It used to be 2014 OMG. Loveling would just bounce in between the mid lane and the top lane, snowball from there, and pick up their bot lane. But their bot lane looks a bit different this time around.
It does, but speaking of the Bash Bros, this is the man that runs straight between them when they run in and starts to clean up fights. Cool has been on point in his best looking games, but Uzi back as the AD carry, one of the best players in the position, didn't gel with the team, but it's starting to look a whole lot better.
And you see his signature champions, Vayne and Caitlyn, with the last played.
Good to see Caitlyn back there as San, the former AD carry of OMG, is in the support role. Used to be one of the best low econ AD carries. Picked a very even lower economic role in support, but he's been making it work.
But look at his champion pool. He's played 5 different champions over the course of the 5 games. So it just goes back to what San will do for the team. You know, making 3 different lane swaps, playing so many games to practice his new position, and comes out really strong.
And that was Sen's MO when he was on the roster as their AD carry. He always did whatever was best for the top half of his map because he knew Cool, Loveling, and Going would get it done when it came down to it. They have been doing work, and now that their backup plan is Uzi and San, there's a reason OMG are looking scary again.
Yeah, the best that they've... And again, even on the back half of the LPL, you know, re-adding Going to the roster before Uzi jumped in for the playoffs, facing against EDG, yes, they got 2-0'd, but it's EDG. OMG still looked better than they had pretty much the entirety of the season, so they've been rampaging and ramping up.
And look, we talked about Worlds there for Mata and Dandy, a long shot for them. Also a long shot for this side here, but OMG have never missed a Worlds and Uzi has never missed a final. They do not want to start now, but they have to get through one hell of a gauntlet. They've started with M3, now they face Vici. These signs are great. I love the OMG fan club. They're so much fun.
Oh, look, we've got little dots now on our graphs.
Oh, just to see the crazy things I still can't read that I know you can.
It's it's blue side win rate. So OMG, since they're the blue graph, they have a higher blue side win rate, whereas VG have a higher red side win rate. Likewise, OMG are the more aggressive team fighting team, which is the right-hand corner of your graph. That's why it was farther.
Sweet. Well,
Yep.
Dots added to the graph for
I can read dots.
much easier clarity on that one. The players looking focused though. Going has certainly looked reinvigorated since he has joined the lineup again.
Looks super reinvigorated right there. Doesn't look bored at all.
Chilling out a little bit. Ready to play some top lane.
So let's talk about kind of contested picks between these two teams.
Sure.
Top lane in particular, Dandy and Going. I actually feel that both of these guys, at least recent competitives, have shown a very limited champion pool. That said, top is pretty much Gnar, Maokai. We've seen some Hecarim flex in and out there. Naturally, Rise is almost perma-banned. Sometimes we see him peek out. But particularly for Dandy and Going, I feel like it's Gnar. Gnar, Rumble, and Maokai are going to be your big 3.
Rumble's the big one as well. Interested to see where that one ends up, if at all. Might just be banned away as well. But you have to worry a little bit for Vici. It's interesting because it really matters about how much they've grown in the short time they've gotten. Because old Vici would not stand a chance against this lineup. They would just get run over by OMG's aggression. But who knows? OMG are looking good, but we haven't seen Vici in a little while.
And stylistically, OMG play pretty much the perfect counter to Vici, you know, being that very aggressive, all-in team fight skirmish team. But likewise, OMG were also one of the first teams other than EDG to bring over the rotate your AD carry to take objectives. So I feel like they're a really good balance and stylistic matchup against Vici, which is why we saw in their historic record that OMG actually have the better record there, 6-2.
Which makes sense. But even talent-wise, lane for lane, OMG right now might be better. Hard to say. Certainly traded blow for EDG. Couldn't get it done. But let's just let the draft do the talking. We're into game 1 now as Vici on the blue side, OMG over on the red. And a first ban Vayne taken away from Uzi.
Kind of surprised to see that one dropped, especially because I feel like so many champion pools are massive across the board. Like, if you're going to ban out Uzi, you then have to worry about Cool getting a pick like Azir or Victor or Echo.
And there's Elise. Smart ban there. We've seen this a lot. Actually, we usually see it the opposite way. No, I'm crazy.
No, you're
We've
crazy.
seen this a lot. Target bans on blue side, standard bans on red side, although Brom's a bit more of a standard ban.
He forgot what side he was on. And again, this is 5.14, so naturally Elise is going to be banned away because she's very powerful right now. Ooh, Thresh away from Mata. I actually really like that one.
I like when people ban away Mata's champions. He's always good. He's got a deep champion pool, sometimes too deep.
But I feel like Thresh just really empowers Mata to take the reins and lead the game with early roaming impact.
Roam Band does open up Janna though, so
Yeah.
I wonder if that's a consideration for OMG. But Vici going to have 10 seconds for their last ban. See Dandy talking to his coach. It's Kalista. I would ban that away too. Even though Kalista's sort of been unleashed a little bit, starting to see a bit more play because Pixit is taking precedence. I don't think you should ever give Uzi Kalista.
No, I agree with that, and you're absolutely correct. The fact that Elise is now in the meta and she needs to be a prioritized band alongside people like Echo, Victor, Ryze, it does leave Kalista open because she's lower down on that tier list. But against someone as powerful as Uzi, you have to think twice.
And there's the Ryze ban again. It's been a bit on and off, but picked up traction recently, especially from Danmu's top laner Sky, who unfortunately was just eliminated from the promotion tournament. But Vici snap up Sivir as their first pick here.
Again, just really a denial against Uzi again. And likewise, this makes sense for Vici because Sivir can be so empowering for positioning correctly in a team fight, but also disengaging correctly from a team fight. And against a team like OMG, you need to take as many disengage tools as possible.
You do, because they will fight you. They will not stop until you are dead. As Alistar gets locked in for Sun once again.
No surprises to see that go through. I actually expected this second rotation. The Victor is just too high priority. That was the one thing that I would have think Vici might want to go back and reflect on depending on how this game goes, priority picking Sivir versus Victor, but so far their target seems to be Uzi. Take him out, deny his champion pool.
Yep, Rek'Sai instead actually.
That's,
They're going to leave Victor open with Azir still in the pool, I guess.
I mean, Azir is Cool's most played champion for LPL Summer, but I think that's a massive mistake. If they don't pick up Victor in this rotation, I'm going to call them crazy.
Well, we'll have to find out. Vici thinking about it.
He should grab Gragas. Gragas is by far his best jungler, although he doesn't need to because Rek'Sai's been rotated.
Kind of surprised that Loveland didn't take it, to be honest. It's
Yeah.
been one of his big champions as well.
Oh, is he going for the counter pick? He's trying to dare him. I dare you play Victor.
I got this. I'm ready. Okay, whatever these picks are, some of these aren't real.
It's got to be. I think it's going to be Maokai Victor. There's no reason to rotate Gragas, but he'll definitely pick it up on last rotation.
Reasonable picks here. Slap on the shoulder there for Pong.
Okay, he's
from
going
his
to grab
coach.
it.
Pick the champion. 10 seconds left or so. Vici lining it all up here. Pretty good picks, honestly. Like, Maokai Gragas going to complete the front line instead.
He didn't grab Victor?
Nope.
Okay, it's because he hovered the Diana. So again, Pwong must have some sort of pocket pick that he thinks will be a nice counter if Cool decides to go Victor. That said, Victor's too strong. Grab that champion at any point available. I think it's already a mistake that he's gone this far into the draft. I mean, seriously, are you afraid of Pwong's Diana beating you in lane? Or are you afraid of that massive AoE terrain control, hyperscaling mid-power spike champion that does everything?
Interesting for Cool, because he just doesn't like giving up. I feel like he doesn't like playing reactive champions.
He high prioritizes Azir way over Victor, and
Like, you have to stop mid-sentence because he's like, oh, I'm thinking about it.
do
I
it,
think
Cool.
that they can actually hear you. They're doing this intentionally just to annoy you. And it's working out so far.
I like this.
Rumble pickup.
That's smart, because
I
then
like-
it denies the Maokai. And you don't need to pick Jinx up. That's not smart.
That's Annie. That's not even close to Victor. There we go. Picks up the Victor. Victor Rumble. Third and fourth picks for OMG. Must have been a misclick.
So much terrain control. And, okay, if you've never seen 2014 OMG, if your introduction to OMG was just when Uzi joined the roster, the only thing that you need to understand about them is team fight terrain control. They were one of the best teams in the world at doing that. Collapsing, coming in from different angles, setting up fights on the Dragon Pit or on the Baron Pit. And Alistar, Rek'Sai, Rumble, and Victor do all of those things beautifully.
Yep. Rumble's a good top lane pick. Like you mentioned, good into the Maokai as well. So you do have Annie actually locked in already for Martha, so going to take the aggressive option into Suns. Alistar doesn't know the AD carry though, but probably knows he has to stop Uzi. And even Cool, despite the cleanse. Good engage pick, especially with the Sivir. Annie kind of dropped off a bit, even with Sivir coming back in ever so slightly.
Yeah, just a little bit, but Cleanse has also been picked up. It does force that out of your mid laner anytime you see an Annie. He hovers the Diana. He thinks about the Victor, and he's like, you know, I'll just play Azir into it. I'm totally cool with this. Although I feel Victor has the stronger matchup against Azir. Like, Azir's going to have it earlier, and then power's going to shift back to Victor because he's going to be more efficient in his itemization as far as pushing waves. But
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. The lane is very close. I think Victor,
it's very close. yeah.
lane-wise, is maybe slightly favored, if at all. Depends on OMG pick up here. They actually go Tristana. I like the long-range carry into the Azir.
Are we in the
But
OPL?
another Uzi special as Tristana going to be the pick. And that's actually a reasonably aggressive bottom lane. Not massively, but reasonably.
I'm going to say massively. You
Okay.
think all the way back to the all-in level 2, Alistar, Tristana. I mean, naturally that lane's dynamic has shifted a bit because Tristana was changed in her kit, but if they're looking for a 2v2, that's absolutely terrifying. And Alistar is a great matchup into Sivir just because the spell shield, unless it's timed perfectly, really doesn't matter much to Ali. It's going to give him a free gap close to you if he W's onto the spell shield. You have to time it in between the WQ combo to make sure that you counter the knock-up versus the headbutt.
What do you think of the Tristana pick as far as like reset potential in the rest of the OMG team comp?
There's so much AoE damage that it makes perfect sense that if a well-placed equalizer flame spitter on top of chaos storm gravitational field laser gets everyone low health, it's just cherry pickings at that point for Uzi.
And that's the OMG way. As OMG gonna face off here, first game, Go going on the Rumble versus Dandy's Malk. I should be good for Go going. World 6 on Gragas though versus Rek'Sai's Loveling in a rare stroke of, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
Did not pick
surprised he
Gragas.
didn't prioritize the Gragas, especially against World 6. Definitely his best champion. In the mid, though, it's going to be Cool versus Kwong, the Azir versus Victor
Yeah,
matchup.
big mid laners there. Look for them to make an impact in the mid and late game. As Schwan on Sivir versus Uzi. Man, he almost never wants to have to play against. He's on Tristana. But Marta could be the saving grace on Annie here versus Sans Ali once again.
Son, big shoes to fill, facing off one of the best supports in the world. He's looked good so far. Can that streak continue?
Well, he's got Uzi in his lane, so things might be all right here. I think Schwan's probably the one thinking the same thing on the other side, being like, well, my support's really good. Their support's maybe not as good, but their AD carry is terrifying. Is the crowd, where are the signs at? No OMG signs. I saw them before. I know they're handy.
I love the signs.
I do love the signs as well. Well, let's get into the game now. Game 1 versus OMG, and Vici is on the way. And welcome back onto the Rift here. Vici versus OMG, game number 1. So we'll see where these lanes are going to go. By the looks of current positioning, looks fairly standard. I think that favors OMG. If in playstyle.
Yeah, given play style, you definitely don't want to give OMG their individual 1v1 matchups. If you think about early this split, they would simply win lanes just off of accumulating massive CS discrepancies and leads, just because their laners and their individual roster is so strong. Remember, with the acquisition of Uzi, people looked at this OMG squad and said, this is a true superstar team. You have players who are probably the best in their position in every single position. Of course, time told the true story of that.
Not as easy to get that many carries onto the Rift. But OMG,
Chapter 2.
Yep, they started making it work. They're back for the summer. It's the right time to start things going, because Worlds is on the horizon as well. Can't forget that.
We are going to have a lane swap, though. So what happened is both teams set up in a 5-point. And then Uzi and Sans stepped forward to where they suspected it would be warded, started their backs, backed into Fog of War. So showed themselves on the bottom side, are now swapping to the top side. But it is going to be called out by Schwinn and Mata. So all that this changes is dragon control. And it definitely still goes in favor of OMG, just because I'm going to say that Rek'Sai has better dragon control and invade potential than Gragas with the Tremor sense.
See how it works out here. Is Uzi going to start the lane off with a pause?
Yay! My favorite.
Guys, I didn't mean to lane swap. Can we restart remake, please? No. Fox is feeling happy about it. Here's him. We'll see what happens. Shouldn't be too much longer. Curious to see how the lanes shake out. Though, again, that 2v2 matchup really intrigues me. Because I feel like there are arguably major discrepancies in skill on either side of matchups. But it probably
80
just
carry
evens,
versus 80
but it
carry
probably just
support.
evens itself out. Like, I don't know.
Well, you have to think the supports in this role are going to be the ones who are enforcing the zone, whereas creating the zone, where the 80 carries will be enforcing the zone, and he's going to be stepping in front of Sivir to threaten with her auto attack. Likewise, Alistar is going to be trying to get control of that brush, so he can use that.
Makes sense here.
Watching what you're doing.
Hey,
Hey,
I don't see anything.
I see nothing.
Let's see Beach Gaming players.
I see Loveling.
Yeah, I see Loving too.
The best support that OMG have ever had is a guy named Alan.
Is now named Loveling, as it turns out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fun fact. Loveling was their original support, I believe, and moved to jungle.
Yeah. What, Loveland? What, he's gone through so many name changes.
Oh, it's so many.
So many. Loveland, Drug, Allen, Loveling. Yeah. Here we go.
Back into the game now. After Frostguren's mandatory history lesson.
I feel that anytime you and I are on the desk together, it has to happen.
Oh yeah, if you guys were looking for too much history from LPL, that's what you'll get tonight. But we get a good series here as well. So we move back into the game. Let's see Mata has that stun ready. Just trying to threaten here in the top lane.
Schwinn has done a good job getting control of the creep wave, so they will get the level 2 first. And again, very important to deny the level 2 advantage between Alistar and Tristana. They still have a lot of all-in potential, despite the changes to Trist.
You can see a couple creeps going down. Dandy in the bottom side, though, against Go Going. Creep wave struggling a little bit right now, but 1v1, especially with a couple levels, Rumble will have the edge here.
He's going to find his power spike when he gets to level 4, just because he'll have 2 points in his Flame Spitter. So watch that lane swing back in dynamic, and curious how Dandy's going to set himself up for success for when that power swing does happen.
Dandy does know Rumble, that's for sure. His recent Rumble games have been quite good.
Likewise, everyone should really know this Maokai Rumble matchup. It became very popular at Season 4 World Championship, and a lot of time Rumble was considered kind of the counter to Maokai. That said, when you get to the big 5v5s, Maokai is a fantastic answer to have against a Rumble comp, just because his ultimate will deny a lot of that AoE equalizer damage.
Good against Victor as well. And cool. He's looking pretty happy there in the mid lane right now. Down in CS, but getting good harass down with the laser. Getting pushed in early by Azir.
No surprises here. Again, the shift in this lane dynamic will happen around levels 8 through 10, especially once Victor makes his initial back for the Hex Core item invasion.
Leveling as well. Also going to clear some things out. Takes the red buff for himself. Hits level 3. Still not quite 4. Might be looking for a gank on the top side, but been all quiet so far. The first 4 minutes. That lane swap kind of got sniffed out.
Uzi's sitting on 2 points for his abilities. You notice that he doesn't have an explosive shot, so he's fully controlling the wave right now. And the only thing he's got leveled up is what, his W?
Rocket jump, yeah.
Yeah, his escape.
Makes sense. You can see actually forcing him off the wave here. This is Tristana, certainly in the old Trist, was a thing of beauty. Been a champion that he's liked, I think, since the changes. He's gone to it a couple times.
Well, also it's just naturally kind of an Uzi champion. Maybe not to the same extent as his Vayne and his Caitlyn, but right up there.
Looking good so far. It has the lead in CS. 26 to 18 is actually quite a nice lead, but Mata and Chuang will clear some things out. Uzi's going to back away, and Mata's doing a good job with his AD carry to hold the wave back as best he can. Still threatening, by the way, with that stun.
So what this tells me with both teams kind of opting up into the 2v2 on the top side, again, this really just changes the dynamic of the Dragon control. It tells me that this is going to be a slower paced, elongated lane phase, since no one's kind of prioritizing objective control like the Dragon to speed up and to create a 5-Dragon win condition early. Although we do have both junglers hanging around the top side.
Gets spotted by Loveling. Tremor Sense will spot World 6. Level 3 only for Loveling. World 6 at 4. Does get a bit of an edge there, but they're going in already. Midas look for the stun. He's going to try and find it. Gets Uzi. That's the target. Boomerang blades out, but he rocket jumps to safety. It'll all be okay for now.
In fact, Mata and Schwinn lost more health than San and Uzi did that entire exchange, so good job there. Both bot laners in the top lane or the bots.
Just to confuse you.
I know, I was like, it's the bot lane, but that's not where they are.
Loveling is only level 3 still. He's quite far behind, actually.
He's got a really good gank path, though, here over this wall with the Unburrow.
All right, level 4 now. Pops out for a bit of XP, almost.
He's looking for the flash pulverize. If they can chain the CC of the knockup, they're missing their window of opportunity on it, though, as the creeps go down.
Wave pushes back in. Loveling backs away. And World 6 takes his Raptors. Nice little move there. He's almost level 5. Getting a nice edge here.
And
Against
really
the OMG jungler. Able
to step forward into bully into Loveling's presence because Pong has control of this lane right now. Level 6 to level 5 is very important, but more so that Azir has pushed Victor in early, but this is what we expected.
Yep, World 6 clears out a ward. OMG know that they're about to get chased down. In fact, Uzi almost pulls the button on the rocket jump again. As you can tell where Vici are focusing, as Loveling finds World 6 again. Gonna get the knock up, but Pong's there as well. Rides in for the ulti. Not quite there with the flash. Mata finds the stun, and first blood goes to Gragas.
Frankly, just a mistake. There's no reason that Loveling should be that far forward, but hold on.
Going in again, World 6 stills the body slam. Good headbutt there from Sun. Great disengage with the pulve as well. Sun will get stunned, but that's all the damage.
Yeah, and the damage really has been done. So First Blood does go over to World 6, taking that into the jungle. A little bit of a sigh of relief for OMG's laners there, that they don't have to face across that 400 gold. But Loveling, they knew that Azir was in the river, that he had walked up into the top side of the map. There's no reason to step forward against the level 6 Azir.
Yep. Clear being missing creates problems. Let's go going. Having a nice time here in this lane. Even on CS with Dandy, but you can see level 6 now is going to do this all lane long.
That's a fun lane matchup.
Dandy not happy, but his team will thank him once the team fights roll around in the mid game, and Dandy's done a good job of still picking up enough CS.
And the lane will get more bearable once he's higher levels and his passive starts to kick in, but here comes the roam from Cool.
Maybe not now, because Cool is looking for a dive.
Oh, he knows.
No minions left. Recall's instantly. Good intuition there from Cool. It's actually Loveling that's holding the wave for him. It's an old Loveling tactic.
Also, really good roam from Mata. He didn't quite make it down to the bottom lane, but he was posturing there. Naturally, classic Mata has made his initial back, picks up the Mobies as opposed to the Sightstone, looks for the pink ward. So Mata right now just trying to get vision control over that dragon. Because again, this is how this lane swap has impacted the game so far. It's about how teams will posture and approach the dragon control.
And still haven't swapped back either. Uzi gets a BF sword, but he's returning to the top lane. So gonna have a nice item lead there against Schwan in that particular lane. It's farmed up nicely, actually 10 CS ahead. And Cool's going to go ahead and get himself a blue buff and continue on his merry way.
Now, advantage right now technically is for Vici just because they did get the first blood, especially in this 2v2 and how World 6 will impact the jungle. But OMG are totally fine to sit back, continue to keep their 2v2 on the top side, elongate the lane phase. They have the hyper scaling into the late game. Vici will have Azir, but OMG will have Tristana and Victor.
Rumble as well. Nice threat. Actually, pretty high execution here for OMG. We'll see if their team fighting is up to scratch, as Vichi's has certainly been getting better. But just one kill here in under 9 minutes. It's been relatively quiet, and only Loveling to me, the one that's maybe struggled a bit here. Although even on levels 9, actually ahead in CS is probably okay.
Yeah, Rek'Sai is so good at power farming.
I think that's why Loveling likes this champion as World 6. Trying to get this Raptor. Smite battle. Who's going to win? It's not World 6, doesn't have Smite.
He also doesn't have a lot of health.
Trying to force Loveling back, though. He does do damage. Really wants his Smite to come back up.
Cool should just walk over and assist him right here, but for some reason they just really want to avoid the 2v2 matchup. Likewise, again, Loveling, half health.
Gragas ulti. World 6 gets it. Yeah, can't really force against Gragas there. Too much engaged potential with the flash. As Marta's on top of a ward, level 6 now, with a stun ready. Looking to perhaps drop a bear on someone's head. This top half of the map definitely belongs to Vici, though.
We got the first blood. Likewise, Annie and Sivir are so strong right now having the Tibbers available to them, despite the fact that Uzi technically has the item advantage with the BF sword versus the pickaxe.
They can't play aggressively. Leveled up explosive charge there as well. They're starting to push that lane in naturally. Means that they have to be careful. But OMG, I like the care they're taking in their games. Loveling, he's going to get the Raptor. Trying to make sure Pong doesn't get it. Trying too hard, actually. Leaves them all there. A little scared of Azir's presence.
Yeah, Vici have done a fantastic job deep warding on Loveling and kind of keeping tabs on him, denying him a lot. He's been able to keep up in CS, but again, that's just the power of Rek'Sai's farming ability with her AoE damage with the breakdance.
Is that the official name?
That's the official name of it.
Breakdance moves. That's what it looks like. You're not wrong.
But,
going.
I mean, they've warded themselves. They follow World 6 has been following Loveling religiously around this jungle, so.
Kept tabs so far. But like I said, that's sort of why I think Loveling enjoys the champion. He can afford to be over-aggressive because he knows he can catch up later. With the power farm. Dandy not going to get aggressive. Knows that the matchup's a little tricky. Haunting guys up for going, actually. Versus Dandy and his Catalyst.
Looking for that righteous glory, although I pray one day it'll be a Rod of Ages. We saw that the other day.
That sounds great.
I'm trying to remember who it was. It was Aluka.
Of course it was.
Of course it was.
Aluka, the hard carry top laner. Getting the hard carry items. Cool going for another walk here down the bottom lane. Gonna face check World 6.
Okay.
Oh, never mind, actually.
We've got a
Loveling's down here. He's going to force it. 3v3. Loveling's going to get ulted. World 6 gets the first kill. Loveling going to be the next one as Mata collects it.
And that was the problem. It was a 2v3. Cool was just not postured on the correct side. Loveling, OMG, we talk about how good they are at collapsing and setting up skirmishes and engagements, especially between the Bash Bros. Cool, Loveling, going. Complete misstep there, but fantastic roam and pressure from Mata.
Outfoxed, certainly. His Mata's looking for a dive here. Knows the tower's going to go down. Can pressure Cool off it. Does do so. He's going to lose some CS here. Cool's having a bad time. 10 CS down. Lost his mid lane turret now to contend with the Sun turret. Uzi going to be the one to equalize that gold, or at least try to. Gets the top lane tower for his team.
But in a 1-2 punch, Vici will pick up the mid lane as well as the dragon. And we talked about, the evolution of Vici. They've always been a very objective, structure-focused team, but with the addition of Pwong and World 6 to their roster, they're able to pick up more skirmishes. And that's what we're seeing. They're out-skirmishing and out-rotating OMG and then translating that into objectives.
Yeah, OMG are the team that will just fight you 5v5 and find victories that way. But if you don't have objectives to contest, it can be difficult to force those fights. So we'll see where OMG go at about 15 to 20 minutes. Right now, Vici, the team traveling with all the momentum. Sun turret goes down. Not quite a real turret, sadly. They just want a piece there, although Schwan is working on that bottom lane turret.
We now have both the duo lanes into the bottom side of the map. Teleport is available for either top laner, but again, OMG want to sit back, continue to farm up their hyper carries. Again, they have a 6-minute window where Dragon will be down since Vici took the first one, where they don't have to worry about fighting. They just need to slow down the bleeding, make sure that Vici can't gain any more advantages through objectives.
Loveling might look for a gank here as well. It's actually bottom lane, but vision a little too good here from Vici. Loveling instead going to clear out that Scuttle Crab. And mid lane might be the next target. Azir diving in there. Cool's going to get knocked back by the ulti. Martis here as well.
No.
The trap is closed. Cool's going to try and get in there, but Schwan's there for the pick-off. It's Pwong that gets the kill.
Cool just way too far forward down the lane. He doesn't have the mid-tier tower. Pwong finds an easy ultimate into waiting hands from Mata.
And again, it's been Mata's early engineering and movement.
1-0-3, 100% kill participation for Vici so far, but now
going
the bottom.
in again. 2v2 on the bottom side. Uzi gets just destroyed by Burst as Loveling tries to make the difference, but they're a little too low. Ultimate's popped. Everyone's safe.
Here comes the flank, though, to push him off the tower. Now Cask is available.
Oh, World 6 not there. Doesn't have a flash. Doesn't want to go in, but they will get the tower instead. And again, for Vici, it's just business as usual.
Yeah, and this was the question we said, OMG, they just need to slow down the pace of the game, make sure that Vici can't squeeze out any more free gold over the objectives, wait for the next dragon to come up and look for another 5v5 when Uzi is stronger on Tristana. Unfortunately, Vici are continuing to snowball ahead, pressuring their advantage. They're so good at playing from ahead.
Yep, they're 3,000 gold ahead now, so starting that snowball rolling as Schwan's going to go back and collect his first item, probably IE, maybe the Avarice Blade build. See where he's up to in terms of gold in just a second. Boots. Avarice Blade. Okay. So we've seen this a lot in China.
Yeah, no reason to itemize into the Infinity Edge because the Dragon's not up yet, so there's no reason to look for the battle stats from the crit for the 5v5. Take the Avarice Blade. You know you're going to be farming lanes because you're looking for the next 5v5. Then itemize Eye Edge.
There's some crit anyway. It's all good. Kind of works out in the end. Going, Scuttle Crab. Oh, battle! Well, World 6 gets ulti back as well. Loveling's here. The good flash out won't get him stunned as the gravity field's out onto Mata. Good combo there from Sun. The ulti down from Rumble. They won't find a second kill, but finally one on the board.
A lot of cooldowns burned. Fortunately, again, the Dragon's not up yet, so they won't be burned by that for the next rotation of it, but Vici looked for a skirmish, and OMG finally came out ahead.
And that's what we expect from OMG. If they can do more of that, that's the right direction for this team. And Uzi getting free time in a lane. It's always fun for the AD carry play. He loves this position.
And he's really started to amass a lot of farm, but hold on the red buff.
6, what are you doing? That's so aggressive. Cool's going to collapse on him now. The smite's down for the slow. And Gragas, lucky to be alive, gets safely out of the enemy jungle.
Yeah, I thought he could just squeeze that one in there as Uzi takes the bottom lane tower with so much of Vici's members on the top side of the map. So the last 2 minutes, Vici have actually lost a lot of their momentum in their lead.
And it doesn't take much, honestly. 3,000 gold is not a huge lead, especially when a lot of it comes from tower gold. So Uzi knocks a couple down, able to get his team back closer to about even. And he'll go back by his first major item. See if he wants to look for the same crit with the Avarice Blade, or just go straight for IE.
Dragon should be spawning within the next 2 minutes 30 seconds. So, yep, I expected that he would go for the Infinity Edge because they should be starting to posture for the 5v5. Again, they have the Rumble, they have the Victor. The last one was taken because of a numbers disadvantage, so Vici got the early foot on it. But OMG are so ready to fight now.
Yep, and OMG going actually with a Leandries. They're absolutely ready to fight. Dragon up in 1:40. This Cool's even got himself a nice little build, actually. 2 evolution points, a blasting one, and some cooldown boots as he's on top of a ward.
I love the mid lane ward. Very important to ward after you take the initial tower, especially far down. It's a very high traffic point, and really it denies anything that Cool's trying to posture or engineer there in terms of the flank.
Loveling going to use his ultimate. Rush down on the jet ski towards the Dragon area. Knows it's back up in 1:15. And his team's going to try and contend for it, but Pressure being mounted here. Going's level 11 with his teleport ready.
He does not have control over that river right now, and he's... Okay, he quickly gets it. I was going to say, he's going to get bullied off that crab.
He's okay, gets it. Gets some crucial vision leading up to the objective. Cool getting chased. Righteous Glory pop for Dandy, but not going to find the kill. Everyone kind of in the central area. OMG know they have to try and contest. Feel strong enough to force a fight here.
They are still competing with the fact that they have less map control due to their mid tower and bottom towers being down. So just make sure that they juggle their waves appropriately, and that means that Vici can look for a different win condition when approaching this dragon. It doesn't have to be the 5v5. They can look to out-pressure OMG on the map.
Gogong's actually walked down. I think he might be recalling. No, he's walking back up. So his team clears out a couple wards.
He doesn't want to be forced to burn the teleport because Dandy's creating a pressure point on the top side of the map again. Vici know that they can't win them in a 5v5, even if they have a gold lead, because they're just not that great at team fighting, but they can outmaneuver teams on the map.
Good ward there from Uzi. Gets a 2-for-1 special on the wards. OMG actually have had 3 pink wards moving into the dragon area, and they're going to start it. Gogong's ready with the teleport if they need it.
Dandy has home guard, and he's sitting on base.
Just going to look for the flank. Where's the ward, though? A little far away by the looks of things.
Yeah, he doesn't have a good one postured behind them. He'd either have to go to the bot lane, the back of the pit. No, he's got one in the, next to Cool.
Still pretty far away, but not the worst spot here. One there as well.
Have you seen that tree move?
Next to that pink ward. True.
He flies.
Righteous Glory as well. They get one other ward. That one on top of Cool.
But look, Vici, they have the advantage of the mid-tier tower is down as well as the bot-tier tower. So what do? They immediately run in by threatening OMG to step off of the dragon and start pushing the wave forward to try to get better posturing on this.
So going backs off. He might be ready to port as well. Dandy's not going to have the home guard advantage unless he goes back right now. Good wall clear there from Azir. Pretty handy as far as auto attack range goes. And Vici are content to wait. They're still farming waves. It doesn't really matter. OMG have collapsed early, but they're not quite confident to go straight for that dragon and force the fight.
They don't have a lot of hard engage options. You effectively have Alistar as well as a Flash and Burrow. So it's nice, but it's no, on the hunt Sivir, which is what we talked about. Sivir is actually a really good pick for Vici just because you get objective control, hard engage, but more importantly, a tool to disengage effectively.
These top laners have been rubber banding for about last 2 to 3 minutes. Gogong's back in the top lane. Dandy pushed him out, and Dandy again just waiting on the home guard spot. So Vici now looking to start this dragon. Dandy gonna run down. Runs back. He's like, maybe not.
Yeah, he's looking for the flank. Okay.
Vici gonna do this. Scrying Orb down, they'll see it. Sivir ult pop, they're gonna disengage with it.
And run. Just run. Oh, no, here comes the flank.
San's ulti's here as well. Dandy gonna find someone that's only the Alistar who's already ulted. Gonna have to chase past him now. San's ulti's wears off, but a good pulverize.
They're in a choke point.
The equalizer's down. The gravity field as well. The first kill goes down onto San, but can they play clean up? Uzi looking as Mata flash tippers there onto Uzi. Gets leveling there as well. Now he's chasing off to the right as Cool gets stunned up by the body slam from Gragas. And the rest of OMG have to run out, but Cool forced to flash over to the Raptor wall. 2 kills already for Vici. Can they make it 3 or 4? They'll go for Going. They'll get the dive. They'll get the kill. 3-0 Vici Gaming.
Disaster for OMG. They lose the dragon. They lose the team fight. And Vici are now shoving down mid lane with a wave behind them.
And it's trouble. Need to keep going. Cool will clear them out.
It looked so good initially. OMG pulled them back into a choke point. You think this is Victor, this is Rumble's time to shine. However, Mata, for the rescue, flash forward, set the tibbers right on Uzi and just deleted him from the team fight. He got 2 auto attacks over the course of that fight, so massive misstep.
And you can tell why Mata picked the champion. He's already got the movies distorted up. It's funny, Uzi's teammate used to do this with him, and now it's happening against him. Makako Tave, curse you.
History lesson much?
Hey, look. People know that one.
What? Hello?
People watch that Worlds. It was great.
People know Loveland.
They do too. As Uzi, yeah, certainly struggling there. I like the hard engage choice from Mata. Vici back on the top side with Dandy. They're going to keep farming it up. They're just getting stronger and stronger. 4,000 gold ahead already for Vici. OMG were trying to close the lead, but As it stands right now, they're going to make sure the game doesn't get too far out of hand. And they're already down 2 dragons as well.
But again, we've now set up Vinci's win condition. They've got the 2 dragons. They can look for that 5th game, or that 5th dragon win condition. But likewise, how they approach the dragons. They always play with the pressure points. How did that lead up? It was the fact that Dandy was in the top lane, forcing Going to have a delayed reaction, allowed him to back up in time to set himself up for a home guard flank teleport to allow them to win the team fight. So anytime an objective is up for play, watch how Vici at first look towards the map.
And Baron's up, so that could be the next objective. Maybe a bit early, but certainly can think about it once that 3rd dragon in particular rolls around. Cool, trying something. Gonna die if he stays though.
I think the top tier tower is probably the next objective for Vici. If they make a sizable pick, could possibly look towards Baron, but will probably more appropriately try to contest red.
The vision's still good for Vici. It's actually transferred now to the Baron side, something Vici are excellent at doing.
Actually, you have that 6-minute window where Dragon is down, so you can play to the top side without sacrificing any sort of objectives, and that's just in general what the LPL is about, what these teams are very good at. It's trading objectives. Now, they do fight a lot, but they understand when is the most appropriate time to and not to fight.
And LMG are just scaling up, trying to get stronger, knowing that they can still win fights if they keep the gold relatively close. They've got powerful champions. They have to make sure they don't fall too far behind. Not just in actual gold, but got to watch those dragons scaling up as well. Uzi, though, taking some free farm. Schwan going to be able to get that turret. Uzi does not feel safe when he can't see Mata, and I do not blame him.
Mata still 1-1-6, 100% kill participation, 7 out of 7 kills. So again, they denied Mata's Thresh. You give him a high impact, high mobility champion.
I mean, his Thresh is excellent, but his Annie's certainly not bad. That's the thing with Mata. He just plays about everything. He just plays some champions even better than that. As Loveling and World 6 have been having quite a struggle. Loveling's doing some sort of bait. That was adorable, but he'll get out safely.
I don't know if he actually meant to do that, because no one was near him.
He had it under control.
Just doing
I believe in Loveling.
The zigzag.
Yeah.
That was cute.
So he's wrapped a camp, takes his wolves now. His dragon is now back in a minute 50 or so. BT Gaming can look for their 3rd, and that's where the real pressure starts mounting onto OMG.
Little bit scary though, because especially Dandy's itemization has both his MR and his armor item up and going.
Ulti, yep. Going wants it. Onto Dandy. Gonna move the flame splitter out. Slows there as well. Loveling's also here. Dandy does not like this at all. Gonna pop his ulti. Might live for long enough to see Mata come down. Going's overheated. Dandy's getting low. The smite's down, but Mata's there with the bear. Gonna stun in onto Going, and they back away from that kill.
Good roam from Mata to save his former Samsung teammate.
Yeah, current VG teammate. Ooh, Uzi found Schwan. That's a kill he likes. Actually, ahead on items is Siva. Uzi going to happy to fight 1v1 Sans here as well as part of the reason. Good dodge though. Sans has to line something up. Goes to the combo, finds it onto Schwan. Uzi going to put the deeps out. Finds vision there as well. Loveling's also up, and Uzi's going to claim a kill.
Very nice collapse from OMG to find something across the map. Now Dragon will be spawning in 56 seconds. We'll see and keep track of that on the hunt ultimate and if that's up and available for Vici. So look for them to draw out the Dragon fight until all of their cooldowns are back up and available.
You can see pink ward's being cleared by Mata. Good sweep there from Loveling, gets the ward. But again, OMG just sort of running after Vici, it feels like, rather than running ahead of them.
It's like they picked Sivir just to run away from people.
They sort of do, which is a very nice way of explaining how Vici plays.
I really like how Vici plays. I'm a big fan of teams that excel at one thing really well and kind of not anything else.
Well, started to diversify, so you may have to switch allegiances.
I have to get off the Vici hype train now.
Well, depends how this goes for them. There's definitely been a train already started for OMG.
But I love that both these teams, you know, OMG, they excel in the 5v5, the collapse, the protect the AD carry, the team fight, Vici, they excel in the macro movements. They're the intelligent team, death by 1,000 paper cuts. And I love to see, like, stylistically, the rock, paper, scissors as these two things crash into each other and grind.
Well, 4,500 gold up are the paper cuts. As OMG.
That doesn't sound... Do OMG get to be the rocks then?
But yeah.
Or when did they get to be the scissors? When they start winning?
I guess Vici are probably scissors and OMG a rock. That would work out. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, if they lose, I don't know what happens.
As long
Maybe
as
they
our
become mushroom.
Analogy makes sense.
So, Vici looking for dragon number 3. Loveling trying to get in the area. Drive-by smite, not there. Can't steal it. World 6 going to claim it.
OMG missed posture, but again, how did Vici set up for the Dragon? They were in the mid lane. They shoved it forward because they have complete control of that due to the fact they still have their tower as well as the Sun turret. And OMG just couldn't get the proper posturing to walk up and to contest for the pit. 3 dragons now. Vici still looking for that 5th dragon win condition.
But have to be careful not to get 5v5 by OMG. They are getting stronger and stronger. Phantom Dancer, i.e. done for Uzi, working on, I assume, Last Whisper, but possibly Vampiric Scepter for maybe.
But if OMG can never posture themselves correctly, and if Vici can keep just running them around the map, I mean, notice, the only time that we come into semi-skirmish potential is if OMG finally catch a random Vici member across a map, or we're just kind of skirting around a dragon pit. Otherwise, Vici stay well away from OMG.
And that's Vici. To do that running away, but it's because they're so good at playing around the rest of the map.
We call it advancing in the opposite direction here.
That's pretty much what it is. Azuzi going to clear out some more farm. Level 14 now for the AD carry player. Getting stronger and stronger. OMG definitely hit a tipping point here in this game. They can keep it even, and they've been keeping it relatively close.
Especially because Tristana now has the Phantom Dancer completed as opposed to the Static Shiv. So looking for that final item. We'll see what it's going to be. I have a feeling that it will be the Last Whisper with the longsword there, although we've seen a lot of LPL AD carries going BT.
Yep. Good item third if you can afford it, but I don't think you can.
I feel like you have to be ahead
Dandy.
on the clock to itemize for the BT, and I don't think he necessarily needs the shield because he's not competing against any sort of burst damage, really outside of Mata.
That'll drop off eventually.
Yeah, Azir's going to be mostly sustained damage.
Well, we're going to look for a siege down here in the mid lane. A little tricky though, Azir gatekeeping the turret. We'll keep it back. Sivir as well, actually. It's nice to see a Vici comp where
they take so much wave clear and ability to run around the map. Yeah. And siege potential.
Yeah, that's Vici.
It's like this really weird formula that they have where they only do something really well, but if they can do it, they always win.
Well, winning so far. See if OMG can crack the defense. So Going is actually farmed up a Storm here. He's quite far behind Dandy, curiously enough. He's 40 CS ahead. So Going does have some decent items. Got a Zonya's on the way after that Seeker's Arm Guard plus the Andrews. He's getting some nice farm down in the bottom side, although Vici's starting to prep for Baron.
This is very dangerous, though. So anytime Vici approach a Dragon or a Baron pit, again, this is perfect opportunity for OMG to look for a massive 5v5, especially in these very tight corridors with the Equalizer and the Chaos Storm will do so much damage. So, I mean, Vici have their lead, and they can pressure, and normally this is what you would see from teams. They'll try to draw them to the Baron pit, set up a pick because they have better vision control. But for Vici, even with a gold advantage, they tend to lose fights.
Yeah, they'll just play very safe. And they tend to only pick spots where they can win.
It's more so about, we know that you want this, and we're just leashing you here so we can make a different play across the map, rather than trick you into coming over here, set up a trap, and then translate it into the objective. Like, if they can get Baron, that's fantastic. But it's more so, let's draw them towards Baron, and let's take something else. They're like the magicians of the LPL.
Yeah. Try and trick you. Bit of sleight of hand as Going back in the bottom half. Looking for level 16, is halfway there. Not quite all the way through just yet. Aegis up for leveling as well as a nice pickup against Mata in particular. And again, OMG only getting stronger. Vici is the problem with this style. When it works, it looks great, but if you don't apply additional pressure, OMG keep the lead here, and they will still get stronger.
Likewise, you're facing against, you know, not only veteran players, but a veteran team. OMG, especially in the core of San, Going, Loveling, and Cool, they've been together since before the LPL was created, was even a league. They were playing together. And you do have legacy players in the form of, you know, Dandy and Mata, but a lot of that team is very fresh, especially in its cohesion and its synergy together. That's one of the beautiful things about OMG. You look at it and say, oh, these players have so much talent because they have so much legacy, so many achievements, the resumes are incredible. But can they play together as a team?
Well, until recently, the answer was no.
Yeah.
And Game 1's looking fine. But OMG taking their time here with Vici, which is exactly what Vici want. Might be playing into their hands, might be just waiting for that one big fight.
I feel like this is exactly what Vici don't want. Like, this is how they want. They want a slow, controlled style, but it's going to punish them in the very end, because late game, again, OMG have more threats. Unless Vici just play a god-tier team fight, which, you know, if it comes down to 55 minutes and Vici are relying on a single team fight to win the game, unfortunately, that's bad news bears for them.
It is. And Vici pulled out a couple of team fights in recent games. But best of five's another thing here, I guess, for both these sides. OMG already got their first one in, and all their players have a lot of experience in long series.
Likewise, their coach has a much better reputation than OMG's coach in a best of 5 coming over from Korea.
That's Vichi's thing. They do have their experienced players, but some of the other players, 3 of them really, especially their carries, not so much. We'll see if that hurts them in the long series, but if anyone's going to make it long, it's going to be Vici. They are good at artificially extending games, for better or worse, because they just play so safe.
But here we go. So they've been posturing on the Baron because they had to play to that side of the map with Dragon not up. Dragon has now gone through its full rotation of the 6-minute timer, going to be spawning in 30 seconds. So let's see how Vici prep this one again, or if OMG will finally be able to get on top of it and to force that 5v5. If OMG can get the fight and get a good pick on World 6, they can immediately translate to Baron.
Uzi got stunned. World 6 doesn't follow up. Uzi and Sam might be on the wrong side here, but Gogoin can come in. It's level 16 now. Needs to go back and shop, though. He's had that Secret Unguard for a long time.
Vici has all the waves prepped. I love it. Dragon's up, and every wave is pushing against OMG. They had to go reset them.
Last whisper up for Uzi as well. He got his shop in time. So OMG prepping for some sort of fight.
That's massive. The fact that Tristana has 3 items right now and Schwan only has 2. He's got the components for his last whisper. Probably actually has the gold for it, but did not get the shop in.
Oh, Gogoin went void stuff. He really
here comes the teleport.
They are going to port their way in. Vici looked to be on the Dragon. Loveling, can he steal it? He can't, but can they get the fight down? Pwong actually gets it. Sangha to initiate. Finds World 6 and Dandy equalizer down, but not enough damage here to try to find World 6, but in the back line, Pwong just dives in, and Uzi's the first one dead. And now OMG have to run away. San's going to die as well. Cools the next target. Dandy will snare him up. And these fights are not going the way OMG want them to. Vici playing ever so well.
OMG are supposed to be the team fighting team, and Vici are beating them at every turn. Not only the objective control, but the team fight after. The equalizer tried to split up the team, but they just walked around it. And Uzi completely separated, caught it out, and deleted from the map.
Yeah, it's Mata's target selection that's really causing problems here. He's stunned Uzi every single team fight we've had. We've only had about 3 of them. Mata is on top of that AD carry every time. Loveling going to try and line something up. He gets harassed out by Azir. That's going to give the Baron over to Vici. They do play it slow, but right now, look for Vici to pick the pace up a little. 7,500 gold ahead.
And Baron is so devastating on this team. Again, they're all about the siege. Their composition in general and them as an identity for a team. Baron means so much to Vici. Here's a replay. So the thing that you have to watch for, and you're absolutely right, is going to be Mata. And just how he locks down Uzi. Uzi burns the W to try to get on top of World 6, and then just the instant regret as he's deleted from the team fight. From there, you're missing your big AD carry who has the completed 3 core items, and they just use the Sivril to run the rest of OMG down.
Yeah, popping back in, Vici regrouping, getting some items. Bloodthirster actually up for Schwan. Got a pickaxe there as well. Double Frozen Heart now is also completed. And I need to see large rod through there for Pwong. Pretty strong, to say the least, here for Vici. We now have a sizable enough lead that they can start to take fights to OMG. And even if their team fighting's not as sharp, their lead will more than make up for that.
Just need to hold on here. Now the most important objective for Vici is going to be the 2nd tier mid tower and the 2nd tier bottom tower. So ideally they want to crack the inhibitor with this Baron, especially at 35 minutes in the game. Preferably the middle one, but if they do get the bottom one, it will mean a free 2nd Baron.
I'm going to start here. 4 towers now down. Vici 2 away from taking all 6 in his Anautas. World 6 looking for an ult. He doesn't quite go in. And OMG kind of have to do something. They're going to give this up if they don't. I don't know if they can. Little too far behind as the first tower goes down. World 6 ulti's called in for the alley-oop, and he's dead. Pwong gonna get that first kill. As Loveling's trying to fend them off, but Vici just far too strong. There's the double for Siva, and OMG already lost 2.
The dynasty right now is breaking. We talked about how OMG are playing better than they ever have before through the course of the LPL season, but Vici, they played the Vici game. There was, what, 3 team fights for the entirety of the game. Vici won 2 of them, and this translates into the game.
Yep. And you can see they're trying to fight them off, but Vici just have too much power. Very efficient here for Vici. Pwong does get the ult and takes out Uzi. That man has been targeted so many times. Vici know who to kill. They get the ace. They'll finish the game. And in Vici fashion, it is quick and efficient once they get down to it.
They targeted Uzi in the bans. They took it away with the denial of the Sivir pickup as well as the ban of Callista. Uzi puts on the Tristana. They gank his lane repeatedly and never let up. Vici, a fantastic job posturing for these objectives, never giving in to OMG's win condition, to give them to the skirmish, to give them the 5v5. They amassed their gold lead. They looked into the fights with the gold advantage and the item advantage, and they won.
It's part of the reason I feel like Cool wants to play these other assassin-like champions because he has to get something done. Victor's a farm champion. Your bottom lane's trying to get ahead while you're farming, or at least trying to stay even. So if you're getting picked on, you can't afford to sit there and Victor and wave clear for 15 minutes.
They swapped into the top lane, wanted to elongate the farm lane, like you said, but leveling just got invaded and couldn't get anything done. Mata, really the pace setter of that game.
Yeah, and you can tell. That was a Vici-style game as far as tempo goes. Pretty slow 20 minutes. Next 5 are a little faster. Oh, game's over. That's the Vici way. And they made it look easy there against OMG, who are on fire coming into this game. Going to lose a little bit of wind out of their sails as Uzi, as he often does after losing games, looking very serious. That's a pretty thin crowd. There's the OMG scarf, though.
And you have to think, how is this going to impact OMG in the long run of a best of 5? So we still have a possible 4 games left. It's not over for OMG, but Uzi historically, the morale swing after losses.
Can be bad. He's also the player that just goes nuts when he's down in situations. So it's hard to say, but these teams certainly have the experience. Not over yet, but Vici take a very convincing game number 1. Don't go too far after the break. It'll be game 2 for Vici versus OMG. And welcome back, everyone. OMG versus Vici. Let's look at some of the highlights from game number 1. There weren't very many team fights for us, but the ones that were all Vici Gaming.
And the only highlight you need to watch is Mata just putting Uzi in the dumpster, team fight after team fight, using his CC so effectively in denying that hyper carry potential from OMG.
Probably the best example of it coming up here. Dragon's gone the way of Vici. Difficulty engaged.
They were completely unsure about this fight. Look, Vici haven't committed to this, but as soon as they see Uzi misposition with the rocket jump, they pull the trigger. They were ready to just disengage off of that dragon and look towards the 5th dragon win condition, but Mata answering Uzi's misposition every single time.
Yep. And that Annie was the perfect pick to try and punish it as well. That's Mata. He is really good at killing carries.
It's almost like he's a world champion MVP or something.
Yep, something like that as well. 6 did his work as well on Gragas. I don't think you can give this man this champion anymore.
And Loveling is a big Gragas player, and normally he prioritizes it over Rek'Sai, so I agree. I think it was a drafting error. This time around, we will have OMG on the blue side, however, so they'll have priority pick. See if maybe things shift around, but Vici, they play their game, and they win every single time if they get to play that.
Just by the numbers, you can see 15-2, a huge jungle control rate, and the well-deserved MVP to Mata, the Uzi Slayer.
Yeah, completely agree right there. Again, every single team fight. The 3 that we had, Mata was so on point. Likewise, just his ability to get around the map and deny OMG at every turn.
Yep. The flash ultis were thick and fast. And whatever it was usually Uzi getting killed, just like this.
We talked about, the dynasty of OMG bringing back this 2013-2014 roster and how long these players have been together. Loveling, Cool, Go Going, playing with each other since before the LPL was even a league against kind of the newcomers. You've got 2 world champions and then a bunch of rookies that they're supporting and just running them around the map.
Yeah, and look, OMG can certainly win here in a long series. They're no strangers to a hard-fought best-of-5s, but if VG play like that again, OMG might just get shut out of this series. Like, it's funny when we looked at the series because it almost felt like one way or the other, if teams got their way, the games are going to be very one-sided.
Yes. And that's the beauty about the fact that they're so heavy in their styles. OMG, team fighting, Vici, objective control. If you play a slow-paced game where Vici are just able to run away from you, they're going to win at that game every single time. OMG need to bring the hard engage, which we talked about the Sivir as the priority pickup from Vici. It makes so much sense now. Not only does it empower their disengage, but it denies it from Uzi. It was one of his most picked champions for the LPL summer, and it's used as a primary hard engage champion to get on top of you and to force those engagements.
And yeah, getting it denied away there. And all the other bans that were thrown at Uzi means that he's got a pretty big target on his forehead after game number 1. So we'll see what the rest of OMG can do. They are swapping over to the blue side. Blue side's win rate today has been excellent.
Yeah, but this also tells Vici's game plan. They targeted Uzi in the champion select. They target him in the early lane phase, ganking his lane repeatedly. The first blood happened up there. In the team fights, maybe Cool will grab the assassin, like you said, and they'll shift dynamic and shift power. Take the hyperscaling off of Uzi, put it on Cool, synergize with your mid laner, and try to get him rolling.
Maybe just draw some attention away. Like, they can... Both Cool and Uzi can play more mid-game AD carries if they want to, so more assassins and more like of the Graves Corky style thing. Yeah, and they can do that as well. OMG usually win pretty quickly. They get momentum going and snowball from there. They can teamfight late game, but the one thing they cannot do if they want to win is fall behind. And that's exactly what happened to them against Vici.
No, I completely agree. Vici just looked unstoppable, looked very clean, clinical, precise, but those are all the words that we've expected from Vici. I'm going to call them the magicians of the LPL.
The magicians, that's a pretty good one there. As you can see, the World 6 sign missing the 6. That fans looking pretty happy for Vici. Are up a game, so Vici Gaming fans definitely having a good time. Says Schwan, I believe. AD player. Played pretty well. Doing stuff on Sivir. Saw him flash crit Uzi.
Yeah,
great.
Just really good at following up Mata's lead.
Yeah.
Again, Mata had 100% kill participation in that last fight.
Yeah, Uzi there as well. Looking like Uzi after a loss.
Looks more calm, though.
Mm.
So, again, best of 5 series. You can't afford to have someone take a mental break, check out. Uzi, of course, known to perform under high-pressure situations.
Yep. It's funny as well, because after a lot of the regular LPL games, Uzi was just laughing, even if they lost. But much more serious now that we're into playoffs. And we talked about promotion tournament being pretty grueling. Best of 5s in general, very taxing on teams and players. This gauntlet is insane. Anyone who gets out on the other side God forbid, wins the playoffs from the Gauntlet side of the bracket, very impressive. Even if Vici or OMG continue on, maybe get a run into 5th place, maybe to top 4, top 2. Really, really cool stuff because this is hard. Both these teams have a long road ahead of them. Vici didn't have to play until today, but OMG have already started the long road forward. The hype train's speeding down a little bit.
That's the big thing about preparation when it comes to this gauntlet. You know, the farther you are up, the longer you get to prepare for these grueling best of 5s. If Vici or OMG want to make it to the playoffs, they have to go through 8 best of 5s to get there.
That's so many.
So many.
It is so many. As you can see, coaches chatting to their players. Mata having a talk to there by Om, their coach. And we'll line up behind them again and go for drafting. As you can see, the fans still there with the OMG signs, scarves and all. Neon Uzi cool signs. It's all happening in the LPL.
So let's talk about what needs to change here. I definitely think priority pick for OMG should be some sort of assassin or even possibly Sivir. Take that away from Vici. We talked about how it works so well for either of these teams, but in very different ways. Vici, their ability to rotate around the map quickly, siege, and disengage. OMG, their ability to get on top of Vici and lock them down. But so far, OMG seem to have figured out the problem, and it's Mata.
It unsurprisingly is Mata there. 2 bans thrown already, Annie and Thresh. Going to make a Rise ban there as well. So a top lane target against Dandy and Vayne Callista. Both teams having fights in the bottom lane. Just a support on one side and the AD carry on the other.
So just move your power and your pressure to the mid lane. Big thing was the fact in the initial skirmish it was going, lovely, and cool, something they're world famous for, and Vici got the better of them because Mata beat them to the corner.
And there's a Janna ban actually from Vici. That is curious given Mata's pedigree on the champion, but maybe just don't want to ban something else to protect Uzi. I don't know. Too hard to say. We'll see what OMG want to take as their first pick here. Got Braum as a potential. Wouldn't be super surprised to see a mid laner or even something like Gragas just to deny it and give it to Loveling. Lots of options here for OMG.
Yeah, I definitely think Gragas, Victor, and Sivir are probably the highest priority picks between these 2 teams.
Got one.
Oh, wow. We're on 5.14.
We are, but I got to flash past the Elise for a second.
The fact that they're considering Sivir over Elise on 5.14 illustrates how important that champion is to what both these teams want to do. But they're going to go ahead and commit. Now, Loveling, legacy Elise player. He was the guy who invented the Doran's Blade Elise, run into enemy jungle, killed them on red buff.
And could see it again here. World 6 can go to Gragas again if he wants, but leaving Elise open, always a dangerous proposition. If Vici wins this game, OMG going to have a real hard time.
Yeah.
It's already bad enough being down 0-2, but having a last game on the blue side when you lost on Elise can't feel too good. As Vici going to go back to Maokai for Dandy and straight back to Sivir for Schwan.
That is the OMG special in their second rotation, Maokai and Sivir. Now, naturally, they did this when Uzi was paired up with Xiong in the top lane. It's now going, but OMG know this very well.
So do Vici, if the last game is any indication. So starting off on the right foot here. As Cool just locks in his ear for himself. Doesn't want the victor. We've mentioned his priority for the champion. You're going to take it here again. And Loveling on Braum. Sorry, Loveling's taking Braum. Probably Sun's champion.
Does leave Gragas open for World 6. Doesn't need to pick it up just this high into the draft phase, but kind of figured that they would almost leave some counter pick potential as opposed to picking up their Soul Links.
Instead, Cool wants to make sure he locks down the champion. Pong had a good game on it as well. Azir is just such an excellent mid laner. Hard not to take him here. Even though Victor is up, it's an option for Vici as well if they want it, or they can wait to the last pick just to make sure the pick fits the comp.
I'd agree with that.
Well, 22 seconds for Vici. Also, we've got Gragas. Can't imagine World 6 wants anything else with Elise being taken away.
The other big thing about Gragas for Vici as a team is, again, the disengage potential. Not only is World 6 a fantastic Gragas player in general, it's probably his best champion that we've seen out of his pool, but just it's so important to give Vici these tools so they can pick and create the best possible team fight advantage because they can't take anything on a 50-50 foot.
No, and Vici now pick up Alistar and Gragas. So Mata going to get the big, beefy initiator this time. And World 6 happy to go to Gragas again. You can see coaches behind Puang, though, discussing his mid lane pick. I wonder if they've got something juicy lined up. Or if it's just saying, hey, you're practicing Victor and solo queue? He's like, yes, I have.
Hey,
the champion is ridiculous.
Any mid laner in the world, do you play Victor?
The answer is yes.
Yes.
There's OMG trying to round out their lineup. Do have good scaling from Cool, so maybe Uzi wants to go something a bit more aggressive, something a bit more bursty. It's highlighted Corky right now. It's a decent champion for him to take away, and they do need to complete the top lane. Does going want to play Rumble again, or does he want to play something a bit more tankier, maybe a bit more initiation potential?
I feel like he wants to play Gnar, but he is hovering the Shen currently.
No, it wouldn't surprise me, but might not be enough consistent engage for
That
LMG.
said, Shen's going to give you a really nice hard engage.
Well,
So will Gnar, but
yeah,
in terms of...
it's consistency for me on that pick, but Jinx, Shen are the last 2 picks there for OMG. So a late game carry for Uzi with some early push potential, and Shen, very classic going champion.
Yeah, that also makes a lot more sense to pick up the Shen when you have a hyper-scaling AD carry like Jinx to offer a lot more protection because she has fairly low mobility unless she gets her resets.
And you can see Vici hovering the Victor. It's a likely pick here for Pwong in the mid lane. Cool took his Azir away. Actually had this matchup for Cool last time, assuming they play it.
So the advantage that we've seen with teams having the Azir is because he has control over the lane early, able to shove Victor in with the Sand Soldiers before Victor can itemize into Hexcore and get the wave clear with the evolution point. The junglers have been invading early with the Azir push, so on Elise, look to see if Lovelane's going to take advantage of that. If Cool pushes forward, gets control of the mid lane, if they're going to transition that onto World 6 jungle with a dual invade.
Yeah, and there it is, the Victor for Pwong. Not too surprising, but a strong last pick nonetheless there for Vici. And we look down the teams, line them up. Very strong on both sides. I think both teams going to be content with the drafts that they've gotten here.
The big thing for me, however, is going to be the Elise for Loveling. That's a legacy champion for him. Very powerful on the 5.14. See if he's able to make early plays with this, especially in tandem with Azir's pushing power, versus the Sivir pickup. We already talked about how this is very key to Vici and be able to stay away from OMG or make sure that they get the best possible positioning and posturing in a team fight. Likewise, World 6 Gragas.
Yeah, and Uzi again, picking a somewhat immobile AD carry, or at least no dashes, no gap closers. Could be tricky. If they can keep him alive with the Shen and the Braum, should be plenty of cleanup there. So both teams have good stuff going on.
Yeah, still looking for the reset potential from Uzi. Didn't find it last time. Mata did a great job keeping out of the team fights. Now on Alistar this game, so not going to have the same type of burst damage, but still certainly the same type of CC lock.
And that might be enough there as we see our matchups now. Top lane we start now. Going versus Dandy. Shen versus Maokai. And our jungle matchup, Loveling on Elise versus World 6's Gragas. This will be a tough one.
This is probably their 2 best champions for either jungler. Loveling was fairly lackluster last game. See if he can pick it up for the rest of the series. In the mid lane, though, it's Cool on the opposite side of that matchup versus Pwong.
Just loves Azir. Does Cool as Uzi on Jinx, interestingly, a champion he hasn't played that much of versus the Sivir again. And Sun on Braum this time versus Mata on Alistar. So similar supports, very beefy, very engage heavy.
See if we'll have another lane swap initiated. It's very I would say probably more key that Vici make sure that they get a 2v2 to keep Son locked down in lane.
We'll see if they can do just that. Let's go straight into our second game. And we're on to the riff for game number 2. Vici are up a game after an expertly played game number 1. But there's only one game in a best of 5. The Gauntlet is long. It's Vici's first time here. It's OMG's second outing. Going to see if they can tie this up at 1-1 and force a best of 3, or a Vici going to win and force 3 match points.
This comes down to something very simple. Can Vici run away from OMG? Can OMG catch Vici?
And we don't say that in a silly way.
That's very serious.
Just the way Vici likes to play. Managed to do it in game 1. Just danced around OMG. Might be a better way to put it. The Sun and Uzi. Looking down the bottom lane, might look for a swap again, but this matchup probably doesn't fuss them too much.
I would love to see OMG swap this just because Jinx is going to have fantastic turret control, especially against Sivir, who is known for her siege. Likewise, unlocking Braum level 1 to roam around because his Q is so powerful in tandem with his concussive blows passive.
Regardless of what happens, we're looking to the junglers, as always, to make that difference. They ganked Uzi relentlessly in game 1. Did Vici with that Gragas and a bit of help from Mata. Can Loveling convert into a bit more pressure here? He's on Elise, a very powerful jungler on this patch. And there are so many pings.
They haven't stopped pinging for the first 2 minutes. Now, normally Mata pings a lot in general. Again, OMG is going to be an entirely Chinese team versus a hybrid Korean-Chinese team on Vici Gaming. So Mata, oh, thank you.
Nope.
Oh.
Still there. So they do spot Uzi in the top lane. They've gone for the swap, and they will get it. So Jinx in that lane swap, actually keeping the lane here.
What's actually beautiful about this, so we talked about how it's so important to unlock Braum level 1 to allow him to roam around, but we actually see Mata roaming in, getting some vision to check which side of the jungle leveling started on. Jinx is going to have fantastic siege, likewise very safe if she's left alone for solo EXP. But then the other layer on top of this is that because leveling is on Elise, you really don't sacrifice that much dragon control because she can take it by herself with her spiderlings very early, so.
Gonna be doing a bit of early jungling first. Leveling and going joined at the hip here for this first little clear. And of course, gonna go invade the top side because that's their strong side of the map. There's no jungle left. There's the Raptors.
Have to watch out for the four-man gank on the mid lane, especially after they're done with this Raptor camp, although San has returned to the top side.
And he did not check that buff, so they're actually going to get 3 buffs by the looks of things. It's a bit of a misstep there from Lovely and Blue. World 6 and Dandy tearing through this bottom half jungle.
Also a really good response from Mata to set that up for his team. Again, figure out which side of the jungle Loveling started on and act accordingly, so bypassing over their blue buff to siege into Loveling's jungle.
Vici went diagonal, actually, which is impressive, but managed to get the buffs. Elise going to get the bad news, already a couple pings down. Might have the info already. They'll back away from the Krug, leave a little one in there as well, just to add insult to injury. And Uzi's going to have a good start, but it's going to cost his team quite a bit in the early game.
And we talked about this, you know, compositionally this makes sense for OMG just because I like, hold on, I'm waiting for going to flash con under tower. Because I like the fact that Braum gets to roam around, that Elise doesn't sacrifice a lot of jungle control despite the fact that she gets 3 buff. But it just goes to underline, you know, Vici, if you don't give them standard lanes, if you make a lane swap, if you create a scenario where they're just playing macro movements, 9 times out of 10 they're going to beat you.
Yep, and Vici right now got the upper hand in the jungle as World 6. Gets that blue buff and confirms the 3 buff. So we might have some pushing in the bottom half here. It's a tri-lane kind of for OMG, setting 3 people up into the bottom lane. And Uzi's getting all this free time, so it's cool. The 2 big carries of OMG are getting space. We'd be curious to see how much it costs OMG.
They can get this shoved in and get vision of where World 6 is. They could possibly look to transition this onto Dragon. Again, Loveling's Elise is going to be very good at taking early dragons.
Level 3 now as well, so getting some XP from the lane. Still here as well, wanting to make sure Schwan does not push these turrets. There's not really any jungle to farm right now, so I actually don't mind this play.
It's just waiting on information, so if they can shove this wave in and keep Mata and Schwan locked down so they can get over to the Dragon Pit, but it's such a high-risk, high-reward type of game, because if Schwan and Mata are able to walk over and interrupt that dragon, it would surely mean first blood. So these are kind of the win conditions that they're playing around, and I think they've decided to not commit to it.
Too cool. Has a nice edge here in the lane as well. Bomb's actually quite low. His teammates are coming. I can see some pings. That looks like a dive. Just backs up instead.
Yeah. Okay, so really good posturing from Vici to not give into OMG. They've been trying to be proactive since the very start of the game. And again, Vici just beating them at every turn on the macro level.
World 6 going to take more jungle as well. Got the Wolves already. Going to take the Grump now. And Loveling is getting his Raptor camp. I think he still has a lost Krug in the bottom lane, so he's having a bad time on the old Elise. 6 creeps behind right now. There's a lot in jungle.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I feel like we always have to like asterisk that. 6 creeps means a lot in jungle camps.
2 camps. Do you know how it averages out? It's basically 2. It's World 6. Going onto the crab. He's going to get it as well. He's stealing all the jungle, this man. And once again, Loveling's pressure just not been there. When the games have gone well, they've started with Loveling's pressure.
No, I completely agree, and it wasn't like OMG weren't trying to posture for that. They tried to make proactive plays in the mid lane and then the bottom. Unfortunately, weren't able to find it. Good zone from Huang here, as well as Mata to keep going, losing so much experience in free CS.
Oops, Quad though in the top lane. Dandy gets himself killed as Uzi. Happy for a bit of extra gold.
I think Loveling, nope, actually wasn't involved in it at all. It was just San and Uzi.
2v1 as Loveling's catching up in XP. Be very happy to pick up some of Vici's jungle. It's level 4, but OMG are going to lose this turret. Going cannot hold on to this.
It will be traded in the top lane, however. Jinx is on a free objective, burning this down very quickly with a sizable creep wave.
Does take it. Godoin actually getting XP as well at least. They got some decent CS, so not doing too badly. Trying to bully Mata out. Gets headbutted for his trouble. Azizi is going to take the tower, take some turret hits as well. Taking it all right now. And there we go. Turret goes down. It's coming.
There we go.
Looks like they wanted to bounce the wave back, but Dandy's going to come and collect the CS instead.
Okay, now the difference is going to be how each team postures for dragon control. You have teleport on both top laners. Hold on, though.
That's a surf there from Cool Pwong. Forced to flash out. Loveling lands a Cocoon. Gravity field is down, and Elise, no mana, can't complete it without abilities.
Wow.
Repel does get used. Dandy's TP'd in, but Loveling's going to die by the looks of things. He can't get out of it. Dandy gets the kill.
Beautiful lockup from Pwong right there. The gravitational field was perfect to buy enough time for Dandy's teleport to connect.
Unlucky there as well. A great gank there. A huge play from Cool, who's really showing off these Azir skills, but it goes wrong there. A nice TP from Dandy is expended, but it does get them the kill in mid lane.
And just the damage that came out of Pwong's Victor there was absolutely insane. The Chaos Storm pretty much half-healthed Loveling.
And that's Victor. Level 4 release does not stand a chance.
We have a dive now being set up in the top side.
They're going has to run away. He's pretty good at avoiding them historically. Looks like he will be safe for now, but he wants the experience. Probably wants it a little too much.
Vici, knowing that the enemy jungler is dead, they decide to play to the strong side of their map, deep invade with tons of vision, as well as take complete control of that tower.
And tower will go down. 2-1 up now for Vici. Uzi working on it in the bottom side. Got a nice big creep wave stacked up. Might be able to get this with Sun's help. We'll have to see. Looks like he's just going to be able to get it. Actually pretty confident.
They're trying to set up a trap for Dandy.
Dandy not going to buy it. Going to go down and get some vision instead, but he doesn't have a ward. Puts down his trinket instead, as they're not stopping here. No need to for Schwan.
Have to be careful though, respect the taunt.
Taunt does happen. Marta takes some damage. Schwan's like, yeah, I'm okay. Can't really taunt Sivir. She's got a spell shield. They're going level 6 now. The tower and bot falls as well. There's no help here for Go-Going.
Go-Going is level 6 to Mata's level 6.
Yep, gets headbutted back. Ult out there from World 6. Go-Going barely doesn't make it over the ridge as Schwan gets the kill, and that'll be a turret as well.
And Loveling commits his time to assisting Uzi on the bottom side of the map. They take the tower, but they're going to trade it for second tier on top side.
Again, Loveling's pressure. He's tried to apply it, but it's been difficult to put it in the right places. It's not necessarily Loveling's fault, just how Vici plays so well.
I don't know, I just feel like it was a complete misstep from OMG at the macro level from, I mean, pretty much the start of the game. They will pick up the dragon. Gold still fairly even.
Remember, we are comparing macro level shot calling to Vici, who are the team when it comes to that. So keeping up with Vici, going to be pretty tricky on that front.
I mean, the whole reason that OMG's roster kind of splintered a bit is that there was too many cooks in the kitchen, too many shot callers on the team between Go-Going, Loveling, Cloud, and Uzi when you had the initial kind of pickup. Then there was kind of the balancing of Shui with Uzi and then North with Loveling. Now we have them all together. And again, OMG, you know, they look a little bit frayed at the edges in terms of their cohesion about moving around the map.
Yep. Bit rusty for the old lineup. Sun clearing out some wards. OMG can get Cool some space around the mid lane. Who's been having a good time. 15 CS ahead as he's getting stronger, going for Chalice first there. Without Athene's, and Martin's been caught. TC's there, but he has his ultimate. Cool gonna go in, he wants it very badly as Schwan's gonna pop his ultimate to run away. Sun's gonna put up the Unbreakable. They have to try and dodge it. Marta, we're gonna go down there, needs a little bit more damage, had the heal, kept himself safe. Now Sun is dead as Dandy just flies into the bottom side and Go-Going. He's too greedy, he's going for Marta, but he is gonna die. Chuan gets that kill. Cool's gonna get one finally back in their favor. And Uzi's trying to fight around it, but Pwong does too much damage. And Uzi's gonna get caught by red buff. OMG, everything goes horribly wrong, and Loveling barely gets out alive.
And VG just out-skirmished OMG. It was technically a 5v5, but it was fought on two different fronts. A beautiful play again from Mata, and they banned him out. Banned both Annie and Thresh. He falls back on the Alistar and makes another massive play for VG Gaming.
I already told you can't ban out Mata. Man has played J support in real games.
Oh yeah, he has.
And he was having fun in that game, let's just say. He probably had a decent game regardless. Mata is a very good player with a very deep champion pool. And it's showing here with the Alistar now, flexing a little. And Vici again, just such a nice setup. It's so hard for OMG to get in. It feels like one of the best defensive teams in the world trying to run in straight into a brick wall.
No, I completely agree. I mean, Vici are so good at dancing around, pulling back. So many cooldowns were expended to try to reach Mata. The gravitational field separating the fight as 2 members of OMG got across it and the others had to stay on the other side. So making sure, again, that you're not facing a full 5v5 OMG squad. You're taking 2 and then you take 3. And they can't set up the front line for Uzi.
No, and that's the thing. Like, does this composition even skirmish that well? Like, it feels to me like
this is all a space control composition from OMG. You've got your massive front line and your non-committal CC with Braum and Elise. You're just creating zone with Azir and Jinx.
Can't find them just yet. Here, Vici throwing them into their own space instead, able to win. Couple of fights in a row now. 3,000 gold ahead once more for Vici at 13 minutes.
Vici are playing their game and slowing everything down and being objective-oriented, but they're also beating OMG at theirs and out-skirmishing and using specifically terrain control. The gravitational field in that last fight was so core to that victory.
Just good awareness and good vision from Vici.
And great communication for, again, a hybrid team. We're going to talk about teams who ping a lot. Vici Gaming on one of those teams. It has not stopped.
No. Cool's going to get himself a blue buff, or try to. Contest is here from Vici. World 6 rides in. Looking for the steal, blocked by Suns. Nice. Ulti. Oh, almost Cool.
Oh, he got it with
he
the
doesn't
laser.
Get it. Huang snipes it from the side.
Beautiful job from World 6 right there to separate Cool and the blue buff. Again, this is I'm not going to say bilingual team, but a hybrid team. Those are, of course, with the 2 Chinese players communicating with each other.
Cheating. Mixed language roster.
Only speaking English. Go, 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 go.
Vici, that's certainly not the word they're using in any game, let me tell you. But
run, 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 run.
Maybe. But look, it works for them. And they're up again here in game number 2.
They used to say at OGN when Mata was the shot caller for Samsung White that you could stand backstage and you would just hear him screaming, spread out, spread out.
I'm not surprised.
When he was against an Orianna. So very controlling.
Yeah, very. Oh, San caught now as well. That's a good pick for Vici. Dandy collects the credit, but poor San's kind of evaporated.
A pick. Posturing around the dragon. Just walked into the wrong place, wrong time. But Mata looking for the reach around. He can bounce him off the tower.
Yeah, Cool's probably the target here. No flash either. Oh, spotted.
Has ultimate available, though. Cool needs to get off that tower.
He wants it. He really wants the CS. Don't risk it. Loveling trying to find something as well. Bit of harass there, but the tower does go down. Vici do a nice job playing with that 5v4 for the tower.
But again, they don't pull the trigger. They had the tools there to look for the dive, but that's not Vici's game. They're not going to beat you by killing you on the tower and diving. They're just going to beat you by spreading their zone, influencing your direction, and then taking the objective they want, and then walking away.
That's what they did. Take the tower.
If OMG were in that position, they would have dove.
Oh, yeah, 100%. OMG were ready to fight, and they were getting dived potentially. So instead, they'll clear out the Scuttle Crab. Vici is setting another trap here.
Aww.
And unsurprisingly, it is for Uzi. Uh-oh. Goodbye, friend. World 6 charging in. Body slam's good. Gonna get the damage out. Don't even need anything else. And Mata swoops in to steal it.
Aww.
What a good support player. Yeah, Vici looking good. 15 seconds up to that dragon. We'll have another power play 5v4. Uzi being dead means that OMG cannot try and take this away. Cool's trying to make a play. Huang pops his heal. Gravity field down. Cool pops his in response. And Vici actually want towers by the looks of things. Chuan is still in the bottom lane pushing.
And OMG had to back off of that because they lost vision of World 6 and Mata, assumed that they were coming up behind them and weren't able to commit on Huang's Victor being that far forward in the lane.
And look, they would have come as well, but he got away. Summoner spells burnt in the mid lane, and World 6 is going to start this dragon. A bit of help now from Chuan. That'll be dragon number 1 for Vici.
But this is the evolution that we're talking about with Vici. So yeah, they're still playing, you know, around the objective and it's their priority versus killing you, but they're doing so much better in their skirmishes, and that's been the next step to this team with the addition of Huang in World 6. World 6 is an incredible Gragas. I cannot believe OMG have let him have this champion back-to-back.
Loveling does have a lease, but again, the pressure has just been unusual for Loveling, to say the least.
I was going to say lackluster.
Yeah, that too. Vici still in full control. 4-2 up in turrets, 8-2 up in kills, and a dragon apiece as they prevent OMG getting their second. So everything all square except for that 5,000 gold lead. And Vici ended game one pretty quickly. See if they put their foot on the gas anymore in this game. If they're just going to continue to play the same way that's won them countless games.
Probably the scariest team to let have a lead is Vici. They're just so efficient, calculated.
You can see itemization for Vici starting to come in as well. 2 items almost for Schwan. 2 items effectively for Pong, maybe waiting on some boots. Some tank items in the top lane. Dandy working on his second item comfortably as well. And OMG struggling to finish there first. We've got a Charles for Korn and Infinity Edge for Uzi. Don't have the tools, but can't really use them right now. And Victor is sitting in this mid lane. He will never leave as long as this turret is up.
Talked about how OMG love to dive. They do have a lot of tools to do so. Elise very good at diving just because of how she can juggle tower aggro with her repel. Likewise, the Shurima Shruffle.
It's definitely not what that's called.
What? That's what Atlas calls it.
That's why. Shannon's on here as well. Again, good dive tool. But OMG just feel like they're playing scared, to be honest.
Well, when you have a Shin on your team, and have we seen a single stand United this entire game?
Once.
Okay. He's level 10, so that cooldown's been up for a very long time, but OMG just completely unable to utilize that champion. Doesn't even have his Sunfire up, so his split push is still fairly non-existent.
It's just the Cinder there. This Vici's vision game is so strong.
Vici's map game so strong.
Yeah, and OMG, that's the thing. They want to make plays and be aggressive, but can't make picks when people ward.
But when you're getting out-rotated, when you have the global ultimate, you're having a bad time.
The Master Effect. Oh, blue buff again. Actually, did go to Sun. Technically on OMG's side, but still not on cool. Victor will consider that a win.
Are we putting that in the win column?
For Vici, yeah. Absolutely.
As Pastry likes to say, put that in the not good column.
Not for OMG, that's for sure. Squad 6 continuing to farm up. Again, they'll just wait between spawns. Vici are the team that wait between major buff spawns, especially Dragon. Don't even worry.
They take every single timer. They're going to contest you for the blue buff, the red buff, the Dragon, the Baron. They're never going to fight you without a reason.
Yep. So when you see a map nice and blank like this, just relax. Go get a drink maybe. Vici like to chill things out. They are very deliberate in the way they play. But boy, are they good at winning.
Look at those pink wards across Vici right now. They have 4 pink wards. The only member who doesn't have a pink ward is the guy who can't fit one in his inventory.
Dandy letting the team down. We'll be able to put one again soon. It'll be okay.
I long for the day that I see one of Vici's members sell an item so they can pick up a pink ward.
Pink ward goes down there for Pong. Thought he sold it for a second, got scared. It's cool, still clearing minions out. Brabadon's Death Cab is on the way. 2 items are approaching for OMG, but for me, it's not even been the item timing strictly that have been the problem. It's been finding an actual fight that they can win. OMG have been very scattered these first 2 games.
Yeah, it's still been a very early series, but you're absolutely right. You know, Vici are doing just a great job of keeping OMG at arm's length, never allowing themselves to be found in unfavorable positions, or even uneven positions.
Probably got a lot to do with that man there. Schwan on the Sivir. Going to start running down some more towers. Vici again, up 4 towers, looking for 5.
Just trying to pull OMG around the map, keep them split up. Don't consolidate your resources to one area and allow them to travel as 5. Keep them in skirmishes. You have more control of the map, you have the Sivir, so you're able to react faster.
Again, a very clean style when it works. It gets real messy when you start losing team fights. Thankfully for Vici, haven't looked like doing that anytime recently these first few games. He's leveling, trying to get Mata and the rest out of his jungle, but not happening. Just clears a couple wards.
Okay, but we now have all of OMG's members on one side of the map, so a step closer to where they want to be.
Well, Lovin's found Mata, maybe the other way around. Lovin gets punted into the team. Gravity Field locks him up, and he will die to Pwong. Mata pops his ulti. Dandy does straight in onto Uzi. Huge ult there from World 6, and Sun's going to die as well. The bottom lane is in tatters. That's 3 kills quickly for Vici Gaming.
Loveling caught out in his own jungle, quickly knocked back, and just so much chain CC from Vici. They're so far ahead and just running OMG over with their gold lead.
Set that up as well. Pwong had put down the Gravity Field preemptively, and now Vici are going to run straight towards the Baron. They'll even spot the ward in the back as another pink goes down just to make sure.
And the best OMG can do is possibly trade on this mid-tier tower, but Cool's going to go ahead and face check.
He's going to get martyred. There we go. Pulverized headbutt, alley-oop, and they're Schwang with a kill.
And they don't even trade the mid-tier tower.
Oh, Jigsaw! Not quite there. Doesn't get a kill either. Oh, kills him. Now Gragas. Uzi gets the consolation
Success.
prize.
We're on the board. Let's see a replay. So like you said, the gravitational field was set up preemptively. It's used to also split up this fight, but Mata and then Dandy just, oh, look at that cast. Pops them both back into the entirety of Vici's waiting arms, and they, oh, Gragas and Sivir are so important to this team. I cannot emphasize this enough. Gragas in particular, because it changes the terrain of the fight. It finds someone who's out of position. It makes sure that you're never on an even 5v5.
Well, see if things change in Game 3. They cannot change in this game, FLICKR, and they are stuck with the champions they picked.
The FLICKR and tilt is real right now.
Well, 8 to 9,000 gold up for Vici. They're certainly not tilting.
No, they look beautiful right now.
Looking real good as Dragon's up again. Can go for number 2, but at this point with the Baron buff up, we'll just take it and probably look to take some turrets. That's really the only thing missing from the winning Vici recipe.
Why target Mata's champion? Like you said, literally plays everything. World 6 has shown 3 competitive junglers to be statistically relevant.
I think they were hoping to get a bit more pressure out of this Elise pick.
I actually think that's pretty accurate.
Like, OMG would have looked at this draft and think this is fine. I think Sivir's probably the bigger
Do the
offender.
lane swap have a stronger side? But I think I wanted them to look.
Well, we'll see it now as World 6 gets knocked back by Cool. Pops himself into the ulti. OMG trying to find a 5v5,
Beautiful.
but 3-man pole there from Mata. Huang gets the first kill onto Sun. Loveling is going to get chased down here as well. And Dandy's off to the side. Don't need him though. It's going to take more turrets.
A massive 3-man knockup into an easy Chaos Storm. That was an alley-oop.
It was. A couple of these games. That's the great thing about the Alistar Victor Gragas synergy. You get a lot of those. Is it Maokai? He likes Duncan. You know, he's wearing a soccer uniform. Here's the goal. He's allowed to touch it with his hands. Oh, Loveling. Scooped up by Dandy. There's the kill for Schwan.
OMG are being touched with hands.
And now Vici going to take this mid inhibitor as well. 24 minutes in.
Oh,
Basic's
there we
broken.
go.
Going. Trying to make it happen. Schwan with a spell shield. Going to keep himself alive. But not for too much longer. Uzi gets the first kill. Firing away. Needs the reset. Gets one. No, Dandy
okay,
will
he's got
go down
2
as well. Uzi got the double. World 6 going to try and turn it
Oh.
around. Oh, barely for Vici. But Uzi has to back away. World 6 going to try and finish this inhibitor. Do they keep it alive? It is close, but they're not going to get up. Huang's going to dive in. Cool's trying to keep them out with his turret. The Baroned up minions are doing work. They might just keep it alive.
But finally, OMG get a hard engage.
Cool really wants it. He's very angry. Gets killed by Huang instead.
Outplayed.
Victor.
Do manage to save the inhibitor, however. Maybe not.
Sun charging in. Huang trying to get there. That Sun turret, very valuable real estate right now. Buys them just enough time.
A 10k gold deficit between OMG and Vici. They finally get the hard engage. The flash taunt comes through, and they kind of come out even. I'm going to call it even.
Sure.
They slowed down the Baron siege. They saved the inhibitor.
Now there's just everything else to worry about.
Everything's still bleeding and blowing up and on fire, but
Look, OMD can definitely handle that situation.
this needed to happen, 25 minutes earlier.
Vici weren't letting it. That was one of the few times where Vici actually left themselves exposed. Because that's the thing about Vici's style.
They never push too far. They always take the safest bet.
Breaking the base is technically unsafe. As Dandy's been caught now as well. Cocoon will miss though. Taunt will not go. Going down there. The Chompers as well for more CC. Martha knows his target. He wants Uzi launched into the back line. But Uzi trying to fire away.
Exhausted.
Good ult there from Braum. He's exhausted. It's one off now. He's trying to pick off Dandy. Might not have enough damage here. He's only got 2 items. Cool though does have damage. Moves Martha away. But 2 already dead. OMG have to back off.
Just buying time for their inhibitor. Still have Uzi and Cool alive.
He's got his ulti as well. Cool. Ooh. No flash there from World 6. So Cool's safe for now. And Plunk is the target. Good ult there. Into the tombstone. That was a creative one. Inhibitor's gone down though. Vici revisit and make sure they get the objective.
Can't expect that Vici will make another mistake like they did that previous team fight. Like you said, leaving their flank exposed.
Not even like, this is the thing, it only happens once. They're so far ahead that they can afford to make one mistake and then swoop in to take the objective.
Yeah.
We'll see Vici go straight back to nice calculated play. And it's interesting that Vici is such a predictable team from the outside looking in. But watching them execute every time in such a similar or identical fashion, Vici just a great team. not everyone's style. Certainly not OMG's right now. They're the opposite as far as playstyle goes, but it's been working against them. Vici have done a great job getting themselves to this point. They're so far ahead.
But we did finally get to see how strong OMG's composition is when their front line is intact and in front of Uzi. If they get the full 5v5, if they're able to set up, keep this Jinx alive, Uzi's got the mechanics. He can pull off these team fights even from a gold deficit. Unfortunately, OMG do not get many more chances at that.
No, and Uzi's going to need a third item to repel the next attack, I think. Twan's got 3 items as well, working on 4 actually.
So far ahead, he was able to itemize the Bloodthirster as opposed to the armor penetration.
2 games in a row as well. So it gives you an idea of just how much of a good job Vici have done in these games. Baron up 110, Dragon 125. And Vici, might look to go back, might just try and take some turrets. Nice trap here from Dandy, but it's going to be a tower instead. I was laughing a lot.
Deserves slap, so taking more free objectives. And again, the bottom inhibitor is the one to focus because by the time second Baron would spawn, if you can get this, you can play with different pressure points on the map.
Going towards top lane, coming back now. Does have his ulti, but would rather be there. Look for another engage. Flash down for a little while longer. And Vici moving in for another inhib.
Need to be very mindful again. I'm imagining that the last team fight is probably flashing back. Make sure that they set up appropriately or lay down their poke with Victor before maybe pulling the trigger on this, or just continuing to chip away at this tower.
Is there surprisingly good in the siege?
I just can't really imagine Vici ever pulling the trigger for a dive unless someone was grossly out of position.
Oh, gonna go. You lied. Martha goes straight in. Finds 3 actually. Cool. Gonna be the first kill as Dandy takes him out. Now going getting chased down. Vici are deep in the base, chasing for kills. Going will die as well. Loving actually maybe the other target. Uzi's trying to fire in there. But a good gravity field disengages him, and Vici break the base in another place.
To be fair, they didn't necessarily dive the turret. They walked past it and murdered you 5 feet off of it.
Technically a dive. This is Vici. You're just going to end the game instead. They've got enough time. OMG going to go down 0-2 very swiftly here in these games. Barely over an hour worth of playtime on the Rift, and Vici Gaming are poised to launch themselves into another Gauntlet game.
And they did it 5 minutes earlier than the first game, so Vici actually ramping up and how quickly they're able to dismantle OMG. Again, it started at lane or at level 1. They saw that OMG pulled the trigger on the lane swap. They let it happen, out macroed them, and out team fought them.
And that's Vici to a T. We talked about these team styles being very different, very polarizing. Right now, it's the big shield that's winning, not the big sword.
I like that, the shield versus the sword.
That's effectively what it is. Vici Gaming, pretty big shield apparently.
Sivir.
Smacking people in the face.
They have to take away Sivir and Gragas. I think that is the key to dismantling Vici, or at least not allowing them to do the same thing repeatedly. Everything else is just an easy, quick rotation in there. You know, Maokai's not going to be very different, although it's a repeated champion. We've seen now the Victor, Azir swap sides, but take World 6 off of Gragas, take away that displacement, take away Sivir, empower your team to get on top of them, to find the hard engage. OMG need to bring these tools if they're going to get Vici in a 5v5.
It's tricky as well, because OMG now swap back over to the red side.
Yep.
Blue side's been real good today, but not going to get it here for this game.
Yeah, one of the few teams actually find
Yeah.
victory
Vici.
on the red side.
Breaking serve is very important in best of 5. So if you think the blue side's the best side, winning on the red's really good. Well, we'll see what happens there. Vici go up 2-0 there as OMG need at least the next game to try and keep themselves in. It's going to be 3 straight in a row, or it's going to be 3-0 for Vici Gaming. Stay tuned, we'll be right back. Welcome back for the highlights of Game 2. Looking awfully similar to Game 1 for Oscar and Vici. Just did the same thing again. They just somehow did it faster.
And they have one of the shortest average game times in the LPL when they do win, so no surprises there. We'll see if OMG can get a foot back in this, but right now, Vici are primed and ready to take a 3-0.
And World 6 on this Greg. I saw that last little play there. This was OMG's moment. They almost went full Uzi here, but Vici are able to take this on the chin and then come back in.
But this needed to happen 25 minutes earlier. They have to find the hard engage, which is why I go back to take away the Gragas from Vici so they don't have the disengage. Take away the Sivir so you can empower your team to get on top of them with the on the hunt.
Yep, and we've seen 2 games now. It's very much been Vici-style games, and Vici, understandably, have won those games even more one-sided. Kill score's a little bit better, so slightly more kills for OMG. But the jungle control rate's going up, the kills are going up, the gold's going up. It's all Vici gaming right now.
I would be shocked if Mata didn't get the MVP,
Well,
but
you better be shocked. It's World 6.
I'm okay. You know, he's had 2 good games back-to-back. Again, his best champion is on the Gragas. Those casts looked amazing. He separated and isolated a lot of targets out of OMG when they did decide to, especially this team fight, when he knocks 2 people back into Vici waiting arms. But I still just feel like everything was engineered and set up by Mata.
I mean, Mata is certainly the conductor behind the teams. I'm sure it was true in Samsung White. It's definitely true here in this team. Credit where credit's due. World 6 had a great game. That was a disgusting body slam. He just rode it the whole way. Even separated Cool from his one true love, the blue buff. And just set up alley-oop after alley-oop. World 6 was a highlight reel game for him. And you can see that from the MVP.
And Loveling's such a good Gragas player as well. It's been his high priority over the course of the summer LPL, you know, when he finally did get back onto the roster to play. Now, again, we talked about Loveling, a legacy Elise player. Elise is very powerful on 5.14, but a big issue is he's not having the early game impact that he should be.
And I don't know what's up with Loveling, but it's hard. Like, I think there's a lot of pressures on junglers right now to set the tempo of games. When OMG's tempo is blazingly fast skirmishing and team fighting, that's a hard pace to set, especially when a team like Vici, who are so expertly good at slowing you down, just do exactly what Vici do best.
And that's the thing. OMG haven't gotten to play their game yet. Like, there hasn't been the skirmishes, only on Vici's favor. Over the course of these 2 sets, we've probably had a total of 7 team fights. And probably only 3 of those are true 5v5s. The rest of them are small little skirmishes where Vici have already amassed a massive gold lead, so they're going in there with an advantage.
I feel like we've played about 70 minutes of League as well, so which means it's about 1 every 10 minutes, which sounds about right for Vici, because that's how they like to play, very slow, very
Once every
methodical.
dragon rotation.
Yeah, they're like just a glacier.
I feel like the perfect microcosm of Vici gaming was that first game when Uzi was on Tristana. They come up to the dragon fight, and Vici have the Sivir ult prepped, and you can see they're trying to decide, do we back up or do we hard engage? And as soon as they see Uzi misposition, rocket jump into the pit, that's when they commit. They'll never commit on a 50-50 fight. They'll only do things that they know has a 100% win rate, which is why I was saying it's so rare to see Vici look for a dive. The only time they dive is if they know for sure ahead of time that it's already going to work out. Whereas OMG, they're such a reactive team.
Yeah, I mean, this series, yes, which is weird because OMG are usually a fairly proactive team. And again, a lot of that is on the top side of the map. Their jungler, their mid laner, and their top laner. When Cool's not playing Assassins, it's tricky. Like, what was that one recently famous OMG game where Loveland came back, Cool and Loveland are clearly frustrated.
Cool.
It's played Nocturne Ori. I mean, I don't think they should do that necessarily, but that is OMG.
Cool needs to lock in an assassin. I think he's going to play Ahri.
Well, I think it's his last game potentially. That wouldn't surprise me at all. But World 6 having a fun old time. Players are smiling, looking happy. Son is not looking happy.
Son never looks happy,
That's
to be fair.
Even when he's gone off on Graves back in the day. Not a happy man.
One day.
And Vici. No, they only need 1 more game.
They are on blue side, too.
That's true. They broke serve in game number 2. So they'll be happy here on blue side. Uzi talking very intensely with his teammates.
Okay.
This happens a lot.
Let's pull up some stats.
Okay.
So far we've got 2 games deep. Again, this is set point match for Vici Gaming if they want to take the 3-0, or OMG can try to have a fighting chance back in this best of 5. In game 1, Vici from blue side, priority pick Sivir. That was their first pick. Game 2, they're on purple side. Their second rotation, so their first chance at picking up champions, Maokai Sivir. Take away the Sivir.
Well, So it does play well into their hands. Good champion for Uzi as well. It's funny because, like you said, like OMG often use it to run. Vici often use it to run away.
And OMG use it to run
Exactly,
at you.
but they still use it. Like there are Sivir players who are a Sivir team. Vici just have a very weird style of Sivir that involves something that you usually wouldn't normally associate the ultimate with, but gets the job done for Vici.
That's what I love about Vici Gaming in the LPL is that this is the team fighting region, and the fact that a team with this type of identity is not only created but thriving is really cool to me.
Well, I'd be curious to see if Vici do win here, especially. A lot of momentum going in. They still have to run the gauntlet a little further. Curious to see how deep this team can go. It finally feels like we have the best version of Vici Gaming with Dandy and Mata on the lineup. So now that they seem in top form.
The fact that their best version has Dandy in the top lane really speaks to the performance that World 6 has been able to put out when he came onto the roster. Filling Dandy's shoes, one of the best junglers in the world, is massive. But World 6 has done a great job. We saw that in his last Gragas performance, getting that MVP.
And World 6, even on other champions, has looked good as well. Who's been clearly studying under the master himself very well.
It probably helps to have Dandy on your team.
Probably. It wouldn't hurt. I don't think so. Well, Vici looking good. Prime for the next game here. Coaches will move back behind their players. You can see OMG's coach and staff looking a little sheepish because they know this game means pretty much everything. Losing here will be devastating for the team. It's not an easy road back in. Don't get me wrong. OMG having to rattle off 3 straight wins in a row is not a simple task, but it does start with this game. And that's what they should be telling their players. One game at a time, because that's what Ohm's telling his players. All right, guys, win this one. We'll go for early dinner.
But
it'll be great. I'll pay.
How many times Uzi is just, not even the rest of OMG players, but just Uzi, how many times he's been in this situation where you need to come back and win 3 games and been able to do it? So, yes, OMG are on the back foot. Vici are getting to play their game. OMG have yet to pull the trigger to get the big team fight. But if anyone can do it, I mean, Uzi's got the track record.
He does. And OMG have been in this situation before, but will pop back into the game now.
There we go.
And Vici, Kalista Vayne, their first 2 bans. Maokai Gragas over for OMG. So Gragas will be taken away in one sense here, banned off by OMG on the red side. But already that opens up quite a few new champions.
Opens up a lot of power picks, but I mean, Vici really don't play them. Can they do it? Yes. Is it effective for them? No.
Well, Rise the last ban there for Vici.
Because they don't play it.
Respecting the power. It was banned against them by OMG in the last game.
It's just a power pick to ban it, but even if you gave it to Dandy, not that Dandy can't play Rise, but again, that champion doesn't mean much to the identity of Vici, whereas Gragas and Sivir mean so much, empowering them to make quick decisions around the map and to set up team fights in advantageous favor.
See if OMG make the adjustment and ban Sivir, or do they feel like there's another priority here? It is what? Lulu?
He wants to play Ahri.
All right. Well, that is a Lulu ban. That is the first big Sivir for Vici Gaming. Froscoon is not surprised. If only you could all see at home the look that I just got. But as Vici Sivir, this is their game plan. They've shown it twice already.
Give it to me, Cool. I know you want to play the assassin. I know you're handing your drink to your team.
Well, he's got Nada for going. Lovely's going to be on the Rek'Sai. Aggressive first choices here. OMG, like you said, likely just go straight to comfort here. World 6 does play Echo, by the way, so they can take it here if they want.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's probably the next best go-to, especially because Leveling took the early rotation on Rek'Sai. That would be ingenious for the Janna, because Gragas isn't available.
I like that Pong is just flashing Diana all the time. I don't know why. Might be a pick that he plays. Lease is also still open, but maybe World 6 would rather have Echo. Apparently would. Locks that in instead.
I don't think he has a competitive game on Elise, at least in the LPL. So probably not in your...
No, before this patch, no one did but Spirit. Who knew? He's like, I can win on this. It'll be fun.
MLXG did.
Oh, that's true too.
That guy's crazy though. And back in the LPL.
He played Jungle Hecarim today. He is crazy. 7 seconds left now for Vici, as that is the Janna pick for Mata, one of his best champions.
Okay, so
that's
again,
saying a lot about Mata.
Gragas isn't available. What's important to Vici? The disengage. The ability to reset a team fight, to isolate it, to get a better footing on it. Sivir, we already talked about how important this champion is for Vici because it empowers you to rotate around the map, to siege, and more importantly, not to run at people, but to run away from them.
And Echoes also kind of fits that bill. Not nearly as instantly aggressive as, say, Gragas, but will disengage as... Jesus. The bottom lane of OMG have woken up. Corki Annie just wants them dead.
Win lane, win game.
Yep, and that's OMG, honestly.
They should
that
just
is
do
their best
that.
strategy. I agree.
Just standard lanes. Don't lane swap. Enough of that. You're not going to play a macro game and outmaneuver Vichy Gaming. Just take the standard lanes. Take Lucian. Take Corki. Take Annie. And just run at them.
Yep, beat him in the lane phase. And Vichy, as good as they are at playing with leads, they are about as good when playing from behind, except in the opposite direction. So
they advance in the opposite direction.
They do.
And it gets real bad.
When you're losing, that's not a good strategy. When you're winning, it's fine.
Let's put that in the not good column.
Vichy, considering their last few picks. I'd love Shen and Azir here. I think that'd be really cool.
Oh, look. Split push map pressure.
Yep.
Do you think Shin's going to be used to protect Xuan?
Yes.
Or do you think it's going to be used to split push?
Oh, sorry. Maybe. Depends what trouble he gets in. As we do have Azir and Shen taken as the last few picks here for Vichy. OMG, you can kind of see the cool arrow coming a mile away. But does he want to play it here?
Is he going to pull the trigger on it?
I mean, it's been pretty much full covered picks for OMG already.
There's no other reason to ban Lulu other than you want to play an assassin. So Cool is playing an assassin. I say Ahri because it's by far his best champion. See if he connects on the Kassadin, though. Kassadin is often considered a soft counter matchup to champions like Azir and like Victor because they're very low mobile. Pulls trigger on Kassadin.
Yep, does go for it. Bit more scaling, bit more late game. Kind of need to make up for a bit of Uzi's damage potentially. But if they can get going, Cool is really good at chasing people down. And that's what the OMG team here need. They're going to hit hard and hit often. At least that's the plan. Vichy Gaming have foiled that plan twice now. Can they do it again in Game 3 and push themselves one stage further into the playoff bracket?
The Shin Echo composition, so good at diving tower, so good at controlling the front of tower. So again, a lot of these tools, like OMG plays compositions exactly like this, but no one plays these types of comps how Vichy.
Yes, because Vichy are a very special snowflake. And they play... honestly, they play a very unique style of League of Legends.
I really like it.
I think we've had this series already. If OMG go back to 3-0 this game, we already have a good idea of how Vichy play. And given the last two games, that's not what it's looking like. But if OMG want to stay on the train, it needs to start here. Dandy versus going once again. Big tanks on the top side. Shen versus Nah.
In the jungle, it's going to be World 6 versus Loveling. World 6 has finally had his Gragas taken away from him, so he will be picking up that Echo versus Loveling's Rek'Sai.
Yeah, Rek'Sai again for Loveling with the Gragas banned by OMG as Pwong back on Azir. But this is Cool's Kassadin. Can be tricky in the early game.
The gloves have come off. Cool is looking for the assassin.
And there's Xuan on Siva versus Uzi and the Corki. Pretty good matchup as far as the lane goes. Marta on Jana versus Sans Annie. So again, OMG probably look for standard lanes, go crazy, play aggressive, get kills, get Loveling into those lanes, ganking. Then OMG know how to play from that spot, I can tell you that much.
If OMG can get fights, they can win games. If Vichy can continue to dance away from them, they may take the series.
Well, we'll see if Vichy can do that. If OMG going to answer one game back, we'll get onto the rift for game number 3. And here we are watching Pwong move out of the base. Hanging out through the base gate there. Vichy Gaming looking good at 2-0. Moving out here for what could be their final game of the evening. OMG thinking the same thing, but unfortunately for them, that is not nearly as exciting a prospect.
Have a long uphill road. They are able to connect with this game, but hey, got to go through the best of 5 anyway.
And Dandy forgot his trinket, so he'll go back and get that.
No one saw that, Dandy.
Our observer highlighted it. He was very observant.
Nope.
Well, Dandy now's the yellow trinket. Well done. And again, just a fan out from Vichy. Don't feel pressure for some vision. Chuang going to put a ward down. But Uzi's already in the bottom lane. I think they've spotted him. But Uzi wants the 2v2. I can't imagine he doesn't. He wants blood. That's what he wants.
Yep. We got the kill lane initiated, the anti-Corki.
I like the hard engage there as well. I feel like OMG were missing a big go button in their last few comps.
They took strong lanes pretty much across the board as opposed to Cool's. I mean, the only weak lane is Cool's Kassadin into Azir, which again, the dynamic of how this works and how the LPL mid laners think that Kassadin works into the control mages is you just get them to level 6 and then you just jump on top of their faces. Now Azir, a bit safer than Victor, which is typically what we see the Kassadin picked into, because he's able to dash away back to safety. Again, 5.14, he won't have the knock-up available. But the Azir's Emperor's Divide doesn't mean as much to a Kassadin. We can quickly whiff walk around it. So it's about being able to beat that terrain control, jumping onto the control mage, putting out your burst damage. Just have to get to that point.
See if leveling Mata coming into pressure, actually. Smart stuff here. Smite is down, but they'll run him away. Waste a bit of Go-Going's time more than anything else. But they will get the blue buff safely.
Did also take a big chunk out of his health, whereas Dandy is in the top lane. Probably pressuring that wave pretty far forward, though. With Mata showing himself on the blue buff, it does leave San and Uzi to step forward and to really punish Schwinn off the creep wave.
Feels like Vici might have thought a lane swap was happening, but Mata going to pressure will keep them a bit behind here, but they'll catch up relatively quickly. But OMG and San, they will be very hungry for a level 2 all-in.
It's really just very easy for Janna to walk in, peek her head, and with shield especially, and kind of figure out where leveling is starting. That's been the catalyst to a lot of these victories for Vici, is that they're so good at keeping tabs on leveling and making sure that his impact is minimized.
Cool here as well. You can see mid lane
Missed that minion.
struggling a bit already. Yeah. Tad insult to injury, missed that as well. As Schwann barely dodges that phosphorus bomb. World 6 going to team up for a gank here. This is nice and early. Loveling's already come in though. Can see why, as Pong does a good amount of trade damage.
I'm not quite sure what Loveling's thinking ganking this lane right now. He doesn't have any kill pressure, but
World
here we go.
6 flashes in, forcing the flash from Cool. Someone to trade there certainly favors the jungler.
And again, you can gank the lane to alleviate pressure for your Kassadin, but you can't go that deep. Until he's level 6, he does not have kill pressure on the control mages.
Yep. And Phuong, like we've seen from Azir all series long, just got such good early game damage.
No, go.
Top lane now.
Did it.
Go-Going and Dandy. Just hanging out. Seeing what can happen here. Go-Going's definitely been a strong now player all year long. Curious to see how he does there.
Was his most played champion in spring 2004 or 2015, 14?
15.
Probably a little bit of crossover there.
Zuzi and Sen continue to play forward as well. There that World 6 was in the mid lane. Probably not coming to gank just yet. But going to have to dodge any sort of gank. The longer they can play like this aggressively though, the happier the bottom lane will be.
I know, think about the first time that we had standard lanes, just how the map looked. Vici were the ones that were really far pushed forward on OMG, but, you know, taking the strong laning champion like Corki, who's not, you know, the most impressive laning champion, but once he's level 4 with his upgraded phosphorus bomb, that's the big power spike, and then the secondary one comes at level 6 when he has his rockets.
Surprisingly good against Sivir as well, for that exact reason.
Yep, to trigger her spell shield and make sure you get some free damage. Kind of the same thing with Lucian against Sivir.
Yep. Let's go OMG do here.
Uzi will contest you for pretty much every single creep. That's why he's so devastating. But they're backing up because they don't really have any vision of Azir. He's playing off to the side. So that's why you see suddenly Schwann and Mata able to step forward and take this CS because Azir is sitting in river. I think he's taking Scuttlecraft. Yeah. No, he's just setting a ward.
Yep, just a ward. Does see the crab go by. You can see the pings. OMG. I like that they're playing a bit more carefully. Certainly got caught out a few times in the first 2 games. So play aggressive, play your style, but don't get yourself killed for it.
It's also just little things like this. The fact that between waves, Phuong is walking out into the river, just into vision, and Kassadin, because he's still only level 5, can't check. It just completely alleviates pressure on that side of the map without Phuong really needing to do anything. He doesn't have to walk down there and gank. It's just the threat that he can.
And the early pink ward as well can provide some nice vision as we look around the other lanes. Jungle items completed. They're farming up safely. No early pressures come just yet, apart from the shenanigans in mid lane. And Phuong's actually going back. Double Dorans now. They're going to be even stronger into that Kassadin as well. 6 finds Loveling. Can defend that pink ward. Does get the stun. Slow down there as well to proc the passive. Timewinder rides out. Tunnels away to safely, but World 6 successfully defends the ward.
Yeah, pretty much half health. I mean, because he has control over the mid lane, he is going to go ahead and step forward and leveling into jungle and place a deep ward.
And opens up space on the bottom side now. You can see Uzi and San forced to play back, because that's a really clever gank path, but it'll just force them off instead, as he does get the pink ward for his trouble.
Yeah, not going to go ahead and flash commit on that. Would have been a little overzealous. Likewise, doesn't have the cooldown available.
Could have gone deep. Decides not to.
You gotta walk through the tower.
It's not really the Vici gaming way, as it turns out. As OMG are trying to get this jungler out of their bottom lane. But look at all this space. They didn't need very much.
But the space has been built up, and the pressure and momentum has been taken away from Uzi, from Pong stepping into the river between waves, and from World 6 pressuring Loveling. So Vici doing a great job slowing down OMG's lane phase by just effectively standing in fog of war.
You can see Cool struggling early on in the matchup, sort of as expected. Cassidy, like you mentioned, doesn't need to get 6 hit it now, but Double Dorans versus Ruby Crystal, not a particularly fair fight.
Double Dorans when you don't want to win, or when you don't want to lose a lane ever.
Yep. One right here. Cool, just going to get the CS that he can. This is the real problem for me, the early part of the matchup, is getting harassed while trying to CS.
Well, the big problem also is how the backs were staggered, because Loveling got caught out and Pong, he had to step forward to protect Loveling, but hold on,
World
top
6
lane.
shift to go going. That's a great parallel convergence placement. Does get the stun down slow there as well. Meganar is there, scoops him out and is forced to flash.
Wow, Dandy got creep blocked so hard right there. He was trying to just casually walk up to follow Gogoing's flash with a taunt of his own or chain the CC, but the minions, Minions the real hero there.
The minions did not decree it, and First Blood will be held for now. But a really strong gank from World 6. His presence has been great early on this Echo. And Vici, like we've seen, don't need much of a push in their lanes to keep things or get things going.
I haven't seen minions do that much work in a long time.
And he's not happy about it. It's down the bottom side. All in's coming. Level 6 already, though, for the Siva. Sun doing good damage, but Vici holding their ground in the bottom lane.
Vici also not able to follow up and dive that to look for a possible kill, because again, Cool wandering into the river knowing that Kassadin could be on his way.
Loveling ulted as well, so Vici might be afraid of a particular sound. I'll just chill out, pull the wave back, and go back in when it's appropriate. Uzi level 6 now, Sun there as well, so they have a couple windows maybe to engage, but all summoners up for both parties. Probably a tricky all-in.
Likewise, they do not have vision on World 6. He is actually slipping into the back of the lane here.
Apparently told to go away, walks past the ward.
Yeah, they should know that second rotation of blue buff is up, so they need to suspect that Cool and Loveling are on this side of the map. So again, not pulling the trigger unless they're 100% certain that they can get away with something.
Battle Crab does get taken though. We'll go over there to World 6. OMG gonna spot him there with the ward as Sun walks past one of his own. 6v6, but Echo's got a lot more health. And has gone Balmy Cinder as well, so will be that nice big tank Echo.
And Azir was also the first one to move from the mid lane, now halfway down the river. Gogoing's going to go ahead and pull the trigger since so many resources are Vici on the bottom side of the map.
Dandy will not stand for this though. He's going to come in to save the blue buff. An old jungler must protect his territory.
No minions to stop him this time.
Does force go going out. In fact, might find some sort of fight here. Getting kited by Mini now. Pretty annoying, but Dandy will force him away.
Secures the buff for his team, and now we have the second back for the bot lane. See if it's going to transition into a BF sword.
Marta goes back, sight's done there. Couple pots, not sure if one has the money. Boots. Oh, just some potions.
No,
Lots
he's
of health.
just saving up for it, yeah.
Well,
not even going to try to get a boot to get back quickly to lane since he has the, I was going to say John a Tailwind passive to help him run, but Mata's like, see ya, nerd.
Yep, already gone. Mata's nothing to do with that little interaction. Let's go going. Gets his farm here under the tower. Megan are able to clear that out nicely, but blue buff is going over to Pwong now, and Cool already got his, so even things back out in the mid lane. Cool's catching up on CS. He's sort of been unlocked now that he's got some levels. But it's really just a matter of can OMG find that early win, get that first blood, and find some momentum.
All they need is an initial skirmish and for Kassadin to pick up one of these kills and get that snowball rolling. So watch for Cool. He needs to itemize that Rod of Ages before 15 minutes if he's going to have a good power spike for the Roa to be stacked up. Again, it's a time-sensitive item.
Yeah, down the bottom as well, you can see tower's actually pretty low on the bottom half for OMG. Chuan might have doing a good job of just pushing the minion wave and leaving. And it's funny as well, because I feel like this particular bottom lane is the quintessential Vici bottom lane. It's the non-interactive, get away from me, I don't want to fight you lane. Yeah.
Yep.
But comes with good peel power, good disengage, and heavy rotation. Makes sense. There's a reason Vici play it, that's for sure.
Although, Schwan, a little bit too close.
He wants blood.
Oh. Sand should have pulled the trigger right there. It was a really nice tornado disengage from Mata because he had used the spell shield to try to compensate from some of the damage on Uzi. So there was a window of opportunity to find the stun on Sivir, but again, the tornado.
Yeah, Mata just protecting his bottom lane. Fine going aggressive. That's almost too obvious.
Yeah, I was going to
now
say.
World 6
really
coming
telegraphed.
in. Doesn't quite get it onto Uzi. He'll Valkyrie out. Stun actually used there onto World 6 just to get him off. And cooldown's down. That might be enough for Vici to try and take Dragon.
They did hear the Void Scream, however, so they know that Leveling is responding to something on the map, especially because he's sitting on a ward.
Vici's vision, always giving them the right info. It's part of the reason they're such a good team when it comes to maneuvering around the map. As Uzi wants to go back in. Does throw a couple missiles down, but Sun can't flash in. Another nice tornado from Mata. Keeps that all in out. We're still without a first blood, which in a very strange way, I think favors Vici.
That said, they actually do have full Dragon control right now if they want to pull the trigger on this. They should have vision that, or at least knowledge that Vici are no longer in the lanes. Yep, there they go. Especially with Tibbers up and available, they have a nice tanking resource.
Oh.
JK.
And then Tibbers just died. Thump's going to tank it instead with his own face. Lovin going to do the Scuttle Crab and take over the tanking duties as World 6.
Look at those pings.
Has his ulti.
Assist ping, assist ping.
Looks past the ward. Gonna look to steal this up. Puts the W down, trying to cut off Uzi.
Oh, here comes the teleport from behind, though.
Yeah, Dandy's trying to cut him up now as well. He's going to be the second line in. Dandy's 1v3. Pulls him off the Dragon, though. Vici do not like losing objectives.
And they pull the trigger on this. Now Going still has the teleport. So are OMG going to commit? Nope, they're going to go ahead and try to trade objective for... I'm not going to say objective because I don't think Gnar can push down that tower, but at least some damage on it.
He's going to try. See how much damage Going can do. World 6, pretty tanky with the Cinderhawk finished already. Gotta be able to take this Dragon out. Going does get enough damage for the tower. Hexdrinker helping out there. So a trade. Gold for non-gold, but Vici, actually never mind. Sivir gets the tower in bottom lane. All of a sudden, we're all square bar that one Dragon.
Now the question is, how will Vici move around the map? I suspect that we're going to see Sivir rotated up into the top lane and Dandy moved out to the bottom.
Dandy get aggressive and Going, apparently. Quite enough rage just yet. Dandy doing a great job with that trade, but Loveling is in reserve, and Sun's been pulled up here as well.
Okay, here comes the gank.
Unburrowed looking, don't quite get it. Actually, Unburrowed a little too early, does find the stun, but Dandy will flash. Bit miscommunicated there from OMG.
Yeah, not able to chain the CC. That said, they do trade the Tibbers cooldown for a flash cooldown, so hashtag worth any day, as that flash cooldown will take 5 minutes. Tibbers is like, what, 35 seconds? No, it's
A little
like
bit more.
a minute. It's pretty low at max level,
How good
though.
is the Prince of Thieves? Not quite. That was very close. Doesn't quite get the Grump. But does have a Sunfire Cape. It's going to keep creating pressure. And once again, the Vici theme of this entire series, Dandy, now ready to enact Phase 2 of Plan Vici.
Has the Sunfire up and online, so we asked, what is this Shin going to be used for? The perfect flank for the 5v5 or the split push pressure?
Split push pressure primarily. Dandy actually has quite a good teleporter as Zahn gets... Oh, that was close. Almost ate a NATO. Vici rotating mid, going to try and take this turret.
Yeah, consolidating the resources in the mid lane, which this is actually a great adaptation because normally teams avoid this because they're facing across from a Sivir, but against a Kassadin, you sacrifice so much wave clear that they're able just to walk up and take this tower for free.
And it's gone. Schwan pops his spell shield. Cool's going to look for the opportunity. Doesn't have quite enough here. Marta's here as well. And World 6 stealing the blue buff in the meantime. Is he going to get away with it? He doesn't have smite. Oh, very close. Not quite as Loveling's looking for a kill. They pop the Sivir out. They'll back away. World 6 kind of caught out. Ukona break to safety. Phase dive away. Now Dandy's coming back in. He flashes out. That might be the trigger to go in, but Going's down here as well. First blood goes to Uzi. Dandy going to be the next kill. So going in, who's going to get it? It will be Uzi with the double.
Just don't fight, OMG. The on the hunt was popped away. It was very clear that Vici were looking to run away, except to World 6.
Well, World 6 kind of caught out there. Couldn't ulti out to safety, and OMG going to get 2 kills and a turret for their troubles. Gold lead will actually be in the favor of OMG now as they're up 2,000 gold.
And both of those kills went on to Uzi. Has the completed Trinity Force.
That is some good farming, to say the least, there from Uzi. Almost 150 at 16 minutes.
He's 20 short of perfect CS.
And that's an early Trinity Force. I think honestly caught Vici off guard.
Okay, here we go.
Gonna lose this turret by the looks of things. Going's Mega Gnar able to force them away despite the lack of ulti. And that is 2 turrets. OMG making their way back into the game. Finally going to have a game in this series where OMG have the lead.
I know, felt like the first time in forever. Again, Vici though, it was really clear. Pop the Sivir, we're looking to disengage. World 6 just not on the same page.
Not at all. See how that develops. Is Loveling going to prep that blue buff, give that over to Cool, you have to think. Cool's also gotten quite strong. He's got, I think, 5 stacks already. That can't be right. On the Rod of Ages, it might be. Been farming up quite nicely himself. Has a blasting wand also. As the Sun Turret falls down in mid. OMG starting to get stronger and stronger. Going's getting tankier now. Uzi's got to build Water Cutlass, and it's an Abyssal second for Cool. Very aggressive item choice for the mid laner.
And I actually really like the Abyssal. We've talked about this multiple times. Just it's in a very healthy spot in general. But likewise, you have so much magic damage coming out of multiple compositions throughout the LPLs, particularly when your AD carry is that quirky, because it's going to empower his shred on the W.
Bit of extra magic damage. See OMG lining up their next target. They're actually 3-2 up in turrets, but they haven't got the mid-outer. That might be their next objective. Dragon also up in a minute 50. And Cool's level 11. OMG are quite strong at this stage. And like we said, it's a very different game. And look at Cool, his natural habitat, hunting for someone in a side lane.
Has to play these assassins. I'm glad that Cool finally went back to his roots for their last chance to stay in this series.
See how much work he can get done now. He's in a really good spot. There's a good spell shield also out from Chuang, going to deny some of that damage. Major buffs on the way though. Dragon up in a minute 25.
Speaking of natural habitats, OMG standing to the side of a tower looking for a dive.
Yep. And Dandy in the top lane, split pushing on Shen. As the rest of Vici wave clear in the mid lane. Seems like everyone's in their favorite spots right now. But OMG do have a lead finally, and they're pressuring as Vici are the ones that actually have to repel OMG, and not the other way around this time. Sun as well off to the side, but probably not going to go in 1v4. But even Loveling, oh, that actually might be a bad spot. Thomas his way to safety. He'll be okay.
They can't decide if they want to dive, pull the trigger, or just sit back and poke on these towers again, trying to siege into the wave clear of not only Azir, but also Sivir. That's the one thing OMG really sacrificed in their composition is their creep control.
I think it's part of the reason why they moved Cool to the bottom lane.
Yep. The most mobile champion in the longest lane with the Rift Walk. Likewise, the assassination potential. So if he pushes forward, he can pretty much assassinate majority of members on Vici's team. Probably everyone but Dandy at this point in the game.
And Dragon up soon. Vici don't have to get it. 15 seconds away. Baron might be the more pertinent objective, but OMG.
At 19 minutes?
Playing the pressure game. Look, not right now, but like, probably something they're thinking about more. I mean, if you give away 2, the issue is you can't trade 3rd for Baron.
Yeah.
I don't know. Vici just doing their thing. Vici's thing is not nearly as good when they're behind. Look at Cool. Found World 6. Tibbers down as well. Chrono Break not there. Too much CC as Uzi gets his 3rd kill of the game.
And this will mean the free Dragon for OMG. So again, we talked about this. Vici are one of the most punishing teams when they're playing from ahead, but from behind, they have an awful track record. They just fall apart at the seams because, again, they cannot fight you back into the game.
And they've had a couple of games where they've been able to do it with this particular roster, but they are few and far between. As look at Uzi. Killer instinct there. As he's talking to his team. He is real far ahead. In fact, he has the only 3 kills in this entire game.
Well, the question always was, who's going to step up and be the true leader of OMG? We talked about how too many cooks in the kitchen. Every single member but Cool wanted to be a shot caller. If you think back to Starhorn World Club, the team that made it twice to the World Championship Finals, who was the shot caller of that team? It was Uzi.
So he does now. He's on Corki at least. It was dictating the people that die. With a Blade of the Ruined King almost up. Abyssal done for Cool now as well. And a Fade also for going for the aggressive, more split pushing oriented choice there.
Okay.
Might be trying to stop Dandy in the top lane. He's back in the bottom lane now. Doing the same thing, split pushing. Xuan though can't push too far up, especially with Kassadin on the prowl. But OMG got that Dragon sort of re-establishing control. He's got the shifting power to the top half now.
He's laughing every single time the camera's on top of him. So let's talk about where OMG want to go next. Like you said, shifting their control, moving Cool into the elongated lanes. As long as he's not near Dandy, he has assassination potential on pretty much everyone. There is always going to be outplay, especially as Mata and Schwinn set this trap.
Might just be for vision, because I can't see the rest of OMG.
Oh, Mod is assist pinging. Trying to coordinate this.
Needs one more, maybe.
With the
Dandy's
ping
ult ready,
wheel.
I guess.
Yeah, and likewise, Dandy has walked into Fog of War, so he can't be cancelled. Here they go, pulling the collapse.
Going in onto Cool. Ulti's down there for Schwan, but insta-teleport from Going! Scoops him up already. Schwan's going to be the target, but World 6 will join in as well. Cool barely survives getting stunned, but a great disengage ult
wow.
as Uzi just goes deep and gets the first kill. Sun will get the next. A double actually for the Annie as Dandy now going to die as well, and OMG collapsed beautifully.
And Uzi wasn't even in the team fight, but that was classic OMG. The 4 members, San, Loveling, Going, and Cool, collapsing from every single angle. Uzi's like, hey guys, want to do a Baron?
Yeah, and they're like, sure, we'll do Baron. Pretty easy call for them to make. World 6 is alive and ready to steal. Does pop the W in Cool, spotted him. San's going to track him down. Does have to chrono break now. Might be too much stun. San takes a lot of damage from that ulti, but he's out of the Baron pit. That's all that matters. He looks to die. Cool gets the kill. OMG get the Baron, and the dream is still alive.
There is still breath left in this team as OMG finally get their win conditions. Put Cool on an assassin. Give them standard lanes. Uzi ran away with lane phase. They find a team fight. They collapse. They take the lead.
Yeah, and all that early aggression. 8-0 OMG. This is the scoreline we expect from this team. And they are insanely far ahead. Almost 9,000 gold up at 23 minutes.
But look at how polarizing all of these games have been. You know, when Vici are in command, it's in total command as they run away. Same thing with OMG. But just the way that these two teams do it is so different.
The specialists, just in their own different way. Right now, it is all OMG in this particular game. Loveling, jet skis back to the jungle, but his round 2 and Zoman finished up already. Cool's working on a Zhonya's. That'll be finished quite quickly here. And Vici, what answer do you have to this?
They have to team fight. They need to find a great team fight, or it's just so hard because Kassadin's presence, especially being 1-0-6 right now with 2 completed items, closing in on his 3rd, is so scary that it denies a lot of split push pressure. And like you said, Going, choosing to itemize more damage oriented to answer Shin and to follow him around on the map. Slowly, OMG are shoring up their individual weaknesses of letting Vici run them around.
2 games to learn, but might have needed it as a warm-up if you want to think about it that way. Right now, though, OMG pressuring from all 3 lanes. They have the Baron buff. Uzi feels very confident, understandably so, given the position he's currently in. And San's in reserve as well. In fact, Loveling, he is flanked all the way around the back. This is the extended edition of the dive.
Okay, here we go. They're getting in position.
Does get spotted. Loveling going to clear out some vision.
He doesn't have flash. That's fairly important to Rek'Sai's combo there to be able to flash on Burrow, but just the presence of him in the jungle alleviates and creates enough space that Going can take the mid-tier tower.
Looking on the tier 2 now as well. Going threatening with the Meganar. Getting bullied out a bit by Huang. He's actually relatively strong. World 6 going to try and make it happen. Looks for the stun, doesn't get it. Dandy's down as well. San somehow dodges that, and a huge drop from Going as Echo Chrono breaks out, but there's already 1 kill. It's on to Dandy. OMG going to run forward 5v4.
Again, Vici look to skirmish in 5v5, but they're at the gold deficit. They're already a weak 5v5 team, and OMG are running away with this.
And I have to say, credit that actually tried to pick a fight there, but you're right, OMG too far ahead at this stage. They're going to knock down the base. Mata gets stunned. He's going to die to Uzi in literally a spell. Chuang going to die there as well as Uzi gets a double. Huang now in trouble. He's going to be the next one to fall as Going tags him. And OMG have broken the base, and this game looks to be going OMG.
And best of 5 is such a different animal than the standard season, as Vici will surrender. OMG breathing life back into the series. They grab the lifeline.
Yeah, the shortest game in the series, I believe. 25.5 minutes in, and OMG bring it back for a game. They need to do it 2 more times, but Uzi cracks a smile. They found the formula.
But this is exactly what I was going to talk about. You know, if anyone's going to be able to outmaneuver someone in a best of 5, OMG have been together for so long. Uzi has made a career out of these 2-3 swing comebacks.
And you can tell why. Back on Corky, nice and aggressive. You can see a couple of cheers from the crowd. A big Loveling picture there. Plenty of OMG fans, as always, in China. And Cool finally looking happy after that game.
Cool style
I would too.
Is on an assassin. Forget the control mage. Throw it away. Win lane, win game against Vici.
Well, I think against Vici in particular, That is the strategy. And see Vici started talking amongst themselves, leveling. Everyone on OMG has very adorable grins on their faces after that game. They know they made the fans happy, made themselves happy as well. And their only question to themselves has to be, can we do it 2 more times?
Long uphill battle. That said, they were able to beat the Sivir. We talked about the priority pick. Again, Vici decided to pick that up first rotation from blue side. They picked it up first rotation every single time, but they seem to have identified the problem, the Gragas. Take it away, put Mata on a disengaged champion versus a playmaking champion.
And looking good there. But you can see OMG take 1 game, but it's a long battle to try and take this best of 5. Don't go too far away. Game number 4 between Vici and OMG is coming right up. And welcome back, everyone, to Vici versus OMG. As OMG finally find some of their old form, win some team fights in classic OMG fashion, and run over Vici. Honestly, for us going in a fairly similar looking game, Vici dominated the first two, OMG dominate the third.
Yeah, and we expected this, kind of the change-up of gears, OMG finally finding their style and their core as a team, their identity, putting cool on an assassin, finding these skirmishes and these 5v5s, and we said, if OMG, if they can lock Vici down, if they can force them to fight, they'll win. If Vici can continue to dance, they'll win. Yep,
and that's what we've seen. Like we sort of expected, polarizing styles for the teams means that wins come just about as quickly as the losses, depending on which side is winning. And this was all OMG. Uzi in particular, whoa, just went off. Went Uzi.
Yeah, had a lot of the resources, was set up in a standard 2v2 lane, had a decent matchup, the Corky Annie versus the Jana Sivir. Vici did their best to try to not fight OMG at every corner, but OMG prevailed.
And you can tell by that little number next to the kill column there for Vici. No kills for them, didn't want to fight. And of course, Uzi earns the MVP for that game. It's an MVP Corky. Wasn't quite his vein, that got banned away, but still good on his more aggressive style AD carries. And I think we're expecting pretty much more of this from OMG.
And this was kind of the big turning point here, is the fact that World 6 was on such a different page for Vici after securing that dragon, choosing to fight, and that's where OMG really started to pick up these kills and run away with it.
And then this. World 6 getting CC'd forever. This is just pick after pick after pick in classic OMG style. This was the solo kill actually that we missed. Uzi just put him in the ground.
From there, they were managed to pick up the Baron, and then it was all over as Vici actually surrendered the game.
Yeah, and I mean a smart surrender there for Vici, just because they knew that's sort of up. They don't want to play this game. The base is already broken. The goal deficit's already there. Regroup mentally, go back into game 4 and try and execute the plan that won you the first 2 games so handily.
And that's the thing that I wanted to talk about, is the morale swing, especially for OMG. We've all seen those players. They kind of tip the scales a bit. Right now, they've got momentum behind them going in. It's still a long uphill climb. Vici just need one more win to close this series out. OMG have to win the next 2 games in a row if they want to find the victory. But, reset it. Like you said, mentally prepare yourself. Forget it. Don't let OMG run up the scoreboard and do what they want in style on you. Attempt to regroup.
Yeah, and for me, I wonder how consistent Vici's style is in a best of 5. That's why I love watching him here in playoffs, because clearly in isolated games, the team looks actually unbeatable because they never ever let you in, and they're just really good at executing in games. But I feel like doing that 5 games in a row, like as
so
close
rare.
to perfect as possible,
Yep.
It's just so hard. It's like when you used to play poke comps back in the day. Your margin for error was so small that if you won usually without ever dropping a man. But unfortunately, same deal. When you get engaged on, when something goes wrong, when someone's out of position, it just all falls apart about as quickly.
I mean, that's always been the case. When you think about the strongest teams in the world, one of the reasons that they're the strongest team, let's take EDG in this example, is that they play every single style, composition, champion pools are massive. And Vici have a lot of those limiting factors pretty much across the board, particularly in their jungle position, World 6. We talked about how his most statistically relevant and best champion is by far Gragas. And not only does that work beautifully with Vici as a team and offering them the disengage, but take that away from him, put him on something he's not as comfortable on, beat Vici's style, get around it. OMG are pretty much manufactured for that.
Yeah, and I feel like the new carries, I guess, for Vici are adding more styles, but they're young players. Like, their AD carry and mid lane are very talented, very young solo queue style players that have come up through various, amateur teams and now into the main roster. Clearly a lot of talent, but not a lot of time to cultivate it yet for Vici. And that takes time. It's not going to be one miracle playoff run that gets you there. It's going to take, maybe a bit more of the playoffs or maybe another split. Who knows? But Uzi's looking very pumped up after that game. Dandy looking not so pumped.
They're sweating very heavily.
That's Uzi, yeah. He's feeling it. Under the lights, pressure's on. Went big in that game on Corky. All Vici needs to do is regroup and do it again. But even Sans back to being a bit more animated, talking to his teammates saying, hey, we got this. We can do this. We're OMG.
One of the dynasties of LPL, the Pillars. Since its creation, OMG have been a top-tier team. These players have played together for a very long time in a lot of high-pressure, best-of-5 situations. You want to talk about experience. Vici's roster, very green, very new, held up by Mata and Dandy. OMG across the board. Every single one of these players has been in a high-pressure situation.
Yep, and look at Pwong. game down, looks a little more nervous than he did to start the day. It all started so well, and they got OMG'd. There's no two ways about that game. That was about as OMG as the last two games before that were Vici.
So let's think about what Vici needs to change up. Mata needs to be on a playmaking champion. The Janna is fantastic. He's always been a great Janna, but they are so reliant on Mata to set up and to engineer the perfect team fight. They need that advantage.
They do.
World 6, I mean, his Echo was okay. He did get caught out a lot. Mechanically, he's fine. But Gragas, that's going to be the priority. Doubt he's going to get it for the rest of this series. So can he make an impact on an Echo jungle, on an Elise jungle?
Yeah, maybe it's what do you get then? Is Elise left open? Do you maybe pick Rek'Sai? Do you go to something else? Like, what other champions do you have? Again, new players for Vici. Not a lot of time to grow this talent. They have been growing as a team. We got to go a whole lot to beat a team like OMG in this particular situation. But they're only one game away. OMG will start game number 4 on the blue side. That is a good start for them, winning their first game on the red. But Gragas and Rek'Sai instantly banned by OMG as the same two AD carries. Uzi still getting picked on as Rise the third and final ban from OMG once more.
And their plan is very obvious here. They want to first rotate Elise and force World 6 back onto that Echo jungle. They know he couldn't perform. Try to get a repeat.
We'll see what happens if the Elise is banned. Do OMG pick Echo? Do they flex it between jungle and mid? Do they take something else entirely? Maybe they take the Sivir that we've been talking about, but 5 seconds left for Vici. Whatever OMG pick, I think it'll be quick. But let's see what Vici banned first. It is Sivir.
Okay.
Almost misclicked. They take Maokai.
Okay, so they don't even try to go for the Elise.
That's actually a good point. I keep forgetting that Elise is left open, but
that's a champion right now.
Yeah, hasn't won a game in this series as it turns out. Elise's win rate has not been that good in this tournament, or in promotion, or in playoffs, I feel like.
No, you're correct.
Which is like, this champion's clearly good.
These teams have both these teams have such a weird relationship with Sivir and Maokai. Like, for the longest time, naturally Sivir was just running through the LPL, a very important power pick, but I feel like every other LPL team has moved away from Sivir or past it. But again, just the fact that these two teams are very limited in their styles and what they do, she's still so core to them.
Does World 6 not play Elise? Because he has not highlighted it in any of these junglers. We'll see, I guess. 8 seconds left for Vici. Gonna see exactly what they want for these next two picks.
5.14 Evelynn has been changed. Damage has been moved from her hate spikes onto her ultimate.
So a bit better there at 6. Still a fine champion. Seen a lot of success relatively recently. And it is Evelynn Corki, the picks there for Vici. Much more aggressive, I feel like.
That's very team fight oriented. That said, World 6 will have a lot of pressure and control. Paranoia is what I like to call it on the map, just because Eve is in stealth form.
Lovely. Highlights of Carly. Don't think we'll be seeing that one. Cool's I think close to cracking a smile, chuckling at his teammate. But Elise is open. Lovely's like, no. Rengar only. We'll see what he wants. I think Lovely's having a fun time. Cool's going to lock in Alistar. That'll be for Sun.
Okay, so still leaving up counterplay potential. Is he going to go Rengar?
I hope so. He is! The Rengar is here for Loveling. Elise is there. He sees the Evelynn. He's like, nope. Give me Rengar.
Wow. Okay. Cool is definitely playing an assassin.
You think?
Yeah. I do, actually.
It's funny how that works out here. Do like the Annie Hover at least from Vici. Was a great pick for Mata in game number 1. And look at Pong. He's reading it. He's like, guys, I don't want it. I don't want to get assassinated.
Team. No, this is actually really cool, too, because if we think about Vici, you know, the thing that they like to do against OMG is spread out, apply pressure across all 3 lanes when they're ahead, because if they group up, that means that OMG can group up, and you're trying to deny that 5v5. What does Rengar excel at if he gets ahead? Assassination. So spreading up and trying to create pressure in multiple lanes opens you up to a Rengar flank and an assassination attempt. I actually really like the mentality of that pick into Vici in particular.
Yeah. I mean, Loveling just wants people dead. Kind of like Uzi did in the last game here. As Gnar and Braum.
They hold off on the Lulu like,
the
let's
last few
wait.
picks. I don't even know if they can pick Lulu now. Pong needs to kind of play a carry. Because they're going to run out of damage if he picks Lulu.
Tell it to pawn.
And FLICKR. You. He's good Lulu as well. Like, Lulu can do damage, but that is the highest echelon of Lulu players that eke out every last bit of damage.
Yeah.
That is not easy. Like, I'm not doubting Pong entirely, but
Okay, so we're
It's
now
tricky.
taking massive pick potential.
This would be so sick. They pick Twisted Fate Twitch. Even just TF, I think, is actually really good into this comp.
Because
But-
it's a counter to Eve
Yeah,
as well.
but picking Twitch would just be like, Uzi is out of control if he picks Twitch. There's no stopping him.
I just want him to do it, because again, it just forces Vici to group up. Okay, he's going to go
Just
Graves.
about the same pick. He's very aggressive once more. Can't get cocky, takes Graves instead. Sounds like, guys, TF. He's like, yep. Twisted Fate in for cool.
There's never a moment where Vici can be split up. Rengar, TF are on the field. They have to be together.
That sounds bad news for the Vici Gaming squad.
Yeah, it does.
Well, we'll see what they last pick here. I think it should be more of a carry here for Pwong. Let's see, Coach is still talking to Sun. He's like, please remember to swap this Twisted Fate. He's like, yep, got it. Let's see if Pwong... I can't help it. See if Pwong does want to lock in his ear.
Yeah, swap it!
It's great. The OMG are fired up. You can tell just from watching the player cams. Look at Pwong. He's like, I'm not sure. I don't want to play it. I want to play Lulu. I don't want to get Rengar. He's like, sorry, friend. You're getting Rengar. There it is. As he picked up for Pwong.
He's got the Emperor's Divide. The kitty jumps at him. As soon as he hears the roar, this is what I feel happens in this matchup. As soon as he hears the roar of Rengar going, Azir's automatically push R. Even if they don't see him. Just
Maybe.
any direction, they just push R. Okay.
Not sure how that one's going to work out.
Vici's comp relies very heavily on flanks. Anytime Eve is in a composition, because she can't just, walk front to back, you're going to see her off of stealth. She needs to really rely on creating space and getting to the side or behind a composition to drop her ultimate effectively between 5 people. That said, you cannot split up against OMG's comp. They have so much pick potential with the Destiny Twisted Fate ultimate as well as the Rengar ultimate. TF, we've already seen Unlimited Potential use TF as a counter to Clear Love's Evelyn, so that's how that works, obviously cancelling out her stealth.
See the matchups again going. On the mark, I took it away from Dandy, but Dandy responds by taking his Lovely on Rengar. That is a trademark pick if we've ever seen one. Versus Weltix on the Evelyn this go around.
Time to go ham.
On the mid lane as well. Pwong back on Azir, but cool. Digging deeper into the champion pool. It's not a pure assassin, but a good pick champion there at TF and Uzi. Says it all. Graves into Corki. Uzi really wants to just get aggressive.
They have a very clear game plan. 2v2, put Uzi on a lane-winning champion, put Cool on his specific champions that synergize with leveling and run away.
Yep. And the bottom lane completed. Braum for Marta and San on
Alistar?
Alistar. Thank you. Another aggressive engage support. So it's looking good across the board here. OBG have one plan. It was the same as last game. Win lane, win game. Let's see if it happens in game number 4. And welcome back as OMG move out of the base as a 5-man unit. They won a game. And they're feeling reinvigorated here against Vici, who are still only 1 game away from taking this series and advancing. But OMG are not going down without kicking, screaming, scratching, biting, and a whole lot of fighting.
And look at the confidence. Normally you would never make an early level 1 play in the last game, possibly the last game of a best of 5 series, because so much could go wrong. But you said it. They're so fired up. They want to run in. They want to kill you.
Yeah. And Dandy actually had to level hop there just to get out as OMG. 5-man invade for some vision. We'll see how deep they let this vision go. But if you're an OMG fan, there's lots of love here in this comp. Cool and Loveling seem to be going at it again. And even Uzi's back to some old favorites. No more scaling, please. Because they might actually be caught here. Vici doing something cute.
They've done this every single time when a team makes an invade. They've set up a counter. This is what Samsung White did to Starhorn Royal Club.
Well, not going to work this time. Let's go going. Does base check. The Cool ready with the stun. Are going to flash forward. They want Marta. They're going to get the stun down as well. Damage is there. Marta flashes. Heal used as well. Everyone's flashing forward. And Uzi, he's going to get first blood.
This is so risky, though. It pays off for OMG, but again, the possible last game of a best of 5 in the playoffs to make a level 1 play like that is almost unheard of. OMG are on fire.
Ask Uzi how many windows he gives. He will tell the answer. It is 0. He is just ready to kill people. Already got the first kill in under 2 minutes. And things are looking good already for the fired up OMG.
And they are going to go ahead and call the lane swap. So finding the 2v2 as Schwinn moves to the top side of the map.
I mean, Uzi's fine with this. Hasn't spent his gold yet, but he'll take pretty much any 2v2 he gets thrown at. especially with a champion like Graves. Is cool. Lining things up in the mid lane. Getting that farm. This is an interesting matchup for Oscurin.
TF versus Azir?
Yep.
I mean, both of them are just going to push in and farm. What do you find interesting about a pastry?
I just feel like it's one of the few matchups where you can play into Azir and not feel like you want to die. Because Azir's, like, Azir's such a lane bully, but Twist of Fate's just got such good range.
Yeah, I mean, he's level 2, though.
Get him.
The blue card, the threat.
The blue card is very threatening.
The creep damage that
Yeah.
half health him.
Yeah, Tia's base stats on the other hand. Not so crash hot, but cool. Definitely going to be looking to clear out the wave, AFK, and then go gank some other lane.
Pretty sure he just lost that lane pretty hard right there. At least until he resets it with initial back.
Leveling on the Rengar, of course. Curious to see where he goes for his first gank. Clearing the jungle out right now. World 6 doing the same thing. Pretty fast clears for both these junglers. Go and get a setup. It's in a 1v2 right now. Oh, Dandy slaps on with a wallop. Wow,
so yeah, dodging away from the 2v2, back into the bottom lane. See how they're going to transition this into Dragon Control as San pulls the wave to the side, so trying to get a freeze in front of his tower so they can start denying Dandy.
Expertly done there by San, actually. Only level 1 as well, but now hits level 2.
Here we go, though. World 6 now rotating to the top side. Going needs to be careful, is level 2, has the twisted advance of no, he doesn't. He's sapling in Q.
Good flash. Gets out from under the Q of Mata. Vici been a couple summoners at level 1 as well, so not so easy. Going escapes the first game. Leveling, continuing to jungle up. I think I'll dodge a 2v2 against Uzi as well. Both on the Rift and in real life. He's very scary.
It's one of those players that will almost always take the 2v2, but again, actually initiating the lane swap since he followed Corki to the top side and now came back bottom.
Do you feel like that favors Vici just as far as the macro play goes? Because we saw this in game 2, and Vici knew exactly what to do.
It is if Mata is unlocked and able to roam, especially on a high-impact champion like Braum in early levels, which he is now initiating his back, so let's see what Mata does. If he goes the Boots Ward and starts running around the map and how he impacts it, but if Mata is continues to stay up top, then no, I don't think Vici will get an advantage.
Coming bottom now at least. I think just to complete the duo lane for Dandy, who is struggling, despite the small CS lead he has over Maokai. Doing a good job getting some long-range CS with the boomerangs, but not very fun. Mata's going to come and try and make it a little bit more bearable.
Just kind of hanging back in Fog of War, assisting W6, World 6 on his Gromp. What they're trying to do is check for Loveling to invade. They think a tower dive is possibly coming down, so they've set a trap. So now they see that Loveling is pushed in, hiding in Fog of War. They want him to come around and get a counter engage.
Great ward there. Smart from World 6. Now they'll all move out together. Loveling knows what's happening. He gets tagged by Bromq. Throws out the ball and tries to call its reinforcements. Teleports down. Good combo there from San. Uzi going to try and make it count, but he can't quite get it done. World 6 getting low. Cool's come in though. Now he's caught out of position. Will get stunned up as well. And Vici Gaming in a very scrappy skirmish. Fighting nicely as Mata gets the second kill.
And what did you say, Pastry Time? You asked the question, you know, if Mata is allowed to roam, impact the map, what'll happen? That's what'll happen.
Mata happens.
Mata happens.
And Vici Gaming pick up 2 kills for the price of 0, I believe. A very clean trade.
And it was a beautiful trap setup. Again, you know, knowing that the wave was getting pushed in, they set up to expect OMG's dive, standing off to the side, making sure that Mata didn't just run down the bottom lane and show himself immediately, luring Loveling into it.
And that's the best way to play against OMG. You know they're aggressive, let them fall on their own sword. And Vici doing a nice job with a slight lead here in this game. Not big enough yet to see Vici really carry it home, but a good start at least. 600 gold after giving Uzi that first blood.
Things now returning to normal. The question is going to be how will these teams approach Dragon? We've seen Vici throughout this series manipulate the map pressure to get a numbers advantage on Dragon as opposed to taking a full 5v5. And the few times when OMG have come out ahead, it's because they finally get that big team fight. But here comes Destiny.
Cool's ulting down the bottom side. Dandy stunned up. That's a very clean kill. And Cool walks out in style.
Yeah, kind of interesting that Dandy would be that far forward, especially with Destiny up and available.
Bit mistimed there, but Cool happy to take the kill. Double Dorans as well, actually. We talked about that last game as being a win lane sort of indicator. Goes back, gets his cooldown boots. He is ready to gank.
This is pretty classic pawn and cool Twisted Fate build.
Yeah, this build's really developed a lot recently. It's just very popular, getting that early CDR.
Use Destiny as many times as possible. We've talked about the assassination and pick potential of all of these champions. Rengar and TF.
Especially together, which I'm sure OMG are going to try and put together, but right now, Loveling trying to get to that level 6 so he can really up that ganking potential, but the Vici security system in the red buff means that Loveling is struggling to take this safely.
Yeah, and again, Mata doing a great job keeping track of Loveling. That's been a key point to their success in World 6, and Mata continually invading on him and minimizing his impact in the early game. Does manage to find that pink ward, however.
Xuan rotating up as well. They might contest for it. San has spotted them already. He's trying to kick them out of the jungle. Or headbutt them out. Can't finish the red safely, though. Cool's not there. He doesn't have his ultimate.
And a big thing is the fact that Eve is in stealth, so they expect World 6 to be behind them.
Oh, San just going in instead. Uzi going to drive in as well. Xuan's the target, but Mata puts up the unbreakable. Pwong gets a nice counter kill there. And he'll get the first one onto Ali as Loveling's forced to flash the wall. Pwong gonna ride his way in. Uzi with a sick flash. Gets himself out as Going's now joined the fray.
Here comes Dandy.
Knocks them back here, but Dandy's gonna join in as well. He's almost Mega Nago. Going getting chased out of it. And Vici again win the skirmish. 2 kills for nothing.
They're winning the team fights. Yeah, it wasn't a full 5v5 because they backed out, but all 10 members are on the bottom side of that map, and Vici being so proactive on the back of Mata's vision control.
Oh, now Loveling as well. Agony's Embrace just tags him. And Xuan's going to get the kill.
They look like Samsung White. No, this is exactly how Samsung White dismantled Starhorn Royal Club in Game 2 of the Season 4 World Championship. They got an initial first blood, although Uzi got that one, but, you know, tried to set up a level 1 play.
Now San's going deep, trying to get a kill, but he's getting stunned. He's dead. OMG are throwing themselves too aggressively at Vici, and they're fighting back this time.
They got an advantage after setting up the trap on Loveling, immediately translated that into invading his jungle, deep warded, contested the red, and it's just starting to snowball. These tiny little paper cuts, these little advantages just amass further and further.
Not that little, especially with the way Vici are playing. Matching the aggression in some ways here for OMG. Like you mentioned, sort of letting them get baited themselves and setting up those traps that Vici are responding well. This is not what I expected from them here in game number 4. But it's great to see again another side of the ever-evolving Vici Gaming.
Looks great for them in playoffs as well. You know, if they do manage to find the win here continuing forward, we talked about how OMG, this is the best form that we've ever seen them in. This is the best form Vici has ever been in.
And that's the great thing about playoffs. Teams always step up when playoffs roll around. We haven't even seen the top 4 teams play yet. The Gauntlet itself already delivered some great matches. This series, no stranger. And Vici do find themselves with a decent lead, but it's not massive.
I'm having flashbacks to when Insect's jungle was lit up by like 20 wards. That's exactly what that looked like. Mata.
Well, that's Mata. Great vision control. That's a massive understatement. As Pwong returns to the mid lane. Got his blue buff, got his Morello Nomicon. More than happy to match pressure now against Cool. And Loveling's trying to make some plays here on the Rengar, but World 6 playing it safe. Maybe not safe enough.
Destiny is up and available.
If Cool uses it, they'll get a kill. He doesn't know that. World 6 does see the ward. We'll take the Raptor camp away, and Mata should know it's there. Now going to see it. World 6 will take it out.
I'm actually really surprised that Cool didn't pull the trigger there. They had Rengar ult and Destiny available. And like you said, they had a numbers advantage on that side of the map.
Loveling now going topside. Wants Dandy. They're going to gank Dandy again here on this Gnar. Stun card comes out. He's Mega Gnar, but it might not be in time. Crunches out of the way. Mata goes in now as well.
Wow.
And the counter engage is going to come onto Cool. Mata, huge ult that gets onto 3 as Cool goes down. And Agony's embraces out. Going's forced to flash away. And Vici Gaming reading OMG like a book.
So many resources expended to try to take down that Gnar. They couldn't chain CC, didn't have the damage. Dandy gets the Mega Gnar. They find the counter engage. Fantastic play from Vici.
It is very hard to chase a Twisted Fate like that. And Vici made that look simple. Very easy.
They're out skirmishing OMG.
Yep. Looking good right now in game 4. Not going to roll over and die, it seems like Vici. In fact, they'll do quite the opposite as they take the mid lane tower. Uzi did get the bottom lane turret as well. So there's a bit of a gold trade there and a bit of space on either side opened up. But Vici Gaming looking good. 2,000 gold ahead now.
Starting to amass. Again, Dragon has yet to be contested at 12 minutes into this game, so OMG having the bottom tier tower down, they have more control over that side of the map technically, but a little bit scary to chase into this Vici composition, especially because they do have the gold lead, although Xuan hasn't bought in a long time.
Hasn't got his Trinity Force just yet.
Yeah.
Falling behind a bit on CS there to Uzi as well. It should be okay. As Uzi's got double 80 items, nice and aggressive.
It's not about to be okay, though.
Nope, Sun's coming down. Uzi wants it, Sun's going to back away. Uzi more than happy to play in this 1v1. Knows that Xuan doesn't have a tower, so it's all okay. Vici going to go back, probably spend some money. As soon as that Trinity Force hits for Xuan, I think we can expect Vici to
He should have it now.
Be a bit more proactive.
Boom. No, just the Zeal ingredients.
Not quite. Vici pinging him to that dragon.
It's like 600 gold short.
Not there right now, but maybe doesn't need to be. World 6 going to start the dragon. Seems that they've spotted a couple backs. Very nice timing here from Vici. Understandable.
Yeah, they have the gold lead. They have advantage over the Dragon Pit. Still slightly curious that OMG aren't going to even attempt to make a front for it, because again, you have Destiny available, so you can face check that fairly safely. And likewise, Uzi technically has an item advantage over Corki because he doesn't have the completed Trinity Force, and you had your 2 flat AD items. Maybe a misstep from OMG, but we'll see how they play around the next 6 minutes.
Cool finally has a Shane. Part of the issue with that last gank was the Aether Wisp, which doesn't do too much for you as far as damage goes, but Lichbane coming online early for Cool. Going to be going for that nice and aggressive skirmish / split pushing style build.
And he always itemizes the Lichbane versus the Hourglass. We have leveling sneaking to the back of the pit, but since San was spotted out by this ward, Vici have exactly an idea what's
I
happening.
think I might have spotted leveling as well. I think he just baited into stealth in range. And regardless, Vici, play it safe with some nice forward vision.
Trying to make a play on the opposite side of the map.
We're going actually. Ooh, good wave clear. Get some couple turrets hits down onto Xuan's Corki. And LMG trying to open up more space and pressure Vici. But Vici more than happy just to take it as it comes, give up the tower, see if they can get an advantage somewhere else. OMG though, go up 2-1 in towers, and that gold still sitting very even. 14.5 minutes in.
Yeah, for once, OMG attempting to shore up this game by objective control, whereas Vici are finding their advantages based off of team fighting. So, bit of a role reversal.
So the nice thing about long best of fives is that you get a lot of adaptation and kind of inter-meta gaming of the series itself. Both teams adapt. Vici, they knew they had to adapt. If they'd won 3-0, they might not have learned too much. But after getting smashed in Game 3, it's nice to see a good adaptation here from Vici.
Yep. Both sides looking fairly even right now. But again, I expect the next big explosive conflict will be over that next dragon.
And still, despite the way Vici have played, I feel like they're still trying to either trick OMG into doing something silly and capitalizing, or just waiting for OMG to come to them and then exploiting that reactively. Vici's, you know, they're not OMG. They're not going to instantly turn into this hyper-aggressive team after just one game.
No, you're absolutely right. They're still, playing around the map, trying to find a numbers advantage. They are technically stronger in items now that the Trinity Force has been completed.
Seems like they might make a play with it as well. Xuan down the bottom side, going, knows he's going to die. So he backs away so that doesn't happen to him.
But again, Vici playing the map, looking for picks as opposed to consolidating the resources and looking at the 5v5. And OMG are doing a good job reacting to this and trading objectives evenly across the board. You see Uzi now on the top side with San getting some decent damage on second tier top.
Might get it, but Dandy's going to come in and protect it. Kind of ran out of minions there. Dandy will scoop those up. OMG will back away.
So both teams having a bit of an adaptation.
Yeah, I mean, again, for LMG, they didn't get the super aggressive start they wanted after that first blood. Weren't able to capitalize, so I feel like sort of move things back, look for their item spikes, and then fight when it's important. OMG might be aggressive. They are certainly not reckless. Not all the time.
It's just so interesting. Typically in the last possible game for a series, you would take a hyperscaling AD carry, and again, you wouldn't make a risky level 1 play. Yes, their level 1 is absurdly strong with Graves, Alistar, Twisted Fate, Rengar. Like, level 1 on OMG is disgusting. But that could have gone so wrong so quickly, and you would have lost the game off of an early snowball.
Sure, but not going to win that way. If you don't play aggressively as LMG into Vici, you are likely destined to just have games 1 and 2.
I just love it that it's so OMG.
Yeah, they know. They found the win condition.
It's very atypical of a best of 5 or a best of series anything.
And now Vici still trying to play that map. Cool's actually popped the Destiny. He's got a Lich Bane now. Found the pick here. It's actually World 6 they want though. Get him. The ult's out there. Might not be enough as Uzi comes in as well with his Graves ulti. But Mata, good little disengage there. Pwong gonna ride them out there as well. The carries are isolated out.
Here comes Go Going.
San's getting tanked up. Go Going. Gonna try and be the front line here, but he's actually getting CC'd out. Gets scooped back as well. San misses the flash. Polv and Dandy taking punishment. Still no one dead. Cool might be the first target though. Dandy jumps in. They want it. They get it. Corky gets that kill.
Pwong came in and separated a nice fight, created 2 different fronts, and again, Vici get the better in a 5v5, but it's because of how they control the terrain, turning it into a, I'm going to say a 4v3, a 4v2 for majority of that fight.
And look, if Vici are going to be team fighting, that's the sort of fighting I expect. Not the full-on run at you 5v5. There's OMG make a nice counterplay here. Get the mid lane out of turret for themselves.
Best case adaptation that they had available. Now Schwinn will trade it for the top tier tower, so technically in gold, it's even across, still in favor of Vici because they took the team fight, but OMG do even out a lot of map pressure there.
3,000 gold up now for Vici, as they'll look for Dragon in 55 seconds or so. But Bilgewater Cutlass now coming on for Schwann. Going to be his second item here, bladed through on King. Rabadon's coming out for Pwong as well. And looks like Zonya is going to be the second item there for Cool. So first items are out. We've had those few initial fights. Both teams now working on their second items. And of course, second Dragon will be back up as well. So pretty important point as we approach 20 minutes in this one.
And Vici are putting themselves in a position to get down these deep wards. Likewise, also looking for a... they were looking to set up a trap and to pick off Loveling, but San figures out what's happening, has a nice ward over the Krug pit.
Nice stuff there. Vici can't clear it just in time. He will get the red buff, or at least attempt to. Sun is on a ward as well, so Mata will scare him away by throwing a chair at him.
Cool is going into full split push pressure mode. So OMG, I think they're actually just going to go ahead and sacrifice this, although Cool does have TP should they decide to look for a 5v5.
Not going to make it all the way down from top lane, but run pretty fast between that. Has teleport as well, actually. Going for that very popular double global Twisted Fate build. Vici going to move down, try and take the turret first. They'll work on the Dragon later. If they open up more space as Uzi holds the wave, much easier for them to take it. Oh, San, good double vault. Mata gets out though.
Meanwhile, Cool gets the top tier tower and is continuing to push, which is why you see Dandy starting up his back to answer this Twisted Fate.
Good play from OMG. Protected the bottom tier 2 turret. And that's actually kind of all they need. Cool's even moving down to mid now and pops his ulti just to get some vision.
Dandy does not have teleport, so they can look for a 5v4.
Oh, Cool's actually ulted in. He's looking for something. He doesn't have flash. No ghost either, so can't quite rush in there. I think he just wanted to escape. Gets on the right side of his team.
They technically have better posturing over the Dragon, although Uzi is responding to the bottom creep wave.
Just to get that farm, and that will give Vici the Dragon. OMG, little misstep there from the AD carry. Mata going to block those wild cards, and Dragon number 2 will go over to Vici.
So in the end, everything shakes down. It's going to be top tier tower versus Dragon. So going to go ahead and give that one over to, what's their faces? OMG. That Twisted Fate player guy. That's not Messiah. It's cool.
It is cool. You're not being mistaken.
No, I definitely think that's a much better trade, especially because it's only Dragon number 2. Now, 5th Dragon win condition is set up for Vici so far, but you're still very deep down the line.
I like the plan. Cool's actually back in the bottom lane. Gonna split push there now. It's smart from OMG. Directing counters aren't really this team comp strength, it feels like.
And it's really smart against Vici again, too, because they want to pull you around the map. What are you looking at?
This is cool. GSing in the bottom lane. Trying doing the same thing top. Baron is up, but probably not contested right now. Everyone just moving towards their next few items. Again, this series in particular, I guess just Vici games. Do you feel like these teams just... Oh, sorry, do you feel like Vici, excuse me, just do nothing but wait between dragons? Sometimes it feels that way.
Yes.
How do you think that works?
It's also kind of the play-by-play mentality that's like, oh, if a team's not doing anything, if they're just waiting in between dragons.
Not that they're not doing anything.
They're just manipulating map. OMG and most teams do a good job kind of mirroring them so they don't get free objectives because the LPL across majority of teams are very good at trading objectives or securing theirs. So
I just want to say, if I like play-by-played all of the map movement during a 6-minute window between dragons,
these farming creeps in the mid lane.
I don't think the audience would last through that broadcast. That would be very intense.
Tyrus pushing creeps.
Well, instead, it's going to be Pwong picking up that blue buff. Dandy going to donate that over. Still got that jungler blood in him. Oh, San actually might have found a catch here. Mida's going to get knocked back into the smoke screen, but he's going to walk out of it. In fact, might get stunned here. Ulti's going to wear off relatively soon. As it turns out, no one's going to die. But San made it close.
Yeah, OMG not pulling the trigger. Had Destiny available as well. Now Cool may be forced to use it.
He is. Goes to the red buff. Of all places. Just the counter gank.
The trap. Oh, he's trapped.
The double buff trap. Oh, World 6 might be trapped. I think I spotted him with the back end of Destiny's vision. And OMG. Clearing priority vision around the dragon now. Vici, though, as always, have excellent vision set up in the area.
Dandy is also standing in fog. We're looking for the teleport.
Yeah, that's aggressive. Gogoing's going to be forced to flash. Dandy's going to hop over after him. He wants it. Tron's going to back over as well. Don't think they can catch him. Gogoing does a nice job of dodging the slows. And OMG going to reposition, maybe look for a 5v5 here.
Both of these teams posturing, looking for a single pick for Baron. Dandy did a great job utilizing his rage bar, stacking that up and preparing it.
Instead, have to disperse once more. Wait for the next buff.
There is now a discrepancy between teleports, which is why you immediately see Gogoing rushing down to the bottom side, because they have an open window where they can start really playing with split push pressure.
And of course, plays to the bottom. Baron. It's so interesting to me that OMG are making slight adaptations to be a little bit more like Vici. Not too far, just a little bit more.
Trying to play Vici's game, beat them at it. It's like a hybrid of OMG and Vici. They just like crashed together so hard last game that this new little OMG popped out.
Given the intensity of Game 3, that is not the worst theory. Zuzi.
But I expected kind of a slower pace game from OMG. Yep. Again, in what could be the final game of this series.
Can't come out guns blazing every game, is that what you're telling me?
No, it's just, again, you don't want to, risk your entire series because you make one bad mistake where you fall behind early. Typically, teams in the last game of a series will always play hyperscale, Jinx, Vayne, Kog'Maw, things like that, because they expect that everyone's going to be playing super safe, and it's going to turn into a 55-minute slugfest.
Do you think it's a mentality thing as well, where OMG win the first game and like, okay, we can actually beat them? Like,
that's what I think it is, just historically from OMG, because they are such an emotional team, very charged.
Yes. That's a good way to describe it. As World 6. Going to take that grump away. He's spotted by a ward from OMG, and Dragon give me the next point of tension back in a minute 10. Have a quick check-in with the items, just see where...
Has it been 6 minutes already?
Almost. Not quite for Oscarin, just 5. We'll check in to see where these teams are up to as far as items go. Kind of gauge where that next fight's going to go. So Lich Bane, Zhonya's, and half avoid stuff there as well. 6 is space checking enemy jungle. Ultis, because, you got to send a message.
If you're not going to ulti over the red buff, when will you ulti?
With the dragon fight that's in 40 seconds. Oh.
Okay, let's talk about itemization. So I don't think that there's a clear winner or leader here in terms of itemization, but it's very different on how these compositions will execute. Big pick is going to be the completed Zhonya's Hourglass for Cool, so that opens up a lot of pick potential. Likewise, he has the completed Lich Bane, which is why we see him in that top lane. Again, Dandy doesn't have the teleport available, so by creating a pressure point in the top side, pulling Dandy up there, it automatically gives OMG a numbers advantage towards this dragon fight. Unless Vici can either shred or poke them down between Corki and Azir, I think they just need to give this one up, because if they lose the 5v5 here, or I should call it a 4v5 since Dandy can't be in position, it's automatically a Baron.
And Dandy clearing the wave out now, so there's a window for OMG. It's a pretty big one as well with that teleport quite a whiles away, but OMG not quite comfortable just yet. Dandy's coming back now as well. And Cool's getting blue buff. So going to delay that potential dragon. Vici are on pace for dragon number 3, and that sets up the 5th nicely. So OMG, if they can, do want to stifle them here.
They should have pulled the trigger when Dandy was across map. Allowing Dandy to get back with his team was a pretty big mistake from OMG.
See if they get punished for it. A bit of poke there from Dandy in his boomerang. Needs to build up a bit of rage there as Cool takes out that Sun turret. But OMG now going to collapse together. Vici have already started the Dragon though.
The rage bar, it's all going to be how Dandy acts as the front line.
Ooh, Dragon not stolen. Gogon going to go in though. Damage is there. Vici happy to fight 5v5. World 6 though gets absolutely destroyed by Cool, but he pops his ulti again. Dandy with a huge ulti, managing that rage as he pops through against the wall. Cool trying to kite his way back as Pwong goes down. Loveling's in the backside trying to take out World 6, but he's getting kited. And Cool, he can't get through the ulti, but Schwan, he's the one with a double. Make it 3, maybe! As Uzi might go down. Sun makes a huge play. Uzi does get a kill, but Sun's going to get tagged by the looks of things. Cool's trying to get him out safely. Gets damage onto Dandy. World 6 round the side. Good headbutt there from Sen. It's not enough though. Dandy gonna get the kills, and that's the ace.
Absolute disaster for OMG. They didn't pull the trigger, just engage. They've had an advantage for so long, and they're just too cautious. When Vici are the more decisive team as the green members, they've been... let me list the ways that this should not have happened.
Well, it's happening for us, Gurren. Vici Gaming.
Vici Gaming, the green members in comparison to the legacy players that OMG have, they speak 2 different languages. They're communicating in a third. Their roster swapped out. Let's have a replay. So the big thing here is going to be Dandy getting this massive Gnar ultimate. We talked about how good Dandy is at micromanaging the rage bar. Just speaks volumes there. Dandy shouldn't have been in that fight. They should have pulled the trigger when he's up top lane. From here, World 6 is going to go ahead and kite around Loveling. Loveling misses his bola around that corner. And then it's just Vici piling in on OMG. Doing a beautiful job playing janitor and cleaning up all these extra kills.
And look, you can look at what OMG didn't do here, but let's look about what Vici did. They won a 5v5 against OMG.
A fantastic team fight. They look great right now.
They do look excellent as Vici looking to close out this game around the Baron buff as well. They'll meander because they know they've got the vision. They feel confident now they can win fights. And they've started the Baron. Cool's in bottom lane. He does have his TP. He ultis for vision, but Vici have already got the Baron.
Free objective to Vici Gaming. They've now opened up this lead to 4K. Now looking for more.
Sun's caught. Does get stunned up. He'll die to Pwong. Cool still on the bottom side trying to make something happen. But someone will go back. It will be Dandy with that empowered recall. But and the rest of Vici will run down mid.
Exactly. It's going to be second tier bottom for second tier mid.
Cool actually has to back off. Dandy's chasing him away now, so it's 4v4 around that mid-side turret.
They may be able to break the inhibitor. Uzi is still up and alive. Cool teleporting back to safety.
Sorry, 4v3. The Sun is also dead. I got the pick there as well. But Vici, you don't really need it. Gonna break that inhibitor. We're not gonna quite get the inhibitor itself just yet. But Dandy can come if they want. He's got TP. He's actually really mad.
He's coming in from the side.
Yep, good time to go. Dandy is mega for about half the duration longer. He's got about 8 seconds left to make a play. It'll just zone them off this. They'll take the inhib. And Vici Gaming do not lose up from this spot. Loving going to get caught far too far forward as that's the kill. Now Marta going to tag San. Pops the unbreakable. Vici going to close the trap and try and win the game. San's going to go down again. Uzi's trying to get the escape off. World 6 is too far forward. Marta's dead as well. World 6 actually lived somehow, but Marta did die.
Vici going full OMG instead of taking the surefire whittle down at the Nexus turret. They look for a tower dive and lose 2 members, but... lose a member, but they've still got some steam left.
Yeah, they've proven they can do it. They're shredding through these towers. Vici Gaming may just beat OMG at their own game. Cool. He pops his Zonies to buy some time, but they go for the kills. Tron gets the first one. Uzi takes out the next. He's gone absolutely ballistic, but they've outplayed him.
Oh, here comes Loveling.
And Loveling's going to close it all off. Pwong can't ult in time. World 6 going to turn it around with the help of Schwan, but the bowler's good. Sam will lock him up, and Corky will die. Maybe Baron up creeps. Made that very close.
And uncharacteristically, Vici go for the style points as opposed for the win. OMG certainly on the back foot, but they do have time yet.
Technically alive.
Technically breathing.
The best kind as OMG will just barely avoid defeat at the hands of Vici. The Vici look really angry after that last game. They're doing their best OMG impression. Impressive, given that they only had about 3 games to learn it.
And they've quickly opened this up into a pretty sizable gold lead, approaching close to 6K. It's about 5K now.
Looking good, and they've got that item lead. Dragon 4 coming up as well. They can take that as their insurance policy, but OMG's base is wide open.
They could have just consolidated down the Nexus tower, at least opened up the Nexus right there. So again, I'm just so shocked about this new flavor of Vici that we're seeing emerging, and it's awesome.
I know what you're talking about, First Screen. Vici get me do this every game.
Yeah, they're just a really 5v5 team fight oriented team.
Yeah,
they just love to kill people.
Hyper-aggressive.
Yeah.
Totally.
In your face.
Well, this game certainly. Mart attacks Sung with a Q, throws the chair at him. Looking for blood.
Get in there.
You might just do that. Don't tempt Vici. They have been angered. And they are ready.
They have awoken.
Honestly, they have awoken.
This is like they're like little baby Samsung White right now. Like skirmishes all over the place. You know, they deep ward you. They try to beat you around every single corner. Anytime they think that they have a numbers advantage, they make a pick, snowball them to objective.
They're at least standing on two legs at this point if they're baby Samsung White.
It's the two Dandy and Mata legs of Samsung White.
I think they stopped crawling after game number 3. They're looking great here in game 4. I don't think I ever want to be in a game 5 against OMG for all of my LPL playoff marbles. So Vici are trying to close this one out now. But there is still life left in OMG. Not much. But a number higher than 0 is still better than none.
Uzi has completed 3 items. He's now working on his Blade of the Ruined King. 4th dragon is about to open up for Vici. So again, we talked about that 5th dragon win condition. They use that a lot in the LPL. They have one of the highest control or dragon control rates out of any team. I think EDG might be sneaking up on them with their recent performance.
Yep. And it's how Vici like to play. Still objective focused, despite perhaps newfound aggression.
Bloodlust.
Yeah, it's good to see. You can see Mata dance around the front lines looking for some cues.
Mata on a playmaking champion. 1, 2, and 16 this game out of 19 kills. So he's participated in 17. You cannot let this guy have it. He's a fantastic Janna player, but Janna is not a playmaker like Thresh, Annie, Braum, or Alistar.
It is not. And it does make a difference. I don't know what Vici had before this game, excuse me, but it is working out.
Mata got unlocked. The difference between this game and last game was he played Janna. Again, he's a great Janna player, but as soon as he was unlocked at level 1, roamed down and picked up that initial skirmish, from then, every single team fight has been Mata.
Well, he's going to try and make one last one here. Vici do not need much to win this game. Sieging the bottom turret now.
Waiting for the super creep wave in the mid lane.
Absolutely. Vici still not going to make too many mistakes. World 6 can actually move around and just try and pressure Uzi off these creeps. I don't know if he can fight 1v1.
I don't think he can. He's got 3 items, as well as the Bilgewater Cutlass, so he'd be able to kite Eve pretty effectively.
Not recommended fighting an angry Uzi. It's almost as scary as angry Vici.
Just going to Hulk out.
It's been Vici this game. Well, certainly OMG in game number 3. But if they want a 5, OMG are going to have to defend here. Not sure they can afford to give this turret up. Certainly, I don't think they can afford the in-hit, but Vici getting their pokes in. Schwann's got that Trinity Force taken away. It's only a matter of time.
And
That's
again,
the Vici motto.
Dead by 1,000 paper cuts, just quickly whittling away. I think, though, with the...
Baron.
Yeah, well, Baron and also the Rage Bar. As soon as Dandy popped that, it then gave OMG the go-ahead to say, okay, as soon as he's in Mega Gnar form, we can look for the counter-engage, so...
That was a TP.
Look for the counter gauge as soon as he's in Mini Gnar form, which is why they all back up.
Going did port. He's going to lose it now.
Reset for Baron.
Suns on a ward. They do not go for it. They want the Baron instead. Good play here from Vici. They're going to pick up some more items, but cool. Has been bought some time. He actually ports bottom side. He does have TP. Gets a bit of vision. Knows they're all in base, so can safely get to Baron for about 20 seconds and clear some vision.
Trying as quickly as possible to alleviate the pressure on the bottom side of the map while he has a time window to do it.
Good play from Cool. Again, we expect OMG to play well under pressure. Doesn't get much more high pressure than almost losing your LPL playoff series. And Vici did not end that game. They tried to get a couple more kills to really seal it. And instead, find themselves a little bit further on the back foot than they might have expected. Still 5k up, but that gold lead's been static for a couple minutes. And Baron's one off. Vici know they have to win probably one more fight.
I'm just so shocked that Vici went for that. Diving the Nexus towers. I feel like their actual motto is almost like, just take the objective. Like when they get a dragon, just walk away. Just walk away from it. Just got it for free.
Vinci's team fighting has looked a lot
Much better.
Much better. Like
Dandy
again,
on Gnar, it's fantastic.
and we've seen this before from Vici. They've had moments of team fighting, but this is a tough spot to pull it out in.
Their team fighting actually got a lot better when Dandy switched to the top lane. Not saying that Dandy's a better top laner than a jungler, but giving more gold to him in the top lane empowers what he can do for a team. And Dandy's a great mechanical player. He's a very smart player about who he engages team fights. Obviously, the top lane champions are much more influential majority of the time in team fights. I mean, obviously, that's up for debate between, like, Gragas, but Gnar for sure.
Well, Cool popped his ulti down. He's lost his Banshee's. Loveling gonna try and steal it. Can he get it? No! It goes to World 6 and Loveling's almost dead. Vici's still fighting off here. Is OMG going to make one last-ditch effort? Pukogoing's going to get stunned. He will fall down to the Braum passive. Cool's going to stun them as they run away. But Vici get the one pick they need. It's actually a trade, though. Dandy did die.
1 for 1, but they get the Baron, maybe more.
Schwan, not good times. Eats a little too much. Mata flashes forward with the W to try and keep them safe. Luckily, Cool doesn't have that ulti, but San is hungry. Will not find a combo.
They just need to go back, reset, sacrifice mid-tier tower, but they need to take care of their waves.
Yep, Huang's trying to get them off his teammates as they run away. OMG have some nice wards in these entrances, so able to see them run. But Empowered Recall is going to make this a bit easier. Schwan in the top lane going to clear that out. And OMG will get a turret, but how much more can they get? Vici have already gotten back.
It's pretty much the only consolation prize. At this point, they need to stall out Vici's Baron for as long as possible. Rotate around the waves, continue to force them in. Take the jungle, possibly look at sneaking a dragon, although would be risky. And Vici just need to start resetting their map.
That's exactly what they'll do. Schwan in the bottom lane, will clear out all those minions. Dandy going to waddle down here. Blue buff going to go over to, I think, Huang. Up ready to receive it now. And Dandy going to get the Scuttle Crab again. The Jungle of Blood. No, it's the Vision Blood. He's being commanded by Mata to scout out the wards.
Ping, ping, ping.
It's Mata. And we'll start the Scuttle Crab. Dandy watches on in horror. His teammates take his jungle. Oh, Huang actually might have been caught here. He is caught. Kill not quite there, though. He's protected by the Zhonya's. All out there from Mate. How did he get out of that? Vici played very well to keep their mid laner alive.
Didn't even burn heal. He still has that available.
Dragon's up, though. This might be problems for Azir. He's bolting back to base
Zoom.
with the home guard boots.
They just need to stall out this fight. They've got plenty of poke potential from this Corki here.
Dandy's about to pop back in a mini now, though. Gonna have to build that rage back up, and OMG instantly start the Baron when that happens. Uzi!
Oh, he's trapped in the pit.
Not good time, but it might be enough to get straight in for it, San! Huge play there with the All-Star pole, but Huang's already got the kill on to go going. World 6 jumps onto Uzi, he gets stunned out by the Braum passive as Dandy autos him. And a double there from Corki. Pong's going to make it 3. He gets a double himself,
Fifth
actually.
dragon.
Fifth dragon's up. Dandy's going to find Cool. That's the ace. And that should be game to Vici.
Vici just beat OMG single-handedly in a best of 5. They've done it all game long. We talked about Vici are a one-trick pony. If they get to play the style, they'll just dominate it. They got it for the first 2 games. OMG came out swinging for the 3rd set with a Kassadin pickup. Cool, going back to his assassin roots. But OMG... excuse me, Vici continue to evolve, look great for the playoffs, show off a new, unique style, and put OMG down.
I can see how you got them confused, but it is Vici Gaming that win the final game and push 3-1 over OMG into the next round of the playoff gauntlet. And I'm not going to say a new style, but definitely a new take on their old style. Much more aggressive, much more proactive, and that man right there, Mata, made the plays.
Dismantling the dynasty.
That one wasn't a dismantle. That was a brutal smashing. Let's be honest. Cool leans back in his chair. Tried everything they could. OMG had a really good run in that set. I think the 3-1 is a less close scoreline than the series might indicate. But OMG couldn't find it in games 1 and 2. And Vici really powered back in the 4th to catapult themselves one step closer to the playoffs here. The gauntlet's tough. OMG will bow out. Another relatively low-placed playoff finish for them. And the Magic, we thought it might be back, but it's not there just yet.
They just cannot get their roster together, you know, falling to Vici, who had a very late rotating roster, pulling Huang and Xuan over Endless and Hutong, I think in week 8 out of 11 in the LPL. Yeah, LPL plays a lot of games, so they got decent booth time, but they haven't been with this roster for the majority of it, now making a fairly convincing playoff run. That looked the best Vici has all year.
I agree. And OMG were looking very good, but they'll have to look now towards perhaps that Worlds qualifier. Try and get in shape for that, because you know OMG absolutely love the World Championships. But Vici Gaming are the ones that advance one bracket further through the Gauntlet. But do not be mistaken, FLICKR. It is still a Gauntlet. So Gauntlet for a reason. Real tough to run through, but Vici going to win their first match they have to play in it. Looking good.
Who do they face next? Is it LGD?
No, I think they made top. It already pushed up a couple slots.
Then it's either Snake or LGD.
Well, it's given the teams that made playoffs, and the OMG and M3 are already gone, and Vici, of course, just won. The 5 teams left are going to be really good. Not to say the other 2 were bad, but it doesn't get easier. That's the whole point and the whole brutality of a Gauntlet style.
But OMG fans, do not fret. It doesn't mean that they're out of the World Qualifier. So how it works is that the top 5 teams with the most circuit points get invited to the World Qualifiers. No one is guaranteed a spot, although I think EDG actually are guaranteed a spot. They have so many circuit points. That said, if, one of the teams that can bump OMG out of it earn a bunch of points. So if Vici finishes very highly in this LPL playoff, they could possibly lose their invitation.
Well, for now, though, it's out of their hands, and Vici Gaming advanced 3-1 for a very impressive win in the Gauntlet. Join us tomorrow as the LPL promotion and playoffs will continue. But for myself, FLICKR, and Rusty, and our entire production crew, we'll see you tomorrow night.